This tournament's going on Gruul Adventures or Gruul Aggro. I mean, I guess there's not many adventure cards in that deck anymore. But yeah, so whoever gets to pick, I mean, what do you think? Do you think it'll be Yorion today, Gruul versus Gruul? Do you think Pretty will come out with Brogues or Talia coming out with Celestian Adventures? Who do you think has the greatest chance or the greatest matchup against Brad Nelson for today?
Looking at these decks, I think, and the meta in general, I think a lot really depends on your matchups. And, play draw is important, especially for these Gruul decks. So something to look at will be how much these Gruul decks can take advantage of being on the play and really can abuse these slower Yorion starts. But as we know, the Yorion decks have a lot of finishing power, and the ability to control the long game is something that can't really be dismissed because these Gruul decks do not really have a very good late game. So,
okay, that. Oh,
no,
go
sorry.
ahead.
So I really think these Gruul decks might be well positioned against the Yorion decks, but yeah, it's gonna really depend a lot on how well these players can leverage their advantages, I think.
All right. Speaking of players, we're just gonna go to a 2-minute break. We'll and then feature some matches. Get right into the games. We'll be posting the brackets and the deck list in the chat for all of you guys who are watching to follow along. We'll be back here shortly. Thank you all for tuning in today.
Hi, everybody. My name is Cucumber, and I'm playing Benji on LFM's Degrees of Madness. And Benji is a sweet kid, as is his foray into college is so that he can meet new people and make true connections and really try to continue to bury his deep, dark secrets down into the world. But also he's looking for love. And it seems like everyone else in the universe is also looking for the exact same love that he found. So he's got a lot of stress in his life. So he's kind of on the edge of a knife right now. Go one way or the other way. Anyway, Benji is really excited about and passionate about art. So he likes to communicate through art because when he touches people, weird stuff happens. Make sure you tune in to Degrees of Madness on LFM because we're adorable. Mwah.
Dot will get Omega though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
Have we go? This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
Yeah, this is super duper lethal, but
oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this?
At the mostly empty bar top, the smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined
Hi, my name is Lindy, and I'm the keeper of arcane lore and knowledge on LFM's Degrees of Madness show. It's a Pulp Cthulhu show, but we're not focusing super hard on the Lovecraftian side. It's definitely there, but we've also got fun things like, I don't know, werewolves, vampires, maybe a little Celtic mythology, Norse mythology thrown in. You'll have to tune in and see. But if you like comedy, it's basically a comedy with just a nice little dash of horror, definitely check it out because it is disgustingly hilarious and at times horrific. So be sure to tune in to Degrees of Madness to see what mayhem the players unlock next, and what horrors they discover.
Unmute it, Cass. Hey everyone, welcome back to the LFM Streamer Showdown. It looks like here we're going to go into our first matches. The brackets have been posted. The first match we are going to be featuring today is Covert Go Blue versus Danny T-Law. So that'll be really exciting. What is the decks they're going today, Cass?
We have Danny T-Law on the Esperiorian Doom deck, which I think is a really good choice for the meta right now. And then we have Covert Go Blue on the more traditional Azorius control Viorian build, which, as we know, has put up some pretty good numbers in the past. I think has a lot more streamlined of a plan than the Esper list, but all the discard and the black removal in the Esper list could pay off or be a pretty big liability. It's going to be interesting to see.
All right. Yes. So that'll be very, very interesting. Let's see. Just waiting on the competitors to start their match. Anything in the decks that are interesting to you when it comes to any of these two decks that we're going to be seeing today?
Yeah. One thing that really stands out to me is Dance of the Mance in this matchup, because it's really a way for the Esper list to go really far over the top. One thing that could be a hindrance, as I mentioned before, is all of the black removal in the Esper list. So depending on how much Danny draws, it could be a case where if you draw the wrong half of your deck, especially in game one, you could just be at a huge disadvantage due to that. But as we know, these Yorian decks have a lot of cards in them, so it could really go either way.
Okay, yes. And it looks like let's look at Covert Go Blue's list. And for everyone in the chat, the bracket and deck list should be available to you. Let's see. Okay, so I'm looking at Covert Go Blue's list here. It has 3 negates, and it looks like 2 Sublime Epiphanies. Mm-hmm. Do you think that with all that main deck counters, Danny will have a hard time resolving his, quote-unquote bangers during the match, or will Danny's hand disruption power kind of contest to that?
Yeah, I think the Azorius build is a lot more streamlined. With the counter magic, it's going to be pretty disruptive for Danny's plan, especially in game one. So, depending on how much of a base that Covert's able to establish and, set up his resources, I think that'll really help dictate the tempo of the game.
Okay. All right. So it looks like we are going into the first match, Covert Go Blue versus Danny T-Law. Let's get in there. All right. Let's see. Okay, how's this hand looking?
Okay, this is interesting. Now, this is the what we were talking about before. The removal lining up is going to be super interesting for me to see. These glass caskets are pretty dead, whereas Danny has these Maze Mind tomes, which can kind of take over the game for control decks. I think that's going to be something to look out for. Okay.
All right. Ooh, look at this hand here from CGB. No. Oh, wait. Amir's call is White Land. We're good.
Correct.
We're good.
Yeah.
This looks like a solid hand, although I don't know against control. I'm not sure if you'll be needing the glass caskets at all.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Omen of the Sea, that'll probably be really great with shaping the hand.
Yeah, the Omen is really, really crucial from what I've heard and from my testing. The Omen just makes your Yorian that much better. Being able to scry 2 and draw a card off of playing your 4/5 flyer is very, very important to this game plan. You can run out of gas pretty quick if you don't see these Omens, I've found.
Okay. Looks like both players here got some Maze Mine Tombs on the battlefield. What do you think about this card against, the mirror, so to say, Cass?
I think the Maze Mine Tomes are incredibly, incredibly important. They just sit there drawing cards, scrying, fixing your draws. They really just do everything you want in a control shell. The 4 life that you gain after all the counters have been put on the tome is pretty negligible. But so you'll probably see them leave the tome on 3 counters for a possible Yorion blink.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So yeah, we have Covert. We have Covert just clearly digging for lands right now. That he definitely wants to not miss land drops.
Okay. All right, Omen of the Sea being cast here. Let's see what they'll be searching in their library. Okay, an island and another Maze Mine Tomb. Looks like Covert Go Blue's gonna want both of those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as we said before, the tomes are just so important. Being able to draw when you have your lands finally is just huge for these resource-based control matchups.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. Let's see here. Okay, so Danny. So what is Danny trying to do on this turn or look for? Is the Doom Foretold coming down? Is the Elspeth's Nightmare coming down? I've noticed that in the the Yorion mirrors per se, Doom Foretold isn't really the best card for the matchup. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I have to agree there. The Doom Foretolds pretty much only serve a purpose in this matchup, I think, to fuel a possible dance for the Mance. Other than that, the blue-white deck has so many random things to sacrifice. Omen, all of the omens, the Maze Mine Tomes, the glass caskets. I don't think it's going to serve nearly as good of a purpose against this deck as opposed to, let's say, Gruul.
Mm-hmm. Okay, another Maze Mine Tomb for CGB. Man, these are gonna come in handy. Having 2 open mana too to draw at the end of Danny's end step here can be quite great. Mm-hmm. Ooh, look at Danny's hand here. Elspeth's Sun's Nemesis and Dream Trawler. Pretty good. I mean, we can see here that Danny just doesn't really have that great of answer, or sorry, CGB doesn't have great of answers for those cards right now. Without the ECD in hand, things like that, not having any mana for counter magic at all.
Yeah, and here we can see Danny clearly trying to go after these tomes because he recognizes that although has more cards in hand, these tomes create a huge problem down the line.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Doom Foretold might be able to serve some purpose by getting some of these off the field, but it might be a little too slow.
Right. Okay. CGB opting to put the Yorion into hand. That'll be nice to blink all those Maze Mine Tombs and the Omen of the Sun, get cards, reset your card advantage as well if that ends up resolving.
Yeah, I think a card that might break this wide open if Danny can draw it is Treacherous Blessing. Looking at his list, he has 2, which is not the most that we've seen from these Doom lists, but nevertheless, it is an extremely important advantage to be able to draw 3 cards off of 1 spell.
Mm-hmm. All right. Maze Mine Tomb, drawing a Temple of Silence for Danny, another land as well as a natural draw. Okay. All right. So, when it comes to this matchup, Cass, what is Danny? How is Danny looking to end the game? Is it going to be through the Dream Trawlers? Is it going to be through the Dance of the Mance? Like, what is the major way to win here?
Yeah, looking at Danny's list, that's a 1 of Dream Trawler. That could probably be, the first line of action. It is a pretty tough card to deal with, but we do know Covert has this Shatter the Sky in hand. Yeah, I think Danny really has the long game in his favor with this Elspeth. It is a pretty difficult card to deal with for blue-white outside of ECD and the apparition.
Mhm.
So that could be something that's kind of a thorn in Covert's side. And then obviously the dance of the Mance is just a way to make it so your deck has some inevitability that could be pretty important, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a long one, guys.
Yeah.
But everyone in the chat, if you didn't know, CGB and Danny are very, very close friends. So I wonder, what is it like for them to go up against each other being such great of friends? I don't know. Let's see. Should be fun, but
Yeah, if
nerve-wracking
you're
as well. Have you ever gone against like a really good friend in something like a high-stakes tournament, Cass?
Yeah, I have a few times that in paper PTQs. I always enjoy it because, regardless of who wins, someone that you like is winning, either yourself or your friend. So I don't personally, I always enjoy it. It makes the experience that much more fun.
That's
It's kind of
definitely a good point.
yeah, it's like a win-win situation when you're fighting your friend, I think.
Okay, speaking of Elspeth, looks like CGB makes do with a one-off Elspeth with
Yeah.
Elspeth's conquers death. So Elspeth won't be, conquering death much anymore.
That is a very important draw, I think, because that Elspeth was going to be hanging around for a while and doing some work.
Right. Mm-hmm. So it looks like Danny, like you said, has the pressure here with the two tokens, has a Dream Trawler, although we do know from Caster Vision, CGB has this Shatter the Sky ready. And if he plays this card next turn, he also has open mana to draw more cards with Maze Mind Tomb. So it's going to be, it looks like things are just being at parity here for now.
Yeah, this is definitely some pretty good back and forth we see between these two blue decks. And if you're a control mage, like this is probably your favorite type of match. They're just jockeying back and forth for small advantages right now, kind of control of the board and resources. And resolving this Yorion is pretty huge for Covert Go Blue. This is going to really allow him to push ahead a little bit. Which I think is really important at this stage of the game with this Dream Trawler looming.
All right. Yeah, this is interesting. This is a line I wouldn't have expected. In this spot, I would have Shattered the Sky instead of developing the Yorion. What is Covert Go Blue thinking here? Does he want to maybe block with, have Danny maybe lose a card and then block the Dream Trawler with Yorion, to sort of get value off this Elspeth Conquers Death?
Yeah, judging from that play, it seems like Covert might be trying to set up a Shatter this turn, going with that block, like you said. If he didn't go for this line, I think that Elspeth Conquers Death wouldn't get the value from the reanimation.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Covert's trying to sort of set himself up for maybe a bigger turn where he can Shatter and possibly draw some cards off of these Maze Mind Tombs.
Yeah. Look at this Extinction event in hand, though. Dream Trawler and the tokens being even could make do for that Yorion, although Danny's just going to opt to maybe attack with the Dream Trawler first, see what the draw is. It's an Omen of the Sea he can use to pump that Dream Trawler even more to 6/5, but chooses not to do that. Let's see what he does next. I wonder if he's going to be using this Extinction event on this Yorion. Putting his own Yorion to hand here, and then just passing the turn. Okay.
This is interesting. Now, this could mean that Covert is going for the Shatter, and then wants to draw off his own Yorion, I believe is the next play here. Not... Oh, okay, we're going to see a Omen in response to the Elspeth Conquers Death trigger. That's smart.
Losing the tax on the second act of the ECD allows Danny T-Law to cast the Omen for 2 mana instead of the 4 with that tack. So doing it on the stack was a smart move. All right, let's see what CGB will do here. He has a Sublime Epiphany, can return that Dream Trawler back to hand if he likes. Can shatter this turn to get the value off the ECD, like we said. Can Yorion will come back once that third act resolve, allowing him to blink everything back to the battlefield that he has. Let's see here, a lot of different options. And, you know, when you're playing these blue-white decks, that's just sort of the name of the game. You have a lot of different options. It's a very, very difficult deck to play with a lot of different lines, so...
Yeah, absolutely. This blue-white deck is one that requires a lot of decision-making, and you can see that Covert's previously somewhat odd line of tapping that Dream Trawler with that ECD is sort of coming to fruition here. With this Shatter and the ECD tax currently applied, Covert knows that he can resolve pretty much anything he wants because there's only one copy of Mystical Dispute in Danny's 75 or in Danny's main deck.
Right. Has that Sublime Epiphany open as well. If there's any shenanigans going down in this turn. Hello, everybody from the chat. If you are tuning in with us today, this is the LFM Streamer Showdown. It is a match and a battle with 8 different streamers today. The bracket and who's being featured should be in the chat. Right now, we are casting a match. This is Covert Go Blue versus Danny T-Law on Blue White Yorion and Esper Yorion, respectively. So hello to everyone just joining us from the chat. All right, so let's see what happens here. Ooh, Danny drawing that Shark Typhoon. Oh, man, that card is amazing in Yorion Mirrors.
Yeah, that shark is huge. The lines that Covert has taken has kind of put him in a situation here where he needs to act now. This Dream Trawler has been doing a lot of work, going pretty much unchecked. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Covert's able to navigate himself out of this situation.
Okay, this is interesting as well. Covert Go Blue opting to play the Sublime Epiphany on the Dream Trawler. Okay, he can copy his Yorion token and then do... And we'll be able to blink everything back. Now, he can double blink, I believe, his things. With the new token on the stack. Let's see.
Yeah, this is gonna. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting turn. The timing of everything is gonna be something to keep an eye on because I'm not exactly sure how these triggers will resolve in terms of when they come back into the battlefield.
Yeah, let's see. Keeping the original Yorion.
Yeah,
you can blink the Yorion and then blink everything, and then the old Yorion will come back, and then basically you can blink everything twice at the end of this end step. Oh, super confusing sometimes.
Yeah, these triggers can be a lot to handle, that is for sure.
All right. Okay, Castle Artemis comes down. Here's the Shadow of the Sky, sweeping everything up. Now, we do know Danny can make a Shark Typhoon at the end of CGB's end step for, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is... Oh my gosh. Is it just lethal? To be honest, because of the Extinction Event answer and the Elspeth's Conquers Death answer and the Blood Chief's Thirst answer.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Shark at instant speed, I think, is just going to end the game. The black removal is going to pay off here. It's going to be able to target Yorion and take that out of the way for blocking contention. And I think this instant speed Shark is for exactly 6. Yep.
Yes, and that is really unfortunate too, because due to the fact that CGB blinked back his Maze Mind Tombs, he can't actually get the third count or the fourth counter going in for life.
Mm-hmm.
So that is, oh my gosh, let's look at his reaction when he sees this. Yeah, it's exactly 6. Oh my god.
Yeah, this shark is not going to be a welcome sight.
No. With all these cards in hand, there's so many different answers for this Yorion.
Yeah, that dream trawler
Oh
really.
my goodness. No! Oh, Danny T-Log, good gaming him. CGB looks super surprised, saying no! All my hard work, setting up all those things, just getting beaten by this 6/6 shark for lethal. Jesus.
Yeah, getting beat by a one of never feels good. That was a one of Shark Typhoon in Danny's deck, so a very clutch draw for him there.
Yeah, all right. Let's look at the sideboarding here. See what's going on. What's going in, what's going out. Let's make some comments here. What are you noticing, Cass?
We're probably going to see a lot of the removal come out for Danny. As we mentioned, he has the discard in his sideboard, as well as a few pieces of counter magic, such as Mystical Dispute, that he's going to bring in, I believe. When we're looking at Covert's side, he's probably going to do something similar. He's trimming on the glass caskets, bringing in a lot more counter magic, and probably going to trim these shatters as well, which are pretty bad in the matchup, other than clearing Dream Trawlers, I believe.
Okay.
So.
All right. Yeah, let's see. Not really. These Yorion decks can be so large that when these players are sideboarding, sometimes I get kind of lost. There's just so much in to take out. There's just, you still have 15 cards to put in. It can be quite difficult to sideboard with these Yorion decks for sure. With having such a big deck, the sideboarding actually gets really important, because if you sideboard poorly or not optimally, then you're top decking cards that you may not necessarily want, right?
Yeah, there is a drawback to playing these 80 card decks. It can really show in these high pressure situations, especially in these tournaments where you really want to see the cards you want to see, but 80 cards is 20 more than 60, as we know, so it can affect the ratios that you draw with.
Yeah.
So sideboarding is just that much more important, and so is card selection as well.
Exactly. All right. It seems like these players are, did their thing sideboarding, and now it's going into the match. Okay. All right. Let's look at these hands. Looking like CGB has kind of a reactive hand right now, but, as we know from these Yorion mirrors, a lot of the times it's going to be land go, so maybe this hand is okay. Although, look at Danny's hand, it's kind of the nuts. You have the Maze Mind 2 on 2 for, filtering out your deck, your 80 card deck, and then you have a Treacherous Blessing on 3 to gain more card advantage. Mm-hmm. Oh gosh, CGB playing that Castle Vantress, coming in tapped, not having negate up. Oh, let's see what he thinks about this Treacherous Blessing coming down on 3.
Yeah, this hand for Danny is super interesting. Seems to have an answer for pretty much everything you can think of. Really interesting to leave the Doom Foretold in. He must really be worried about those Maze Mind tombs.
Okay. And, when you think about it too, the Doom Foretold, just sacrificing the Doom Foretold, since the blue-white decks don't really have many ways to interact with the graveyard, or anyways at all. Maybe it's just something to sort of put in the graveyard to make the Dance of the Mance stronger. Mm-hmm. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that these Esper decks do have that inevitability with Dance of the Mance, and enabling it might be a little bit difficult outside of Doom Foretold. Mm-hmm. So that could be a really good point.
All right, let's see. Using a glass casket on this wall. All right.
Yeah, kind of a weird play on the surface, but the glass casket on a token is pretty much free because you can blink it later with Yorion.
Exactly.
So, pretty heads up play by Danny.
Right. And, having CGB having a lot of different tokens, like the Shark Typhoon, being able to blink it back to, eat a shark per se will come in handy in the future, and just having it on the battlefield for free, like you said, instead of having extra mana open up for the Yorion and the Glass Casket to deal with a token like that. So
yeah, these sharks are going to be super important in this matchup, and the ability to deal with them is also something that needs to be pretty much always accounted for, because if they get a couple sharks on the field, the wraths have come out, and your only way to really deal with them is Glass Caskets or your own sharks, which you don't really just want to use to block other sharks.
mm-hmm.
Super interesting here.
The rest coming down. Let's see what Danny's going to pick here. 2 Elspeth's Conqueror's Deaths, a Negate, a Sea Gate Restoration, and a Casket. Looking like a solid hand. I mean, if Danny rips one of the ECDs, not to worry. There's another one in hand. Is he going to want to, get the Negate out of hand? That's also an option. Glass Casket to maybe have no way to deal with the Shark Typhoon. It's definitely interesting. CGB has a really solid hand here, so the choice isn't quite straightforward.
Yeah, Duress is a huge edge in this mirror, I think. Being able to see everything that's coming your way is really, really important. Being able to play around certain things is super crucial in these longer games where where the information is just that much more important.
Exactly. And, traditionally, Esper has had a better time against blue-white in general because of the access to hand disruption with cards such as Duress and Agonizing Remorse. Azorius Control doesn't really have great ways to deal with black hand disruption spells. Mystical Dispute would cost 3 to cast when dealing with those, and it always feels so bad to negate a hand disruption spell because it's basically like doing its job.
Yeah, you're pretty much only denying them information when you counter that spell.
Exactly. But they're very much happy to get a counter out of your hand in the first place. So
yeah, and as we can see, Danny is just really pulling ahead with cards right now. Due to that Treacherous Blessing on its own.
Yeah.
And he already has that Yorion in hand ready to just reload again. So the pressure is really on Covert right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Danny with a spoil of riches right now. Like he is pretty much in control of this game. And yeah, Covert is not exactly applying pressure with just a 3/3 here. The Crawling Barons is something to pay attention to because it is an extremely difficult card to interact with.
Okay. All right, yeah, Skyclave coming down on this Maze Mine Tomb. CGB trying to get that last draw before it gets exiled. Let's see. Gets a Solemn Simulacrum, and Regruin Triumph was the natural draw here. Looking pretty awkward, I think. I mean, you could Glass Casket the Skyclave Apparition for a 2/2 token. That doesn't seem great, although you also have to worry about this Yorion coming down. Although Skyclave Apparition won't necessarily hit the 3/3 shark, but you already know about this Yorion, and it's just like there's just no counters available right now for it.
Yeah, as we know with these Yorion mirrors, whoever can really get the most value out of the initial Yorion can really, really pull ahead and establish themselves as sort of the tempo dictator. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Covert is able to kind of leverage his position after Danny has what I'm assuming is going to be a huge turn right now.
Yeah, and I think it's super, super interesting, like, when it comes to these these control decks in general and this meta. Before this set in particular, we had really, really strong counters, and now here, a lot of these quote unquote control decks don't really have that many counters. So this is sort of what CGB is facing. Instead of having access to, like, disdainful stroke in the past or other counters, all he can do is tap out. So I find that, I'm not sure what you think, Cass, but the control decks that we play today are definitely a lot more different and a lot harder to play, because you can't always have open mana or bluff anything, because it's like you'd rather just develop the board anyways instead of bluff a counter, because the person's just gonna run their stuff out.
Yeah.
Since you just have a lack of counters, like, why not just try it?
Yeah, it's definitely a very different style of control deck. With the lack of good counters, really Mystical Dispute is like the only like over the top awesome counter, and that's only good in the early games anyways. So what these decks I've noticed have really tried to do is turn more into a tap out control deck, where you're just trying to maximize your value each turn, rather than anticipate what your opponent is going to play and respond with counter magic. The Dovin's Vetoes, the Disdainful Strokes, like you said, are long gone. So now it's a lot more about, tapping out and playing your best cards before your opponent, I've found, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In the chat, everybody, Danny is playing Esper Control. We do have that Indatha Triome, only because Esper just doesn't have its own Triome right now.
Yeah.
So with that Indatha Triome, you get access to white and blue, is it white and black? Yeah, it's white and black. Yeah. And then the Mythos of Nethroi, you can activate that portion. But that's the only reason why sort of these Esper decks have that Triome, just because that, Esper just doesn't have its own Triome. So
yeah, that's something super interesting that you point out too. These Triomes grant Danny access to use the ability on Mythos of Nethroi, which lets him destroy any non-land permanent. That's something I haven't really seen before in these Esper Doom decks, so definitely a cool little splash there from Danny.
Yeah, very, very cool too, like utilizing all the deck's potential to its fullest. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at this board state here. We thought that Danny sort of had the advantage, but now it looks like CGB is going really strong with all these tokens, and not any sweepers from Danny as we know. Okay.
Yeah. Another good point there is something I noticed from this past week's MPL and Rivals split was these blue-white decks, because they're so much more streamlined, they can go a lot more aggro than the Esper decks. These tokens and solemns and all these random bodies that they create along the way can really add up, and the sweepers, as we know, do come out. So it really plays into this weird game plan that Blue-White has with crawling barons and tokens and, random value creating bodies that they just sort of snowball into this weird Blue-White aggro deck kind of. And we're kind of seeing that here.
Yeah. Chat points out here, Covert Go Blue not leaving it up any mana for negate. What's going on there, Cass? Is he just sort of utilizing his turn and then asking Danny, okay, you have to have it here?
Yeah, I think the negate is revealed, so maybe Covert is just trying to prioritize, getting ahead on board as much as possible, because the negate isn't really perfectly situated.
Okay. All right, and I don't think Danny has a copy of Shatter in his deck anyways. I think the only thing is Extinction Event. But yeah, no, Extinction Event would sweep everything, but I guess Covert Go Blue in this scenario just wants to develop his board rather than worrying about, this turn in particular, since he's so far ahead anyway.
Yeah, and I think this is actually almost lethal with this Crawling Barons here. It is lethal. Yeah, this is Yeah, something I've seen from these blue-white decks a few times is they kind of just have all of this power and toughness out of nowhere. So
All
yeah,
right.
awesome
Yeah,
game.
and that is definitely awesome. That's the thing about Treacherous Blessing, too. When you have all that pressure coming down from these random tokens in the mirror, it's just like,
Yeah.
just losing incremental life after incremental life, just trying to catch up and stuff can come to bite you. So,
Yeah, I think it really showed how much of a liability these Doom Fortolds can be as well, because they don't hit any of these tokens.
mhm.
So yeah, not many changes for Danny there. It looks like Covert is going with a few more pieces of counter magic. Opted to take out the Birth of Meletis, which I really approve of. I don't think it's very good in the mirror,
Hmm.
because your land drops are probably going to happen regardless.
Yeah. I looked over to the side. Did Danny change anything much in his deck at all, or?
No, I think he pretty much just left it the same.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the old
Yes.
I'm already sideboarded and ready to go plan.
Yeah, it looks like CGB just sort of thinking, rubbing his hands together, like thinking of a game plan here, wanting to swoop up the next victory against his friend. He's ready to go. All right, we're going into game 3. Let's see what happens here. Danny gonna be on the play. Let's see if he's able to close out this final match against CGB, or if CGB is just gonna take that win with his awesome. Is that what kind of outfit is that?
Looks like it's some kind of gi, maybe like something that you wear in a martial arts setting. He's ready.
Yeah.
He's
All
ready for
right.
battle.
Yeah, that's a battle outfit if I've ever
Yeah.
seen one. All right, yeah, let's look at these openers. Ooh, 2 Maze Mine Tombs and an Omen of the Sea for CGB. Those are great cards you want to
Yeah.
see against the
You
Control Mirror for sure. Danny having sort of the slower hand, Shark Typhoon, Glass Casket, and 2 Yorions.
yeah,
I don't know. To me, Go Blue here has the better hand.
yeah, if Covert's able to find a white source here, or just any land really, because the Glasspool Mimic is a land I always forget. Yeah, I would definitely prefer to have Covert's hand. The Omen of the Sea and the Tomes are huge in the setup of the early game.
No white mana in the hand yet, although his hand's not really going to need it for right
No.
now.
Yeah,
So
the Solemn is going to do some nice work in providing the white mana, provided that Covert is able to find one more land off this Omen that's coming up.
yeah, we have Essence Scatter for the ready. I mean, CGB doesn't know Danny's hand, but we do, and all those cards are going to get hit by this Essence Scatter if Danny chooses to play them next turn. Let's see, CGB here going in with the Omen of the Sea. Let's see what he finds. A Red Ruin Triumph and a Crawling Barrens. Looks like he wants both lands here.
Yeah, I agree with that. You're really just trying to hit your land drops and set your base up, and I think this Crawling Barrens is oh no, the Triumph is actually going to come down, I think. Electing to fix his mana as early as possible, which is very respectable.
Yeah, I mean, on turn 5, like, what would Danny's best play here be? It's either a creature or, a major spell like Doom Foretold. Although Duress was a draw, that's a really great one, as we had mentioned before in a previous game. It's just, against these control decks, you want to see more information about your opponent in order to make your moves.
Yeah, kind of an awkward turn for Danny right now. Everything in his hand costs 5 except for the Duress and the Casket. So if he were to double spell, it's going to be somewhat awkward here. Okay, choosing to run out a Yorion.
I guess it's just developing the board here,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe Danny's trying to feel out for these Essence Scatters. Maybe he wants these...
Yeah, so this is interesting, because if this resolves... then that does give a lot of information about the hand, like Danny, see CGB Essence Scattering, that Yorion there kind of gives an idea that CGB isn't really going to deal, or doesn't have a hand right now to deal with pressure. That's that's 5 damage a turn. So that's really interesting, CGB Essence Scattering that without really much anything on the board.
Mm-hmm.
CGB's just scared of a 4/5 flyer. So that's pretty interesting information there, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Covert's just a little worried about the pressure, like you just talked about. Yeah, it can add up, slowly but surely, and I think you need to really like hedge your game plan against all of a sudden your opponent, slamming some threats and you not having those sweepers to catch yourself up. So
still no sweepers in CGB's hand. That's 3 damage a turn now. He does have the Shark Typhoon to block, but it's not something you want to do. To tap out in the middle of combat against your sort of control mirror. Yeah, let's just see here. I mean, Danny has the pressure on board. CGB coming in with this Omen of the Sea, finds a negate and a Marius Call, opts to choose both here. Let's see. I guess 3 damage a turn isn't really that much, but I mean, we talked about it might add up, so...
Yeah, as we found in the first game with that Dream Trawler really doing a lot of work, the damage isn't something you can just ignore for forever. And, three damage a turn in a control mirror is definitely something to keep an eye on. Looks like Covert's just holding up a dispute here, might go for a Glimpse of Freedom.
Sorry, what does Glimpse of Freedom do again, Cass? Not too familiar with that card in the blue-white shells.
Yeah, it's a piece of tech that really came to light over this past weekend. It's really good against the Rogues deck, being able to escape it from the graveyard and draw a card. And in a slower matchup, it's also just very good at giving you some card advantage. You can escape it for 3 mana and 5 cards in your graveyard. So it's just, another recursive source of card advantage.
Okay. All right. Solemn Simulacrum coming in, ramping this blue-white deck for Covert Go Blue. Can block that Skyclave Apparition on the ground. We do know that Danny does have things to use against that. You have the Glass Casket, you have the Yorion, that can blink back the Skyclave Apparition, so CGB doesn't get the draw here. Okay, this is a pretty interesting turn. I think this is gonna be one of those turns where, like, really turns the corner on who has true advantage. Let's see.
Yeah, this double dispute that Covert has is super important for these Yorions. Obviously, he's going to be able to counter this one. And, this is a pretty big tempo swing because now basically...
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, basically Danny just didn't have a turn there for the cost of 1 mana on Covert's side, and I think that's just super important in this type of matchup.
Exactly. Okay, all right.
Yeah, the Glasspool Mimic is something that's really impressed me in the last few weeks. Didn't realize how good it was to copy all of these things, but when everything has an ETB, why not just copy it and have one of your lands copy one of your really good spells?
Okay. All right.
And now we're seeing Covert kind of turn the corner here, weirdly enough, with this Solemn Attack. That's not something you would do under pressure. So that might signal to Danny that he really needs to start trying to catch up here.
Yeah. Ooh, that's so funny. In these Yorion control matchups, the timers just always seems to signal you.
Didn't realize there was only 8 minutes left on Danny's
Yeah, all
clock.
right. Gonna have to go a little bit faster than this. All right,
Yeah.
Glass Casket coming down doesn't have a target right now, but like we said before, although it might seem like a weird move for these Yorion mirrors, Glass Casket is basically free to use on a casket. Ooh,
Wow.
Sublime Epiphany. That's an amazing draw here.
Yeah, you can't really get a better draw than that. These two solemns are actually starting to really add up. You can't really block them. You don't want to give them that card. So, two unblockable 2/2s is pretty good in this matchup. And then, of course, the Sublime Epiphany is just a devastating card in this situation where you have a board presence, you have pressure, and you're able to, do 4 or 5 things for 6 mana.
Okay,
Yeah.
Baneslayer Angel coming down. This is an interesting card here to use, but we do know CGB has a Sublime Epiphany,
Yeah.
and on Danny's side things are probably just like highlighting, so he knows what's sort of coming.
Yeah, the writing
Not
is
gonna
on the
be
wall.
resolving today.
Yeah, and Covert actually had dispute backup, so oh wow,
That's great.
yeah,
Just
being
use
able
up that extra mana, yeah.
being able to copy a solemn, fetch a land, draw an Omen of the Sea, have dispute backup. Covert really just has it all right now.
And Essence Scatter and an ECD. Great cards to have.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a great draw.
Opting to choose the to ECD use Elsewith's Conqueror's Death on this Skyclave Apparition. All right, that's 6 damage right there. It's gonna be lethal. If Danny doesn't find a sweeper. Now we do know that CGB has Mystical Dispute available.
Yeah, this could just be game right now.
Right. Just because the only thing Danny can do is use Dance of the Mats, and we know that Covert Go Blue has some Mystical Dispute backup. Let's just see. I mean, CGB could accidentally pass a turn or something, right?
Yeah, barring some horrible misclick, I think Covert really played this game well, and
Covert just says no, that's not resolving, and it looks like CGB, earns this fantastic victory. Very well played by both opponents here.
Yeah, that was great.
Amazing. All right. Yeah, it looks like the other streamers are wrapping up their games here. For all of you guys who just tuned in, that was Danny versus Covert Go Blue, Esper Yorion versus Blue White Control. We're going to bring you some more games here in just a second. We're going to go to a break and then come back with some more games as other matches wrap up for this round. Thank you all for tuning in.
Dot will get Omega though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
This is super duper lethal, but
oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this.
At the mostly empty bar top, the smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined
everyone, we are back into the LFM Streamer Showdown today. Just gonna cut the timer, get into the match. We are playing round 2. This is Samsoni 1 versus Pretty MTG. Samsoni is on this 4-colored Yorion deck that I would like for him to explain what the reason to his madness is, and Pretty is on Dimir Rogues. Yeah.
Super. Sorry about that. Super interesting. Interesting take by Samsoni here. Not really sure what the game plan is, but it's going to be fun to watch nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally these rogue decks sort of just be on these Yorion decks. I mean, like, look, as you can see, this is already a lot of pressure for Pretty on the board. This is like 7 damage a turn. Not having that access to red for Bone Crusher Giant really does slow things down. Yeah, gonna be milling with that Merfolk Wind Robber 2 for everyone. For everybody in the chat that just joined us, if you'd like to see the bracket and the list, it is available in the chat. Everyone's deck list should be available. So as we comment the game and you find a deck that's interesting to you, play it on Arena and let us know in the comments or in the chat what you think of it. Okay, yeah, Samson not having access to red here just passes the turn. Not even having access to blue. Is that just 2 swamps and white mana?
Yeah, this is pretty much just a ridiculous start for Pretty. Having 2 3/2s and this 1/1 is just a lot to deal with. It's already putting Samson in, wrath or bust territory.
Yeah, I want to point out too that having these black shell Yorion decks, they are supposed to be an answer to the way that the meta has shifted to more Gruul-based decks. Having access to Doom Foretold, such a great card against Gruul decks, since they are mostly playing one thing a turn after 4 and 5 mana. But against these rogue decks that are still in the meta, can be quite awkward, especially since these rogue decks sort of abuse the fact that these black-based Yorion decks are usually playing 3 colors, like the Esper list that we saw from Danny in the last round. We have this Absan Yorion and Mardu Yorion list, so it can be quite awkward on the mana, and having so much pressure by the rogues deck on board, that's sort of what these rogue decks aim to do. Just start milling and making your mana awkward and not having any answers at all. So
yeah, the Rogues deck is super good at getting under, strategies that take a bit longer to set up. And we're definitely seeing that on display here with these Thieves Guild Enforcers becoming 3/2s right away. And, just taking 6 damage a turn from them can just end the game so fast.
All right, let's see. Samson just sort of looking to see what is milled. I mean, having access to Drown in the Locks, even if you get a Shadow of the Sky here, it's not going to resolve. Solemn Simulacrum coming down, maybe? Nope.
No, I don't
Freddy
think.
says no. He wants to keep this pressure up. The 3. Ooh! Right. Okay, I mean, that's just lethal. Sometimes I forget, Drown in the Lock it's both removal and counter. Crazy card, huh?
Yeah, Drown in the Lock is just premium right now in this Rogues deck. It really just gives you answers for pretty much everything you want to deal with. And, having a 2-mana counterspell that can counter literally anything, I think that just speaks to how powerful of an effect that can be when you're facing down all these 4 or 5 mana spells that can end the game on the spot.
Okay, yes. So looking like... Oh, okay. Samson just doing some quick sideboarding here. Usually, with these Yorion decks, the 3-colored ones, I find that one angle... I mean, Rogues is just going to be a bad matchup for you, but what I find that these Yorion decks are doing is bringing in some escape cards from the sideboard, such as Elspeth, the 4-mana Walker. Some of the Mardu lists even have Kroxa. Escape makes it so the Drown in the Lock's weaker, and you just have something to play over and over. I find that interesting, but Samson just doesn't have any escape cards, I think, in his whole 80-card deck. So I think the angle he wants to play in is sort of just remove as many creatures as you can, and hopefully Preddy just has like an awkward hand or something.
Yeah, Samson did actually have these very odd main deck Croxas, which maybe now that you
I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it caught me off guard as well. I think maybe that speaks to him respecting this Rogues matchup. Kind of pre-boarding in a sense that he has access to the Croxas right away rather than having to wait till sideboard, but just wasn't able to draw them there.
Yeah. Ooh. Soul Guide Lantern.
Soul Guide Lantern is pretty good.
Play. Oh, okay. So I'm looking at Samson's deck more, and it's just so great. Like, it actually has answers to everything.
Yeah,
it's just all about finding them and trying to smooth out your mana. It's just it's great. I love, Samson just has all these fantastic ideas. It's just fun to see in a tournament. You have the Oxes, you have the Croxas, the 4-mana Narset of the Ancient Way as well. Oh, and some Ugins. Interesting.
Yeah, literally answers for everything. But with a deck as aggro as Rogues, with a deck as aggro as Rogues, it really puts you to the test of being able to find your lands and answers. Just having them in your deck is great and all, but being able to deploy them is really the main concern right now. With 4 colors in your deck and heavy cost restrictions on things such as Kroxa, you really, really need things to line up well.
Yeah. Ruin Crab. Oh! Kroxa being able to play on curve there.
Yeah.
I guess Preddy's was just hoping that, they weren't going to be able to... Oh, you know what? That doesn't matter. Because of the Law Mage domination.
Yeah.
Oh, no!
There's also a Whirlwind Denial in Preddy's hand, so Preddy's actually electing to let this resolve, I think, just to make the play that you just outlined there. So... good observation, and we're definitely going to see some interesting plays coming up here. The Rune Crab is actually somewhat of a liability against Kroxa, so it's going to be interesting to see how Preddy elects to deal with this. Yeah,
but it's just so funny to be like, okay, well, you worked so hard to escape. Well, not maybe work so hard to escape that Kroxa, but you. Worked for that Kroxa, and now I'm going to be able to steal it and cling the dust, the Kroxa you have in the grave. So it's just so awkward because it's just like staring down at your own creature, not having mana to shatter the sky. No access to double white is just so brutal.
Yeah, so that was a super clean line by Preddy there. Really able to deal with the current threat and then the impending Kroxa that was about to be escaped. In one turn it was a very impressive way to go about that.
Yeah, I mean, Preddy, I lost the words for it, but he's very, very familiar with the pro scene. He won a Red Bull Germany, participated in one of the Mythic championships before Rona all hit us. And just an overall solid player in the German scene. I'm not surprised that Preddy's playing and piloting the Rogues deck perfectly. So, okay, Palaka Predation is getting fired off by Samson here. Gonna get Whirlwind Denial, although both players do have access to Mystical Dispute. So, Samson's just gonna let this through, though.
Yeah, interesting that Samson decided to let that through. Probably smelled the Mystical Dispute. But, this is a ton of pressure from this Croxa right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the reason why Samson let that go was so Preddy doesn't resolve the 1-3 flyer. Forgot the name of it.
The Soaring Thought Thief.
Yeah, the Soaring Thought Thief. But, we know that they don't have the Soaring Thought Thief, and now Samson's gonna have to discard a card off his own Croxa, by the way. Really, really funny. It's just like, I hate it when they steal your creature that you really need. Alright, Omen of the Sea is a draw here. Pretty great, to be honest. We do know that Pretty has no more counter spells, so maybe Samson can deal with his own Croxa here that's like sort of just beating him down inch by inch. Alright, Savai Trio, Mystical Dispute's not gonna do it here. It has to be an answer here or else yes, they're just gonna have to discard that card, although Samson just puts Yorion to hand to avoid that. Okay, Ox coming in from the graveyard here. Let's see.
Yeah, this does not look great for Samson. The Croxa basically attacking for 9, unless Samson elects to discard.
That's 11 damage if Samson gets rid of the mountain, but he kind of needs to here. I mean, ditching the Yorion and only having mountain in hand, sketch.
Yeah, the Ox is gonna help him refuel here.
Although, Cling to Dust just sitting in the graveyard for Preddy, I think he can cast it. It's highlighting it here, so may not be able to get that draw there.
Yeah, Preddy's probably gonna deal with that pretty quickly, and that's
Right.
just gonna leave the Yorion to defend against a 6/6 Croxa, which doesn't really add up in the math.
Have to do this on here.
All right. Let's see here. What's his outs? It's really awkward. It just has to be Shadow to the Sky here, right?
Yeah, it has to be some type of sweeper, I'm assuming here, and not
Samson
gonna
electing not to actually scry for it. I guess you wouldn't really have enough mana. Could you scry? You could scry and play the Yorion actually.
Yeah, I think he was prioritizing blinking the Omen, which I don't know if it's gonna work out because.
Could blink the Omen, get restart Birth of Meletis, get something off of the Omen of the Sea, which would be Glass Casket, maybe? They don't have Glass Casket, actually. No, they do. 2 copies of Glass Casket.
Yeah, I don't know how many instant speed spells that Samson has at his disposal. Pretty much just Soul Shatter. And yeah, that's all I can see. So
right, Soul Shatter's 1. They grab the planes. Yeah, let's see. Skyclave Apparition's not gonna be able to do it here. It's something that they'll have to discard if they don't want to get burned out by this Croxa here. Gonna have to double block as well. Super, super awkward.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Samson. This Croxa has really just been the story of the game. Preddy was able to steal it right away and kind of just flip the script on Samson. So here we see yet again the Croxa smashing in, making him discard a card, and putting him in a responsive position, which just doesn't really look great right now.
Just super great. All right, Lurus coming in. Thieves Guild Enforcer coming in. Okay, those were 2 lands, so that could help Samson out here trying to find. Let's see it. Shadow the Sky, please. Okay, that's a Croxa. Not gonna do it. Preddy still has lethal on board, so
yeah,
it has to be literally Shadow the Sky here. Come on, one time for the one time. Let's scry 2. Let's see
here's
if we
that.
can get it.
Yeah, here's that upkeep scry you were talking about. Samson looking at his options.
Wait. Am I correct? Oh my gosh, does he have both Shadow the Skies milled, actually? Oh no.
It's very possible, yeah.
Yeah, didn't we know I don't remember seeing them, but that's quite possible. I think Samson's actually just going through to check that as well.
Mhm.
No! Only has one copy of Shadow the Sky. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he has 3 Extinction Event in the sideboard, which could be a possible out.
No, well, you'd have to do Extinction Event for Odd to get rid of the Rune Crab, the Lurus, and the Thieves Guild Enforcer. But
True.
then the Croxa comes down, but since you only have land in hand, that's still lethal.
Yeah, it looks like this is just going to be a wrap here. Gonna get a cycle.
Cycle. Okay, so there's Extinction Event. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, you can't play both Extinction Event and Croxa, but it doesn't even matter because... Wait, no. You can't do it for even here because then that's just lethal. I think it's just it, right?
Yeah, this is just game, unfortunately. As we said before, that early turn where Preddy was just able to do 2 really powerful things, just was basically able to go unanswered the whole time, and tough breaks for Samson and his really clever deck.
What I call the LOL mage domination, just dominating this game for Preddy MTG. That's a quick 2-0. Very, very interesting deck by Samson. They did win the round 1 match, so it is an interesting deck, but against a deck like Rogues where, these decks are to beat the Yorion decks, just wasn't enough. Just going in way too fast here. Okay, so we will... It looks like we're switching on to a new game. This is Covert Go Blue versus Yellow Hat. Okay, all right. Oh no, both on blue-white control. That's right. Okay, it looks like Covert Go Blue actually has 1 win against Yellow Hat. Should be great. I mean, it's always great to get a win off, a Hall of Famer. So...
Yeah, Gabe
nice
Nassif.
On the spirits.
Yeah, Gabe Nassif, one of the best to ever play the game. Just going against an absolute titan of Magic, against not only one of the best players in the world, but against the best player in the world, or one of the best players on one of their favorite decks too in blue-white control. This has got to be a pretty daunting situation for Covert to be experiencing right now.
I know. All right, let's look at the board state here. Let's see. Okay, let's see what's in Yellow Hat's hand first. Glass Casket, Elspeth's Conqueror's Death. 2 copies of that. The Glimpse of Freedom, the Mystical Dispute. Oh my gosh, you know what's funny? I wonder if... I don't know. I'll have to check, but it'd be really, really funny if, CGB took the list from Nassif, because I'm not sure, didn't they sort of popularize this new Glimpse of Freedom card, or has it just been sort of around? I'm not sure. I don't know. CGB is known to make his own deck, so I wouldn't be surprised if they both came up with that.
Yeah, I've seen Gabe playing these blue-white Yorion variants for a few months now. He before was playing on the 60 card version, and now has obviously switched to the 80 card version with Yorion as a companion.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at the chat here. Someone in the chat says the 1 win doesn't matter. It's all about the clock anyways.
Yeah.
Very, very true. We everyone knows that Nassif thinks about all the possible lines, and he is known to play quite slow. So that's a very good point. Maybe that's an angle of victory, is just getting for the time. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, one thing to note about Gabe is he is extremely methodical in his decision making, but as we've seen from this past year from Gabriel Nassif, it really has paid off for him. He has a multitude of top finishes in pretty much every major event that I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
So all jokes aside, the pacing of Yellow Hat's play has a reason, and it pays off for him a lot.
Yes. All right. Skyclave Apparition coming down on this solemn simulacrum. I always get that wrong. So hard to say.
It's a tough one.
All right, okay, Sharks tokens going in for 5 damage.
Yeah, here we're seeing that beatdown plan again that we saw earlier in the match versus Danny. All of the bodies and random tokens do start to add up, and when the sweepers come out, like they can really just add a tremendous amount of pressure and a different angle to these blue-white decks.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I want to note that it seems like here Yellow Hat missing the land drop was really, really crucial as well because against the mirrors, it's usually the story as whoever has the most lands on the field usually has the advantage because you have so much open mana to do your main spell and then have a counter spell backup. So I think that's really, really interesting to know that just Nassif just has a little bit less lands in this game. And that's really crucial too because it's just like not having open mana up for a mystical dispute, right? Or like to pay for mystical dispute. Okay, it looks like a Shark Typhoon being played here during combat for 3, blocking that 2/2 token, 3 damage coming in. Okay. That leaves CGB able to resolve a big spell like Yorion here or Elspeth Conqueror's Death. There's no targets, but so that probably wouldn't be the play there. Looks like, see, the thing is that Yorion can come down. Oh, and having mana up for Mystical Dispute. Okay, that's great.
Yeah, it looks like Covert is going the route of just building his board and establishing resources rather than fully prioritizing going after Gabe's life total, which I totally get because right now Covert's probably just thinking about ways that he can lose the game and just trying to tidy up all those loose ends possible with this turn.
Exactly. In the blue-white matches, it's all about incremental advantages, especially if you're facing the mirror. Okay, looks like CGB picking up this copy of Shatter the Sky. Dream Trawler for Gabe comes down, but the thing is that CGB's just signifying that mystical dispute. Okay, ECD's coming down here, getting rid of that Yorion in the sky. So now CGB doesn't really have good attacks right now. Okay.
Yeah,
Seems pretty
in
good.
true control mage fashion, Gabe is figuring out how to stabilize at a low life total, and it really looks like if Covert is not able to do something here, it could lead to a window for Gabe to come back into this.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So like you said, CGB just trying to find more card advantage. There's a Solemn Simulacrum. Thinking about if it's better than a random card, and he's saying that he doesn't want that right now. Sublime Epiphany. That is huge. I mean, we do know that Gabe does have a copy of Mystical Dispute in hand. But, I mean, that could come great down the line. Actually, how much mana does he have? Can he do Sublime Epiphany and have Dispute backup as well in a later turn? He does.
Yeah, on a later turn, definitely. This turn, it looks like he's
just going
electing
to ECD.
Yeah, getting rid of that ECD is probably top priority right now,
right.
And leaving a dispute up.
Okay, so you could do Dream Trawler here, leave up mana for Dispute. You could do ECD on the ECD, and that would work around the dispute, although Gabe obviously doesn't know what's in Covert Go Blue's hand. For all he knows, he's just representing negate. So I don't know if Yellow Hat's just going to want to run out that Elspeth Conqueror's Death. That doesn't seem like that great of a line anyway. Okay, let's see what Gabe is going to do here. I'm sure he's way better at thinking about these lines more than I can. All right, ECD comes down. No priorities for CGB, so that means that it just resolved on its own. No negate in the hand. Okay. Right, let's see where we're at right now.
Yeah, it looks like Covert is trying to figure out a way to get past this wall of sharks. I don't know if it's as straightforward as he would like it to be. This Sublime Epiphany is much more of a reactive spell that you want to use during your opponent's turn and kind of catch them off guard when they tap out, or play this Dream Trawler or something, for example.
Okay, so what do you want to do here? Sublime Epiphany, you can return one of the tokens to hand. Okay. Copy that token. The dispute can't be played here because CGB simply has the mana to spend. Draws a Seagate Restoration. And then CGB can go in for a 3/3 attack in the air or all, because right. So Yellow Hat just doesn't really have that great of blocks right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, using the Sublime Epiphany as a basically a removal spell there, and a way to catapult his board advantage forward was definitely a really interesting play by Covert there. I think he did that in order to get around the impending tax ECD, which is about to take effect.
Okay, yes. So, right, you can Glasspool Mimic nothing, right? So
I'm not sure if the Mimic can target your own tokens, but that would be an option.
Just fizzle. Okay, Yorion's a draw here. Not much on the field though. You can play Dream Trawler, and then leave mana up for Dispute. Oh gosh. Interesting.
Yeah, this is a super interesting spot. Nassif is just really trying to figure out a way to get a foothold on this board right now that Covert has done a really good job of deploying some almost must answer threats at this point.
Right. Okay, so Dream Trawler comes down.
Yeah, Dream Trawler is definitely a must answer.
Basically, CGB, all he really needs is an Elspeth Conquers Death or anything to tap down this Dream Trawler. Then it'd be lethal.
Yeah.
Because although they do have the tax on Gabriel Nassif's ECD, they have just so much mana to be able to pay for that tax anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So you could see here an end of turn scry, maybe? We'll see.
Yeah, it's a super complicated board state right now. One slip up against Gabe Nassif could just leave the door wide open with his Dream Trawler on board. So you can definitely see both players playing very carefully right now.
Okay. End of Scry for CGB reveals 2 lands he doesn't want. Come on. Anything to tap down this Dream Trawler. You have Sublime Epiphany. You have ECD. Come on. Let's see it. Anything here. What's it gonna be? Oh my gosh. There's ECD. Can he play it this turn though?
I think that's just game. Yep. That looks like game to me.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. CGB 2-0 against Ariel Nassif? Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, really impressive showing here.
Very, very exciting. Ooh, I want to see what his chat looks like here. I bet they're popping off. Amazing.
Yeah, that's got to feel good.
That probably feels so great to take down one of the greats. Look at CGB there, just cool, calm, and collected. That victory, his chat popping off. What a great game. CGB is the best. Oh, his chat is just so exciting right now. That's an exciting game. Really amazing to see that tail end. Congratulations to CGB 2-0 in the tournament so far.
Yeah, really impressive showing from Covert there. Taking down one of the greatest of all times it's just a feel great moment.
Okay, thank you guys so much for watching the LFM coverage today. We are gonna go to a break and then bringing back some more amazing matches. We'll see you right here in a bit. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindy, and I'm the keeper of arcane lore and knowledge on LFM's Degrees of Madness show. It's a Pulp Cthulhu show, but we're not focusing super hard on the Lovecraftian side. It's definitely there, but we've also got fun things like, I don't know, werewolves, vampires, maybe a little Celtic mythology, Norse mythology thrown in. You'll have to tune in and see. But if you like comedy, it's basically a comedy with just a nice little dash of horror, definitely check it out because it is disgustingly hilarious and at times horrific. So be sure to tune in to Degrees of Madness to see what mayhem the players unlock next and what horrors they discover.
Dot will get Mega though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
Yeah, you see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
Have we go?
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
This is super duper lethal, but
Oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this?
At the mostly empty bar top, the smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined the
everybody, welcome back to the LFM Streamer Showdown. My name's Jenna Mari. I'm here with Cast9MTG, bringing you some awesome games today. Let's go into the next one. This is Covert Go Blue versus Pretty MTG.
Yeah, really interesting matchup here. We have Covert on his Azorius control deck with Yorion as a companion, and Pretty MTG on the Dimir Rogues list with Luris as a companion. So kind of a throwback to the Ikoria meta when the two powerhouses of Luris and Yorion were, in their heyday.
All right. Yeah, okay, let's look at the lists. This is Pretty MTG on Dimir Rogues. CGB on Blue-White Control. We know that Pretty MTG could have a slight advantage here. Dimir Rogues is built to beat these Yorion decks. So, yeah, let's see. Knowing from past experience, Pretty wants to be a little bit more aggressive with his creatures while holding counterspell backups. CGB wants to make sure, the Essence Scatter is going to come in handy here. Having that open to counter the Soaring Thought Thief. Pretty has in hand. You have the Glass Casket to get rid of those pesky creatures. That's sort of the plan. Just sort of wait until you go over the top with the Shark Typhoons. Let's see. I don't remember if that's in the main board, however. Let's see. I'm sorry here. Not too familiar with the list. No, it's in the sideboard. So game one, you kind of just want to... What do you want to do here, Cass? Against the Dimir Rogues deck, who we know have kind of full advantage. Game one.
Yeah, what Covert really wants to do is just try to, stymie the aggression as much as possible, which is easier said than done because all of the threats of this Dimir Rogue deck cost 1 and 2 mana, and they all enable each other, which is really important because when the graveyard synergies start to get online, this Dimir Rogues deck kicks into another gear that is super difficult to deal with, especially pre-board when you're lacking your escape cards. In terms of what Pretty wants to do, like you said, apply as much pressure as possible, get some of these Thief Guild enforcers down, get these Soaring Thought Thieves out on the battlefield, and then back them up with the counter magic, such as Drown in the Loch, such as Mystical Dispute, of course, and, just really keep the pedal to the metal and end the game quickly because these Yorion decks have an incredibly powerful late game.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, just having not as much pressure or ways to mill the opponent right now is definitely what Covert Go Blue wants here. Just those Thief Guild's Enforcer, they're really, really strong, but not strong when you're not constantly milling them, right? They're just 1/1 creatures at the end of the day. The thing about the Rogues deck is you want to constantly mill your opponent, especially the blue-white ones, so these Thief Guilds can be 3/2s or 4/3s with the Soaring Thought, or what is it? The Soaring Thief?
The Soaring Thought Thief. The Soaring Thought Thief is certainly a difficult one to pronounce.
I remember these names. I always just say it's the 1/3 flyer. So horrible for casting when you have to know the name. So yeah. All right. Okay, everybody. In the chat, if you just got here, you are watching the LFM Network Streamer Showdown. What it is it's a tournament with 8 of these amazing casters, such as Covert Go Blue and Pretty. We have Nassif playing. We have Numot playing. We have Bloody and Talia Vestas playing. Who else? We have Samson. Did I forget anybody? Danny, T-Law, and Brad Nelson. So all these people are going to face each other. And then the winner of this group of 8 will face the champion of our last Streamer Showdown, which is Brad Nelson, for another $500. So if you win this group, you get $500 for placing first, and then you face off against Brad for another $500. So that's $1,000 total. All the deck lists are going to be in the chat if you want to go check out, heard there's an arena open this weekend. So if you need decks to prepare for that, or just maybe watch how these streamers play, you've definitely come to the right stream. Okay, so Thief Guild Enforcer coming down for Pretty. He has Drown to the Log. How many cards in graveyard? Looks like it's 8. So now this is pretty good. The Thief Guild Enforcer is now a 3/2. Pretty has Drown in the Log as counter magic backup, so that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, very important for this Rogues deck to get these Thief Guilds as 3/2s as early as possible. As we saw, that 1/1 just is not very imposing, and getting cards in your opponent's graveyard also turns on these Drown in the Locks, which is just crucial because this is probably the best card or one of the best cards in the deck.
Okay, Fabled Passage popping off here, grabbing CGB some lands. Yeah, Shatter the Sky. Yeah, Sublime Epiphany. Looking for maybe smaller Okay, Maze My Tomb. That's a really, really good draw. Probably something Pretty honestly wants to counter. This card can be really, really strong in these control decks. So let's see what Pretty wants to do. I mean, this is just card advantage. Lets you filter the deck. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets countered, and it does.
Yeah, super interesting decision there for Pretty MTG. Letting that resolve, as you said, would just provide an incredibly large amount of card advantage, as well as the 4 life at the tail end of the Maze Mind Tome. That's really substantial against an aggro deck like this Dimir Rogues list.
All right, Temple of Deceit, what does it find? I couldn't quite see that, but Pretty is just like, don't want that, going to the bottom. Okay, 3, 2, not having enough cards to escape Cling to Dust. Let's see, you could play the Slew Roost and have mana for Drown in the Log, but Pretty's just opting to pass the turn here.
Yeah, as you said before, Pretty is extremely well acquainted with the pro scene and knows very well that running out this Lurrus could really only lead to bad things. So extremely heads up play there by Pretty.
Okay. So this is interesting. You could Drown the Lock this and prevent all the blinks from happening. Or, as we know from the hand, you could just Lull Mage Domination the Yorion with Drown in the Lock counterspell backup. And that seems like what Pretty wants to do here, is just to probably just yoink this Yorion for more pressure. Into the Stories to Draw. One of the best cards in this Dimir Rogues list.
Yeah, that's a huge draw for Pretty, because I think he was really sitting back there and kind of seeing what Covert would do in order to, gauge whether or not this Drown in the Lock and this Lurrus were, at ample time to deploy. But this Into the Story just provides a whole new grip of cards, and this Lull Mage Domination, as we see, is just going to swing the tempo hugely in Pretty MTG's favor.
So this is interesting. You could Sublime Epiphany here, but CGB, being an excellent player, obviously knows that, or maybe not obviously, but 2 mana open signifies a Drown in the Log, so you may not want to run that out in main phase. You could play the Yorion here, it'll get countered. I mean, everything in this hand's just about to be countered right now, so CGB is just like passing the turn here, it seems.
Yeah, and this is just what you want if you're a Dimir Rogues player. Pretty was able to swing the tempo in his favor by stealing this 4/5 Yorion, and now has the counter magic backup to really force Covert into committing, which is just crucial in this game plan.
And here it is. Sublime Epiphany, Yorion back to hand. Copy this token. Draw a card. Powerful spell.
Yeah, none of that's probably going to happen, though.
Yeah, exactly. But now CGB here is just looking to just, make Preddy run out of counters. We do know Preddy has Into the Story here to refuel the hand, though, which is really, really important with
Mm-hmm.
these Dimir Rogues list. I noticed that this Dimir Rogues, even though it seems like people always say like, oh, it's sort of a tempo deck, but I kind of like slightly disagree on that. It just seems like more and more it's transforming into like a control deck, pretty much, with just like random rogues.
Yeah,
So,
I think that this rogues deck can play a few roles. Calling it just a straight aggro deck or a tempo deck is not necessarily accurate. You can definitely have draws where you're a lot more control heavy, a lot more aggro. So, depending on how your hands shape up, that can really dictate, what style of play you're going to try to deploy.
mm-hmm. Okay, Lurus coming down. Let's
Yeah,
see.
as we see that Into the Story was just massive for Pretty. He had one card in hand, now has 5, 2 counter spells, a rune crab, and
Mm-hmm.
Lulmaid's domination.
And this is definitely where Preddy wants to be. I mean, you just have Drown in the Lock as a backup counter, like for the rest of the game. Even a mystical dispute in hand, it's just, that's just a lot.
Yeah, this is
And,
actually just going to
the
be
only
game.
card, yeah, exactly. The only card Covert Go Blue has left to play is the Yorion, and just Preddy just had the mystical dispute. And now you can say a lot of people in chat a lot of people in chat say that it just seems like Demirox always has the answer, but like seeing both players' hands, it's really clear that it's just like Preddy just saved that like the entire game, like
Mm-hmm.
for this moment. So it's
Yeah,
definitely like really great piloting, and this is just what the Demir control player wants to do. You want the pressure, finding your counters, and then choosing which of the important spells you'd rather want countered, and then sort of making it seem like you have it all, whereas like we definitely saw in that game, it's just Preddy playing very, very well to shape his hand in order to have the answers in the right time. So very well played.
yeah, it definitely speaks to the skill set of Pretty. He was able to pick and choose his battles, like you said, and picked perfectly. Was able to line up all of his answers exactly as he needed to, and really was able to just take control of the game in one fell swoop because of those great decisions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and let's not discredit Covert Go Blue here too. There's in all, like in game one, it just seems like since his deck is built for maybe aggressive matchups, there was like not much he could do there. Like it was just sort of running his spells out. It's not like he did anything wrong. It's just that his list, the blue white Yorion decks aren't like Dimir Rogues isn't just a really good matchups, and not having Shark Typhoon in the main, which is a great card against Rogues, is really it just shows that he played fine. It's just that his deck in game one is just not equipped to beat Rogues.
Yeah, definitely.
Or tuned against Rogues. Okay, let's see this hand here. 2 Maze Mind Tombs. Pretty great. We have the Skyclave Apparition. Alright. Preddy doesn't have creatures in the in his opener. It's more of a reactive hand. Okay.
Yeah, the very very good draw with the crab there. But very important to note is these rogues decks really want to have some type of threat to engage the opponent and then protect with the counter magic backup. So very important draw there for Preddy, getting this rune crab on the field. Probably going to be extremely difficult for Covert to deal with,
I know.
unless he gets this Skyclave apparition down.
Yeah, and he does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, playing that Fable Passage there by Preddy. I had a conversation with him before off stream. He says that this deck, the Dimir Rogues deck, is so hard. It's just like even every land you need to do it right, or else you could just lose on the spot. Playing that Fable Passage there instead of the Temple of Deceit, he's just saving up so like his Drown in the Lock just get stronger, and look what he ends up ripping right at the top, the Drown of the Lock, which is very, very important in this matchup. So now the Drown in the Lock is at like full capacity, pretty much, able to counter pretty much anything.
Yeah, getting that crab down just proving that much more important because it enables this Drown in the Lock, and just an extremely timely draw from Pretty here. It's gonna put a lot of pressure on Covert to establish more of a board presence, because I don't think this 2/2 is going to be able to carry him the distance.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So, very important to note, though, Covert does have Glimpse of Freedom at his disposal. That's going to mess with the math a lot, because that not only gets rid of cards in Covert's graveyard, but it does so at instant speed. So if you are actually able to do that on the stack when a Drown in the Lock is cast, it will counter the Drown in the Lock, which is a very important interaction to keep in mind.
Yes, and that is amazing because, yeah, like I noticed that these blue-white decks added Glimpse of Freedom just for the Dimir Rogues matchup. Like I know the earlier lists didn't have this card, and it's just like escape cards are so huge against Dimir Rogues because it sort of like weakens the Drown in the Lock, etc., etc. So I thought that was just like an interesting add while this meta evolves. Like showing that maybe you could still play blue-white Yorion and have the matchup be like a little bit closer, I think is like pretty interesting. So
yeah, all of these escape cards, now that Uro it has disappeared, have just proved to be ultra premium, because they are kind of just like a built-in way to deal with this rogue strategy. And that proves to be extremely important, to be able to empty your own graveyard, which is kind of an unintuitive thing. You wouldn't really expect to be valuable, but this rogues deck is just so popular and so powerful right now. It just shows you the amount of respect people are paying towards the strategy.
Okay, all right. So, Mystic Subdual, Elspeth Conquers Death, another Maze Mind Tomb. Sure.
Yeah, the Mystic Subdual is another addition that I've noticed in these lists recently. It's basically just a removal spell that can also give you some advantage down the line by taking away abilities and taking away some of the power of the creature it enchants.
Yeah, which is great against the rogues. The rogues creatures, because a lot of them do have abilities upon attack. Like, for example, you can put it on the Soaring Thought Thief, so it doesn't keep milling you. You can put it on the Crab, so whenever they play a land, they don't mill you. Or you can put it on the Slurgoose, so it doesn't bring back anything in the graveyard. Although we do know in the waits, pretty always with this Drown in the Lock, which is great, because that's definitely what you want and what you want. One of the best cards against this blue-white matchup for sure.
Yeah, really interesting decision here for Covert too. The Mystical Subdual, I believe, has Flash, so he was contemplating whether to play this Omen, whether to play the Subdual, or whether to draw a card from the Tome. So an extremely interesting decision tree came from that turn.
Exactly. 2 Maze Mind Tombs, though. A third one. Yeah, it just seems like it's very, very important in this matchup, especially against rogues. Like, even, getting that 4th counter off, gaining 4 life could be crucial, because the rogues list sort of mainly beats you by pure damage alone. I mean, it takes a while, right? Takes quite some time to mill an 80 card deck. So
yeah, exactly.
Sure if the crabs are going to be your main way to win here. All right, ECD going on the Slurgoose. Interesting. Yeah, Pretty just choosing not to counter that.
Yeah, actually, that was due to the previous interaction of Glimpse of Freedom emptying his graveyard. So Covert was
I totally forgot about that. He couldn't even counter it. Okay.
So Covert was wisely playing around Drown in the Lock, because I believe there's 1 or 2 cards in his graveyard, but there's not anywhere near close to 5. So ECD was in the clear to resolve there.
Okay. Pretty cool. Amazing.
Yeah, some really heads up play
coming in here.
And this is really favorable for Covert. Basically being able to deal with the entire board, has really, a plethora of options right now, which is really what you want for this blue-white deck. And the Rogues deck doesn't have a lot of great ways of coming back. It mostly is good fighting at parity and playing while ahead. So, outside of an Agadeem's Awakening or something along those lines, there's not really like a massive spell you can cast.
Okay, this is interesting. Now, you can play a Miria's Call here, tap... Oh, wait, no, you can't. You can just play it as a land. Never mind, I lied. But you do have these Crawling Barrens that CGB isn't going to use because he's going to want to play this Yorion. Now, we do know that because of this Glimpse of Freedom in the past turns, Preddy isn't going to be able to counter that, even though he has access to Drown in the Lock. Oh my gosh, amazing card. I'm learning so much from this tournament myself. I don't know about you, Cass, but this is super, super interesting to play this games because, I always thought that the blue-white matchup was sort of like a buy for the Dimir Rogues list, but now with new cards added and just, the ever-changing meta, it just seems like, it's just getting... The gap between these decks are just getting closer and closer, I think, which I think is super interesting.
Yeah, I think with this huge development of this past weekend's results, there's been a lot of new tech that's come to light. When the pros really get their hands on these matchups, they really can figure out what makes these decks tick and how to attack them. And this Glimpse of Freedom card is probably the biggest piece of evidence from that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pause here, Cass. We just got a raid from Newmont the Nummy. Yay! Hello, everyone from Newmont Stream. My name is Jenna Amari. This is Cass. We are casting all the LFM games today. If you'd like to see everyone's deck list and follow around in the tournament, there is a command in the chat. Welcome, Raiders. Right now, we are casting Preddy MTG and versus Covert Go Blue, who both have perfect records in this tournament. Now, if you just came to stream and you have no idea what's going on, Covert Go Blue in the last game just 2-0'd Yellow Hat. So it's been really, really interesting this game and just to see, the tournament results progress. So yeah, if you'd like to stick around, see how the rest of the tournament goes. Just to remind you guys, everyone in this group of 8 streamers, whoever wins gets $500 and then will face Brad Nelson in a finals match for another $500. Take it all sort of battle. So if you'd like to stick around, we're here. We're reading the chat. If this is it for you, enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, so now back to the match. Okay, what just happened? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, sort of Covert here is basically just establishing that he is well ahead in this game. 3 Maze Mines Tombs, an Omen of the Sea, all were just blinked, and as you can see, basically a full grip for Covert. And Preddy is just stuck with a 1/1 and a bunch of counter magic, which is not great.
Yeah, Amiri's Call being able to get played here. Now, sorry, I didn't see if Preddy can't counter this, right? Due to the Glimpse of Freedom, there's not enough cards in the graveyard to counter the Amiri's Call.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Okay, although Covert Go Blue's just opting to just play it as a land here. Yeah, no, this is interesting. And I think that the reason why Preddy is just so seemingly behind hasn't been able to find the Into the Stories to refuel his hand or found any rogues in the earlier turns to apply pressure. Now, these Maze Mine Tombs just doing complete work for CGB here. Look at all the cards he has in hand.
Yeah, the world is Covert's oyster right now. He's at this point in the game where he's basically trying to figure out how he can lose, and tying up those loose ends as blue-white players tend to do when they get into this position.
Yeah. Okay. So, CGB casting that glass casket on this lowly 1/1 token, gonna be said no to the Drown in the Lock, although just gonna have to chump block anyways. That's a lot of pressure. So
Yeah, Covert does have double Essence Scatter backup as well, so this could be the end of the game.
Okay, well, yeah. Pretty doesn't have. He's playing the traditional rogues list, so I don't believe that they have something like Extinction Event to be played from the side. Yes, doesn't look like it. Has this crab. Okay, gonna mill a little bit more. Okay. Now, sorry, what does Mystic Subdual do? Can you cast it on the Ruined Crab? They're still able to block, right? I haven't really seen that card in play for a while, so not quite sure if they can still block even with the enchant on. Let's see.
Yeah, they are able to block. It enchants the creature. It has flash. It gives the creature -2/-0, and they lose all abilities. So
Okay, so it's just sort of like you. Okay, perfect.
yeah, definitely the second part of that, making it lose all the abilities is the main goal of that card. And
yeah,
as we see, that's going to be the end of it for Preddy. Moving on to game 3 here.
Freddy's just gonna wrap it up. Just yeah. Okay, so they do have extinction events in the side, sure. So these rogues list, what I think is super, super interesting as the meta evolves, we do see that these rogue lists, they sort of they started out as being a tempo aggro deck at the beginning of the meta, but then they ended up sort of switching into like this game 1 you have the tempo aggro, and then game 2 you have a transformative sideboard to sort of switch into like a Dimir control list, especially against aggro matchups. So I think it's super, super interesting. It's just super, super interesting. It just seems like every hour, like the deck lists just change and people are just putting in like different cards, making these matchups, like their worst matchups, a lot more close.
Yeah, and I think that really speaks to the overall health of the meta, because it seems like almost every day there's a new deck that's on the rise, and there's new tech that you can add to your sideboard and different types of ways to gain an edge if you're able to anticipate what the most popular or most powerful deck is at the moment. So definitely some really, really cool and interesting sideboard choices to make with these decks right now.
Yeah, and we even get an interesting game 3 out of these fantastic players. I can't wait to see who wins this. If you guys are just tuning in, both these players, Pretty MTG and Covert Go Blue, they've gone undefeated in the tournament so far. So whoever loses this game has to go into the lower brackets, play a little bit more games, since we are playing double elimination today, if they want to go back and or if they want to come up again and have a chance to face Brad Nelson after all this. So all right, so let's see the hand here. We have sketch. Only one land for Covert Go Blue. Has to mulligan to 5. He's saying no, because yeah, it's just a little awkward here. You don't really want to mulligan too much, especially against a deck like Dimir Control. I mean, you don't even really want to mulligan at all, but I mean, look at this hand. You have Fabled Passage. We know land drops are just super, super important in these blue-white lists, so a little bit sketchy here. Sketchy.
Mulling to 5 on the draw is a little less punishing. You do get one of those cards back, but as you said, you don't really want to be going too low, because this Dimir deck has Into the Story, so it's going to be able to 1-for-1 you basically as much as it wants if it's able to find this incredible draw engine. Drawing 4 cards for 4 mana at instant speed, I can't really overstate how powerful that is in a game like this.
Yeah. Now look at this hand by Preddy. Now, he has a decision here to just play it main phase. A lot of people, it's a common move here against blue-white to just do it main phase instead of flashing it at the end of the turn to avoid Mystical Dispute. He does that. We do know Covert Go Blue does have Casket to answer it, but that's sort of why you would want to play it main phase anyways. It's just to avoid the Mystical Disputes. So
Yeah. Now, interesting choice here is going to be whether or not Preddy runs this out on main phase. Chooses not to, and now Covert is put in a much better position with these 2 disputes and an Essence Scatter. But Preddy's patience could pay off here now. He's going to be able to deploy this Thought Thief and have double Mystical Dispute backup. So
Really,
really
great. Really,
yeah.
great. And it just seems like, CGB, it's just awesome when you're hitting your land drops, especially on this mulligan to 5. Like, their hand isn't too bad right now. Not having access to double blue is a little bit punishing here, though. Like, even though he has 2 disputes in the hand, just not being able to use the mystical dispute on the Soaring Thought Thief. Just too bad there. Okay, Soaring Thought Thief coming in for 1 point of damage. Mystical Dispute was a draw again. Yeah, Glimpse of Freedom coming in main phase. Now that tells Preddy that, I don't know, CGB might be doing this because he needs land.
Ooh.
Does draw the land. It is white though. CGB really just hoping, I think, to just get that blue mana up, but just isn't able to do so. It's too bad.
Yeah, having triple Mystical Dispute in hand and only 1 blue mana is definitely not where you want to be. And now Preddy, as you said, kind of has the indication that, there's a little bit of blood in the water, and, maybe is going to try to capitalize on this situation where Covert taps out to get, just a 4/5 into hand, basically.
Okay, how many cards in graveyard? Hopefully Covert Go Blue will just hover there for us. Okay, more than enough to pop into the story here. Great. Refilling the hand. Yikes, this is going to be hard. Now, this is a point of the game where, the Dimir Rogues player has a lot of different lands, a lot of open mana up, so they're definitely just going to be holding counter spell back up this whole time. Now, okay, so I guess the only play here is just to sort of play out the Yorion. Okay, gonna be disputed. CGB is gonna be able to dispute that dispute using his own dispute.
Yes, a lot of disputes.
All right, yes, the dispute war is always against these blue decks. Okay. All right.
Yeah, really interesting spot. Really interesting spot because Preddy has established, the card and resource advantage, but doesn't really have the other piece of the puzzle, which is a clock. Having a 1/3 on board is good, but not against this 4/5. He's probably going to have to deal with this Yorion as soon as possible in order to keep applying the pressure, or it's really going to play into Covert's game plan of just dragging out the game as long as possible.
Right. You can drown in the lock it. Nope, he's gonna play Seagate Restoration. Oh, look how satisfying that is. Like having all the cards just like fly in like that. Another dispute. CGB's just going to concede here. It's just too much card advantage, and it's just like Preddy just having the perfect mana. It's just sort of like writing on the wall. You have way too many answers, and eventually the Dimir Rogues player is just gonna run away with the game, especially with a hand like this. So definitely good job to Preddy. Good job to CGB. Now, he isn't out of this tournament yet. This is his first win. We are playing a double elimination bracket, so they do still have a chance to, come up and go get into the finals here. So very great match there that we just saw.
Yeah, really showcased the strengths of the Dimir Rogue deck, and it just turns out in these control and counterspell mirrors, drawing a million cards is just never a bad thing, and Preddy was able to execute that plan and really just stick to it. Even though he only had a 1/3 on board, Covert just saw the writing on the wall and realized,
it was a mulligan to 5, so
off of the
really
mulligan.
Unfortunate there.
Yeah,
not having enough mana to be able to play the Mystical Dispute. Looks like here we can switch to another match while we wait for the last few matches to wrap up in this round. This is Yellow Hat versus Danny T. Law. So we're just going to jump into that match and showcase more games. Let's see what we are at here. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Let's read this board state. What's happening? Looks like
All right.
Danny's up a game.
Yeah, Danny is up a game. Yellow Hat seems to be on the back foot somewhat here, due to this full grip of cards. Yellow Hat is definitely in a weird position right now. You know, opposing Dream Trawlers always make for somewhat of an awkward board state, and right now we're just seeing Danny decide what he wants to do.
Yeah, untapping that mana.
Oh.
Just always what you want to do. Okay, attacking first with the Dream Trawler. Now, if you all just came in to watch the games today, right now you're watching the LFM Streamer Showdown. My name's Jenna Amari. This is Cast 9. We are providing coverage today. We are in round what round are we? Round 3,
yeah,
I believe.
This is round 3 of the lower bracket.
Yes. So
sorry, round 2. Round 2 of the lower bracket.
Round 2 of the lower bracket. There are 8 streamers in this tournament. All of them have the LFM Streamer Showdown tags. So if you'd like to pop into the different streamer stream, and then while leaving this page open, of course, you're able to do that. If you'd like to follow along in the tournament to see how the tournament's shaping up, we do have a command in chat for that. If you go to the second page of that link as well, you have all the streamers featured in this match as well as their deck list. So if you need a deck list coming this weekend for the Arena Open, this is a very, very good place to start. Let's just get back into the match here. Okay, Dream Trawler getting double blocked. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I didn't realize that that Gabe had Danny on 3 life there. So Danny was able to navigate himself out of that low life situation with that attack, basically, a chump attack in order to prolong the game a little bit more, it seemed like.
Okay. All right. Ooh, nice. All right, seems here. Dream Trawler getting revived by that ECD. We do know that Danny has Extinction Event to clear this Dream Trawler at least with Counterspell backup. Looks like Nassif here just wants Counterspell backup. Doesn't find it. He does find Charming Prince though. This was a really, really good draw as he can set up Charming Prince, use that ability to blink or aka exile another target creature to sort of start what we say is the Yorion loop. Now you can loop Charming Prince and Yorion to blink everything back in every turn, pretty much. At the end of each end step, which is a really powerful ability these Yorion Blink decks can do to gain advantage and just quote unquote like control the game. So
yeah, definitely a really nice
very
combo.
Great draw.
Definitely a really nice combo that these slower decks can have to kind of seal the deal. Slowly burying your opponent in card advantage and enter the battlefield effects is just super hard to take down. You have to take one of these pieces out of the equation, be it Charming Prince or Yorion, and it's just really tough to do sometimes because the resources are building and the pressure just keeps mounting and mounting for you to deal with it every single turn.
Mm-hmm. And this is great too as well because due to the fact that the permanents don't come until the end of the next end step, it dodges sorcery spell a bit or removal like the Extinction Event. So Danny wasn't able to play it there. Had Nassif not drawn that Charming Prince, Danny could have just swept the board. So a really nice ability there or effect.
Yeah, really
finding
good.
The counter spell.
Really good observation there. The fact that the cards are leaving the battlefield for a whole turn, it just really plays around a lot of these sorcery speed removal spells.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Shark Typhoon, great card. Wait a minute, is this just lethal? I think it's just lethal. Like if you attack with everything,
yep,
that's just it.
Yeah, and
right.
And
even
Gabe,
he didn't even have to play that shark as a 1/1.
Yeah,
Right.
and Gabe was able to do what we've seen these blue-white decks do before, which is apply pressure, which is something traditionally you don't see from the blue-white control decks. So very interesting angle they have.
Exactly. All right, let's pay attention to these sideboards. We've mentioned before earlier, having these 80 card decks, it is quite hard to sideboard sometimes. Like, I'm always talking to different streamers and professional players, and sometimes I'm just like, okay, how do I sideboard against this match? And they're just like, I don't know. There's just so many cards, so many options. All right, so Nassif's taking out couple Birth of Meletuses. All right. Okay.
Yeah, not a lot of lettuce not a lot of lettuce going to be birthed in these matchups. I think.
No.
They are very slow matchups, so making an 0-4 wall and drawing a plains, gaining 2 life, just isn't really that relevant. So typically, that's one of the first things I cut. But
Yes.
looking at Gabe, he seems to be valuing making his land drops pretty highly by leaving them in.
Yeah, and a lot of these turns are going to be pass go turns. So missing a land drop for a turn isn't going to be crucial. Unlike some of the different matchups, like aggro matchups, where you actually really, really need to hit the land, so you're able to play the expensive removal that you need, like Shadow the Sky or ECD. So yeah, okay, let's see what Danny cuts here. I think that Baneslayer Angel, like that one-off copy, is just super interesting in the side. Like, I know Danny like put it in against CGB, didn't he? Like CGB was also playing blue-white control, so it's interesting to see that in this matchup, against Nassif, he's just not putting it in. Like, it just sort of attests to sometimes, like, it's just really hard to sideboard with these 80 card decks.
Yeah,
just super funny observation that I found.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe Danny might have been thinking along the lines of using the first strike to stop a dream trawler, maybe, or stop a shark, something along those lines. But
it's definitely great against aggro matchups.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he decided that maybe against CGB it's just not a card you want in this matchup. Okay, let's see. Let's look at the hand here. Okay, kind of awkward hand from Danny, to be honest, because Doom Foretold isn't as great of a card in Yorion decks, just because against these blue-white decks or these Yorion mirrors, you just have so many like little permanents you're just able to sacrifice anyways. It just doesn't seem like Doom Foretold is a great card, or you're gonna get any value out of it.
Yeah, it can be a bit on the slow side. Can definitely understand why some people might take it out because of all of the fodder there is to sacrifice, such as these omens that's coming down for Gabe right now.
Right.
Maybe that also speaks to why Gabe left in the Birth of Meletus, because it does buy a little extra time against the Doom Foretold, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, and the thing against the Doom Foretold also is that if Danny plays it on turn 4, then on Nassif's turn 5, they could just ECD it. So it's not like amazing.
Yeah, very good points.
Ooh, Treacherous Blessing. That is a great draw. Against these Yorion mirrors, just having that card advantage and being able to blink it back with Yorion is just super, super amazing. Now, Nassif does have access to Mystical Dispute. Danny is representing his own Mystical Dispute, so it's interesting to see if Gabe just fires this off. Like, he's thinking as well, Treacherous Blessing is just a great card. Just having a lot more answers in hand is amazing, but it's just awkward. Being a black spell, like not being able to use this Mystical Dispute for like 1 mana is super annoying.
Yeah, really interesting decision there for Gabe. He was definitely thinking really hard about countering that. 3 cards for 1 card is just a lot to deal with in these mirrors, and we're actually going to see Danny have to discard to hand size, which is, pretty strong stuff here in these mirrors.
Yeah, so he draws lands and a Shark Typhoon, which is great against the Yorion mirrors, having an uncounterable threat on the board, always great. The only card, I think the only interactive card to deal with a Shark Typhoon token is also just Glass Casket. Like, you can't Essence Scatter it, so definitely a great card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both players definitely, kind of jockeying for and sculpting their hands, jockeying for resources and just really trying to pull ahead in any way they can without having to like fully commit.
That timer! That's also one of the problems with these Yorion mirrors, is that just the games just go on for so long, and if you're just not looking at the clock, the time can just really slip away from you, it seems.
Yeah, you have to think so far ahead with some of these turns that plotting out your next move can really take a toll on your chess clock here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even Danny, just thinking through his turn as well. Like, what do you want to do here? Probably not a Doom Foretold, because then you wouldn't really have open mana for this negate. All right, just passing a turn. They can make a 3/3 shark here at the end of the turn, so that's pretty nice. Just to having that pressure.
Yeah, I think Danny's just really worried about why Gabe keeps passing the turn like he does. It just reeks of counter magic basically, and I think Danny's just really trying to figure out if he wants to commit anything right now, or continue to leave mana open himself and maybe bluff a counter spell, leave Shark Typhoon up, keep negate up. A lot of really interesting decisions right now.
Okay, so Glimpse of Freedom being cast. All right. Oh, finds a Shark Typhoon. That's great. That's literally what Gabriel Nassif needs in order to maybe win this game in 8 minutes. Just having that Shark Typhoon. So great. All right. Birth of Meletis comes down. Land drop. Super, super important in these matches. So just having access to, all your land drops that you need. Excellent. All right. Here comes the Shark Typhoon.
Yeah, Shark Typhoon is super, super important in this matchup. Giving you a card to draw, making a body, all while not having to, leave your mana tapped for, a window for your opponent to resolve something. Very, very important in this type of match.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pause again. It looks like we got a raid from Talia Vest, one of our competitors today, saying thank you for the tournament. It was such a blast. I have to say thank you, Talia, so much. Really, really great to have you. Really, you're a blast of energy. So we thank you for being in the tournament. We're really, really glad that you enjoyed it. And thank you so much for the raid. Everyone who just came from Talia's stream, right now we're covering Gabriel Nassif versus Danny T. Law in the lower brackets. If you want to follow this tournament along and see where everyone is positioned, we do have a command in chat to show you how the brackets are forming, plus the deck list in another page if you need ideas for the Arena Open this weekend. Right now, like I said, it's Danny T. Law versus Gabriel Nassif on blue-white control, and Danny on this Esper Yorion list. Each person has one match off of each other, so it's pretty interesting. Thank you so much, Talia, and I hope you have a great rest of your day if you aren't sticking around, and thank you so much for participating. All right, let's see. Where we at? Where we at? Well, the rope. 7 minutes.
We're in a classic position that Gabe is very used to dealing with, and he's fighting the rope right now. Something he's very good at doing, by the way, and just really considering all of his options, all of his outs, and all of the possibilities, which is what's made him one of the best players of all time.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So Nassif making a 4/4 token to block the 3/3. Now that leaves Danny with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 open mana. Can't play the Dream Trawler though, which is super unfortunate. I think Nassif probably saw that is that like the biggest threat on the 6-mana turn is probably the Dream Trawler, and like the Yorion, it doesn't even matter because like blinking the Doom Foretold doesn't really do anything. Like you can Glass Casket or Extinction Event the Shark token, but it doesn't matter. Okay, second Doom. Okay, so what is Nassif gonna do? He's gonna have to discard a card here, right? Due to the second Doom Foretold trigger.
Yeah,
Okay.
looks like Danny was just trying to, do something proactive, leave up negate, play this Doom Foretold, get a card out of Yellow Hat's hand, and make a body and draw a card on his own. So, really interesting decision there.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Interesting.
Sorry here. Okay, let's go back into the match. Let's see what Gabriel Nassif is going to do here. What he's going to discard. Now, you know what's super great about the Sharks is that like you don't have to discard them or like sacrifice them to Doom Foretold, and they can get really, really big, like especially against the mirror. So that's really nice. I mean, you still have 4 damage a turn with the Shark.
Yeah, super interesting to see how these Sharks are just so crucial in these matchups. Forcing you to deploy or forcing you to answer something that is just it's just super difficult for this type of control deck to deal with. No instant speed removal really. It's all tap out control. So aside from some counter magic and the omens, just not much to do at instant speed for these decks.
Okay. All right, ECD coming down. All right, Danny does have negate up to counter this. Okay. Okay, now Gabriel Nassif, he can counter it back with Mystical Dispute. Let's see if he'll do that, but then that means the Dream Trawler is going to come down, and Gabriel's probably just thinking about that, to be honest.
Yeah, that's definitely looming in his mind, yeah.
Because the thing is that the Dream Trawler for the Yorion decks, it's just really, really hard to deal with once it comes on the board. Like, you would just have to simply sweep it. Although, like, we know from Caster Vision, Nassif does have a Shark Typhoon that can pretty much just block it, and that's a way to deal with. But, like, obviously, Danny doesn't know that, so something to point out here. Okay, Samson is in the chat. I am not gaslighting you. We just thought that deck was really interesting. Hey, Samson, you are you are progressing in the lower bracket, so not saying anything. Samson's calling me out for reasons I do not know, but welcome to the chat, Samson and friends. All right, back to this amazing match. Okay, yeah. All right, Nassif, ECD, coming down onto, oh my gosh, my phone always thinks when I say ECD, I say Siri. All right, ECD coming down on this Elspeth, what's it called? The Black Elspeth in chat? I'm gonna need to know these cards a little bit more, Cass.
I believe it's Elspeth's Nightmare.
I know, it's always funny when Elspeth Conquers Death exiles something from like named Elspeth. So whether it's like the 4-mana Planeswalker or like the enchant, it's just super, super funny because it's just like you're not conquering death at all. But
yeah,
I don't know.
not a lot of death being conquered in this one.
Yeah, well, I guess you can conquer death, but not exile. Anyways, Mazemind Tomb coming down. Great card against the mirror because you just get card advantage and you're able to filter cards off the top of your library. Now, okay, Nassif only has like 4 minutes, by the way. Kind of awkward. Figuring out how he's going to want to order these triggers. Does it even really matter?
I think it
does.
I think it might, yeah.
Does, because who knows? Oh, because of the omen, maybe? Yeah, like Omen of the Sea something. Anyways, Gabriel obviously knows this game more than I do, so the triggers probably matter.
Yeah, Gabe is certainly known for being deliberate with these decisions, so not
Exactly.
not surprising.
Even the tiniest details, Yellowhead just has down. All right. Elspeth Conquers Death, coming back from that Yorion blink. Okay, let's see here. Maze Mind Tomb being used, wanting to scry off the top, kept one top. That's a Fabled Passage draw. So now Danny has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. What can he do with that? What can he do with that? He can not do much because the Elspeth Conquers Death tax.
Yeah, I think Danny really needs to deal with this shark token. It looks like Gabe might have lethal if he's not able to deal with these threats. So super interesting to see how this is going to fold out.
The only option for Danny here is to play Extinction Event for odd. But the thing is that we do know Gabriel has that Shark Typhoon in the waiting. That's just lethal, isn't it?
Yeah, that is going to be game. So very well played there by Nassif, being super patient.
Nice. Yeah. Very, very good game from both of these players. Man, these Yorion matchups are so hard to play. We've been watching them all day, but every game has just been super interesting. It's all these like little decisions that make it a super interesting game to watch, like down to the tiniest details. So very, very well played by both players. That win went to Gabriel Nassif, but like I said, very well done by both. What did you think about that, Cass?
Yeah, I thought that was super cool, seeing both players passing so many times and sculpting their hand in a way that would really set them up for success down the line rather than worrying about what was going on the board at the time, which basically, it was a staring contest of who could blink first. And, Gabe Nassif, as we all know, is just one of the best in terms of using this type of archetype. So really showed there.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you just entered the chat, this is the LFM Streamer Showdown. We are giving you and covering you, giving coverage, whatever, these amazing matches today. We will bring you back more great matches right after this ad break, so please stay tuned. And thank you guys all for spending your evening or afternoon with us. So we'll be back in a bit here. Thank you guys so much. Goodbye. We are going to an ad break.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chunk, and I'm playing Doug on LFM's Degrees of Madness. Doug is a very naive kid with a lacking life experience, but he's looking forward to being in college, and he might just get himself into a little bit of trouble, and he might get himself into some love triangle situations, if you know what I mean. Make sure you guys check out LFM's Degrees of Madness to find out what kind of heroics Doug's gets into.
Dot will get Omega, though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
This is super lethal, but
we have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this.
mostly empty bar top. The smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined the
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the LFM Streamer Showdown. Cass, tell them about the Streamer Showdown as I wash my chicken nuggets down with this iced coffee.
Yep. So right now, right now we are in the second to last round of the lower brackets. We're going to have Gabriel Nassif versus Samsoni in a very interesting Yorion mirror here. Gabe Nassif is on the blue-white Yorion control deck we just saw, and Samsoni is on a very interesting 4-color Yorion deck that is one that I've never seen before, and I'm super excited to see it in action in one of these slower matches, because as we saw in one of the first rounds, the aggression of the Dimir Rogues deck was just able to get under it before it could really do its thing. So super exciting to see what this deck actually has in store for us.
All right. If you guys have just joined us, this is, I'll explain the format. So we have 8 fabulous streamers where you can stream, where you can see in the brackets page that we have, whoever wins out of these 8 streamers will face Brad Nelson in the finals for another $500. So apparently we're starting. So we're just gonna go into the match. I'll explain more later. All right.
Yeah, high flying action is what you want.
Exactly. All right. This is Gabriel Nassif versus Samsoni. Samsoni is playing this really interesting 4-colored control deck, like a 4-color controlled Yorion deck, and Yellow Hat is just playing the old standard blue-white control deck. So, yeah,
really,
and that's it.
Really gonna be really gonna be a test to Yellow Hat's skill set here. This deck is probably one he's never faced before, and is going to require some unorthodox lines of play, I think, in order to really capitalize here.
Casting the Bone Crusher.
Yeah, I've noticed here, if you guys want to check out this list with me in the chat, this is Samsoni 1's 4-colored deck. It's just so interesting because it's like a Yorion deck that has answers to everything that's meta right now. Like, you have 3 Croxes in the main against Rogues. You have the Bone Crusher Giant as like early interaction against 2 drops against like Gruul aggro. You have the Skyclave Apparition, and we all know what that card does. It just like exiles everything that's relevant. You have the Ox of Agonis. It's just like Narset of the Ancient Way. It's just like a pile that I love. Samson says I'm gaslighting him. I actually think this deck's cool. So Samson, if you're watching the coverage later, yeah, not saying anything bad about your deck. Actually super, super excited how you play against Nassif, who just drew a Solemn Simulacrum and an Omen of the Sun. Opting to play the Solemn Simulacrum.
Both
Simulacrum. So hard to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, both players have super good starts here. They're both establishing their boards and possible Yorians for later to really, really vault ahead. And we're seeing the early type of resource battle kind of unfold in front of us while both players set up.
Exactly, and that is key. Like, to Nassif here, not playing against. I mean, Samson is playing 4 colors, but there is no counterspell main, so that means Nassif can just sort of run out any spell that he wants to, which is super, super important here. Like choosing to play that Solemn Simulacrum to ramp. As we know, in these Yorion matchups, usually the story ends up being is that whoever has the most lands or hits or land drops in time ends up having an advantage in winning, just because of the amount of spells you can play in one turn, especially in the late game where you were wanting to cast like 2 big bombs a turn to sort of close out the game. So, yeah. Okay. ECD tax going off here. Yellow Hat chooses to sort of lay back, not casting the Omen of the Sun in the stack, probably because he wants to draw a card off the Maze Mind Tomb, which is a great card in the mirror. Okay, Croxa coming down. Oh, this is just so interesting. It's just like a surprise after surprise every turn. It's just like, oh, what's Samson gonna play? You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely keeping Gabe on his toes here with all of these, kind of out there answers and threats. But I think Croxa is pretty good in this matchup. It dodges ECD, really can only be Skyclave and Glass Casketed, and I believe Samson even has answers for both of those. He just has answers for everything, which is super good in these slow matchups.
It just answers everything. All right, let's see here. What's Gabe gonna do here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something has 5 mana. It's just so funny because it's just like, oh, if you play this Dream Trawler, Gabe's just like looking at the list, being like, is there anything that can answer Dream Trawler? And he's like, shoot, he probably has Soul Shatter, or he could have Soul Shatter in hand. So just like weirdly interesting turns. It's just super, super fun. Okay.
Yeah, here we're going to see Dream Trawler come down, and that's going to be a tricky one to deal with outside of Shatter the Sky here. So, oh no, actually, Samson has a Soul Shatter in hand. So.
Yeah. I just mentioned that from the last turn. It's just that Yellow Hat just took sort of like pause for a sec to see if he could just run out this Dream Trawler, and I was just like, oh. Yellow Hat probably just saw like Samson has a copy of Soul Shatter in his deck, and it's just always keeping him on his toes, like having just all these like random answers. It's just super funny.
Yeah, didn't see it. It was tucked over in the corner there. Can be tough to see when these control players have all of this action in hand. But Samson is getting a lot of good beats here with how these answers are lining up with these threats, which is just awesome to see. 2, 3,
4, 5, 6. Okay, so Samson's on 6 mana. So that's 2 more turns until they can cast this Ugin. Let's see. What can Gabe do here? You can draw a card off Maze Mind Tomb. You can also then reset the Yorion, the Maze Mind Tomb from the Yorion trigger. Okay, drawing first finds Omen of the Sea. Interesting. Okay. All right. Gabe's just passing his turn. Can play Omen of the Sun and Omen of the Sea next turn. Block this Bone Crusher Giant and then gain the life. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, this Bone Crusher Giant is doing some damage here. I think Gabe is going to start to have to worry about this. The Omen of the Sun will buy him some time, but as we see from Samsoni's hand, these two Ugins are just going to be kind of a nightmare if deployed at the correct time.
Exactly. Gabe does have a lot of answers to that card, though. Like, we see that Elspeth's Conquers Death in hand. But yeah, it's going to be super awkward if, like, Samson deploys a first Ugin and then Yellow Hat just Elspeth's Conquers Death that card, but then, like, cast a second, or, like, see another Ugin.
Mm-hmm.
Super funny, especially now that we know from Caster's Vision that Yellow Hat doesn't have any counterspell backup. Oh my gosh, Croaks being able to be escaped here. This is just too... It's just weird. Just to see, like, Croaksa and Yorion in the same deck. It's just, like, super funny.
Yeah, definitely some really inspired deck building here from Samsoni. I think...
Nice!
Oh, wow,
Shatter the Sky.
Sky.
Great draw there.
Yeah, Shadow the Sky is huge, but now Yellow Hat has to figure out what he wants to discard here, and I don't think he wants to let go of this land, so looks like he's going to, though. It's gonna deal some damage.
Even though he doesn't want to, he probably wants to. Anyways.
Yeah, the other cards are just way too good. So that just shows you how powerful they are. The fact that Gabe is willing to miss a land drop in order to ensure that he keeps his Yorion, his ECD, and his Shatter.
Exactly. All right, looks like Shatter the Sky coming down to wipe this board. Now, not a lot of cards in the graveyard to eat for the Croaksa, so that will bide Yellow Hat some turns until he finds an answer to that card. One good answer to that card is Skyclave Aberration, which kind of just like gets rid of it permanently. So that's probably a card that he wants to find later down the line. Now, Amiri's Call getting played here. Oh, super, super awkward for Yellow Hat again. Just like doesn't have these answers to this random pressure that keeps popping up. It's just super funny.
Yeah, really good follow-up by Samson there. Knows that because the Shatter was just deployed, there's a good chance that Gabe doesn't have another one. So it's a pretty good time to run out these 2 4/4s, which, as we can see, are just a huge problem for Yellow Hat at this current time.
Yes, and all of you guys in the chat that are confused about how this is working, this is the first match. Wait, sorry, this is not the first match. This is a third round of the lower bracket. So whoever wins this match will go up against Covert Go Blue, and then whoever wins that match goes up against Pretty for the finals of this group. So Pretty MTG sitting pretty at the top, hasn't dropped a single game. And yeah, they're just sitting, waiting, chilling, preparing for the group finals. So they are slotted for, winning the $500 from this group. And then whoever wins the Pretty MTG finals match, whether it's Pretty MTG or whoever comes out of lowers, gets to face Brad Nelson, who is on Gruul Aggro. So if you'd like to follow the pairings or see any of the decks from today, there is a command in chat that lets you do that. All right, back to the match.
Yeah, here we see these 2 4/4s starting to do some work here. Going to be really interesting to see how Samson decides to play this. Decides to just throw out Ugin there and, start fresh, basically, it seems like. Oh, no, he's actually going to uptick and deal some damage to this Yorion.
Yeah,
super interesting.
That makes sense because, the answer here would just to be... Ooh, Sublime Epiphany is pretty nice.
Yeah, Gabe loves this card.
Yeah. Like, the answer to this Ugin here would be an Elspeth's Conquer's Death, although we do know that Gabe just has Samson has another Ugin waiting in the wing, so yeah. All right. Ugin. First Ugin dealt with. coming in with all these like tiny incremental damage. Just so funny.
Yeah, the omen of the suns can be a huge thorn in the side of these control decks. Not really a good way to mop up all these 1/1s, and the fact that they can be blinked so many times, it can just be super super annoying for these
Okay.
Yorion shells.
All right. This is a turn. Like, this is going to be a huge turn here. Samson throwing out the second Ugin. Gonna be able to wipe all this stuff from the battlefield. Doing it for 5. Oof. Just like the restart there. Gabriel drawing Island off the top. He probably wants another ECD here. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a huge huge blow. No one expects the second Ugin. And as we can see, like, kind of caught him off guard there. Wasn't able to get any value out of those scries from those omens. Definitely did a good job of resetting. It's going to be really interesting to see how Gabe is actually able to combat this giant spirit dragon, as we see.
Okay, so in the chat, someone asked, does the winner of the lower bracket have to beat Preddy twice to win the tournament? And the answer is yes. Since Preddy is won all of his matches in the upper bracket, he is up a game against the person in the lower bracket. So Preddy only has to win 1 match, where the person in the lower bracket has to win 2 games. Just to clarify. All right. So, Yorion gonna be deployed here. Gonna be able to blink back everything. Now, Gabe can Sublime Epiphany this? Does he have enough mana? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He does. And he's probably just thinking about whether he wants to do that. Or sorry, he lets it go. Okay. Sorry, just looked away in the chat for a second there.
Yeah, interesting decision by Gabe to kind of let this slide. I guess he just decided that, one solemn trigger was just not worth spending his best card in hand, which is the Sublime Epiphany, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're gonna see Skyclave apparitions here now from Nassif, which can deal with the solemn, but again, this Ugin is just such a problem to deal with.
Staring him down, yes. Will Yellow Hat have enough mana to cast Yorion and have the Sublime Epiphany open as well? No, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, only 5 mana here, so it's going to be cool to see what Gabe decides to do with this with these open resources.
Yeah, I know. Preddy in the chat commenting that Sony's deck is just very, very interesting. Yeah, that Ugin is just super annoying to deal with. But to note here, actually, Ugin is only on 4 loyalty points, so they can't actually downtick everything. Now, super annoying here. Did Samson just rip that Shadow of the Sky from the top?
No,
did he have that in hand?
Yeah,
Okay,
he had that in
mind.
hand for a bit.
Okay. It's just that there's just so many cards in Samson's deck. I never know what to expect here, even though I can see it in front of my eyes. All right, Ox of Agona is going to be able to refuel this hand. This is insane. What does he find here? Ooh, Mace Mind Tomb is nice.
Yeah, this is looking like a really tough spot for Nassif. Just does not have anything to deal with this Ugin currently. And facing down 8 power on board is just not where you want to be when you're drawing only lands.
Yeah. Okay, you have a Yorion here, a Sublime Epiphany, and a Skyclave Apparition. So what can you do? You can you Skyclave Apparition? No, the Ox is out of range for Skyclave Apparition, right?
Yeah, it looks like all we can do right now is deploy this giant killer and, I don't know, leave up Sublime Epiphany. There's not a lot of options.
So you could put like a blocker down, and then if Samson chooses to uptick or downtick the Ugin, you can use Sublime Epiphany to counter that ability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could also
you could put the token back to hand.
Okay, choosing to Skyclave here is pretty interesting.
Yeah, the Maze Mine Tomb.
Yeah. So
yeah, so here, okay, so this is like if Samson upticks to get rid of this blocker, you can use Sublime Epiphany on the trigger, like the ability.
correct, yeah.
And then just send the token back to hand and then use the Axe of Agonis, or like use the Skyclave Apparition to block the Ox. So that buys you a turn. Yes.
Yeah, this is a really interesting line here by Gabe.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, did not expect any of this, so really interested to see.
Exactly. For those of you in the chat, it's just, man, like, these Yorion decks are just so complicated, like have so many different incredible lines that you can do. So sometimes even for me, I just have to pause and be like, okay, what can they do here? It's just so crazy.
Yeah, just a bevy of options right now. And we're really seeing a testament to Yellow Hat's ability to navigate around these dicey situations with this somewhat unorthodox play of just running out all of these blockers and blinking this Maze Mine Tomb in order to hopefully live another turn to maybe be able to stabilize, trying to pressure the Ugin.
Exactly. This is a great play because if Samson chooses the downtick ability on the Ugin, they actually exile their own Axe of Agonis. So
true.
Yeah, so I think that's the reason why Gabe just ran it out, because like it's a way to just force like on parity, or not on parity, but like buys you more time until you find an answer for this Ugin. All right, so Nassif blocking this way. This means with this kind of block, that means Samson's gonna be able to use Ugin's uptick ability to get rid of this Yorion, if they so choose. Also has that Shark Typhoon in hand.
Yeah, just gonna say that it's super important now that Samson drew this shark, which is just going to make let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is going to be a 10-10 shark, I believe, which will just end the game if Nassif isn't able to play around this with his Giant Killer or Epiphany.
Okay, Kroxa being able to be escaped from the battlefield. Chooses to discard this Maze Mine Tomb. Now, Gabe is just like, oh my god, where is my...
Yeah, he's bricking hard. He's been bricking for the last 4 or 5 turns, it seems like.
Yeah, just so many lands, which he probably doesn't want right now. Okay, let's see. Passes the turn. Okay, Amiria's Call. Interesting. So, let's just see what Gabe chooses to do here first. Just really interesting and weird turns.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see if Gabe knows well enough to leave open mana to deal with this incoming shark, because if he taps out, it's just game.
Yes.
But at the same time, if he doesn't deal with this Ugin, it's just game. So
exactly,
a lot of weird... Samson has done a really good job of cornering Gabriel Nassif in this awkward position where he's not only trying to stabilize, but just stop the incoming pressure every single turn, it seems like. And, drawing a million lands just doesn't help his case either.
Mm-hmm. So what can he do here? Okay, Gabe choosing to draw first. Finds another Yorion off the top. Okay. What can you do here with that Yorion? You could blink back the Maze Mine Tomb. That doesn't seem great.
And there's another land. You just hate to see it if you're Gabe.
Yeah, so you can no attacks. Alright. Okay, so now Samson's going to be able to cast this Shark Typhoon for 6. And the timer for Nassif has just come. We are in game 1, folks. This is crazy.
Yep, the classic clock check is going to start playing a factor here in only game one. So, yeah, very interesting to see how Yellow Hat is able to navigate out of this. Definitely.
Okay, so you can counter the shark token and put what back to hand? The Ugin, and then copy the giant killer. Okay.
Interesting. Yeah.
Shadow of the Sky is the draw here. Okay, so now what can Samson do? Ooh, Elspeth Conquers Death is gonna be the draw. So, I mean, you could just run out this Ugin and just uptick for the kill, but, you know, Gabe's probably just, like, saying he might have a counter spell, so that's why, Samson just didn't run out the Ugin there. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
1, 4, 5. Does he have enough mana? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does. He does.
Yeah, I think this is just Samson trying to cover his bases right now, and figure out how he can lose, the classic control problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's always this thing. It's just like, like if I run this out, they probably have a counter, so I just won't play it here, kind of thing. So, Yep. Ugin's gonna come out. Glimpse of Freedom. Going to try to draw a card to find negate or something. Is Nassif gonna be able to draw a counterspell? It's another land. And that is game one.
Yeah, Yellow Hat drawing his 7 billionth land is just not exactly what you want to see when you're trying to claw yourself out of that position.
Exactly.
Okay.
So Gabriel Nassif looks like he's going to add more counters in his
How did I not
main deck, cutting out some. I can't quite see there what he cut.
Those are your only counters. So you're going
Samson just
probably
going through his list, seeing what Gabriel Nassif has, see what he wants as well. I wonder what the key cards in Samson's deck is against a matchup like this. Probably the Croxus for hand disruption seems pretty nice, and the Shark Typhoon.
I think just all of the counter magic and all of the potential threats are really important, because these games can go on quite long, as we can see. And just shaving some odds and ends here. Some Skyclaves seem to be a common cut for these Yorion decks. Yeah, really interesting decisions here with the sideboard, because you just have so many options, as we've said before. It can be pretty tough to sideboard perfectly, and it speaks to some of the creativity that you have to have on the fly when it comes to these high pressure matches.
Yes. Okay, so let's see here. Samson's just, finalizing the details. Cutting a Maze-Mind Tomb is interesting. I mean, Samson just has so many random cards here. Well, not random. I don't want to say random. He just has so many cards that it just seems like it's just very hard to make the cuts you need to fit in your sideboard plan. So
yeah, he's definitely got a much more greedy pile than Gabe has here. And I think that's kind of actually, weirdly enough, where you want to be in these Yorion mirrors.
Sick
crew. So it looks like Samson is on the right track with these somewhat unintuitive inclusions, and they seem to be paying off so far.
And that is, like you said, definitely where you sort of want to be, because sometimes the Yorion decks just have a lack of counters as well. I mean, that's why Teamer Ramp does so well against the blue-white decks, right? Because you could just keep running out these threats and then eventually hit an ultimatum and then see if they have a counter, and if not, you just win the game on the spot. So in this set, this meta having a lack of counters is really, like you said, where these greedy piles sort of shine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. It seems like from what I can tell so far, that's definitely the direction that Samson wanted. He kind of wanted to go over the top of these other Yorion decks and sort of put the more aggressive strategies in the back of his mind when it came to the construction of this deck.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Nassif cycling that Ragruin Triumph finds another ECD. Nothing to play on turn 4 quite yet. Glimpse of Freedom into an island, drops the planes down, and then passes the turn. Okay. All right, let's see what Samson decides to do here. Okay, Solemn Simulacrum coming down. Ramps the deck a little bit more. This is such a great card for these control decks that kind of just want more and more lands out in the field. Like being able to ramp like this is super, super neat. And then having that interaction with Yorion where you could just blink it back. Super cool.
Yeah, great interaction there. Also gets you a card when it dies. It's kind of just like a must answer threat in some of these games, which kind of isn't what you'd expect from a 2/2 artifact.
I know, and it's so great because it's a great chump blocker. Like you can, like you basically draw a card for it. So, okay, ECD coming down on Nassif's ECD. Gabe drawing another land. All right, Temple of Enlightenment coming down. Let's see what Gabe finds here. His hand is just really, really expensive right now. What do you think?
Yeah, this is that awkward part of the game where you're kind of just passing, trying to get a little bit of an edge on the battlefield without having to overcommit. Because, as we've said before, this is kind of a staring contest, and whoever blinks first is usually the one that gets put on the back foot. So yeah, here we're going to see Nassif playing out a Birth of Meletis, just getting his land drops, putting some permanents on the battlefield, feeding this Glimpse of Freedom for its ability to escape. And now we have a Yorion coming into play here. Is that what's happening?
Mm-hmm. Okay, Samson able to dispute that. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm laughing here because in the chat, someone wants the mouse to get moved, and we are just hearing from technical production here that it's not actually our mouse. Like, it's the mouse in game. So you have like the arena mouse, and then just like a random cursor to that side. Okay. So yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. We were trying to figure things out while the tournament comes along, but enough of mouse discussion. Let's just focus on the game here. Right, Solemn Simulacrum comes down. Elspeth conquers death, able to get this Yorion from the graveyard, puts that 1/1 counter, able to blink back this Birth of Meletis to cut more lands out of the deck. Let's see here. Yeah, Gabe's just had really, really awkward draws this game. Like, his opening hand was super, super expensive. Okay, Whirlwind Denial. That's a start. You have, like, a counter spell backup here. Can put the second Yorion back to hand. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Gabe just going for the value Yorion here. Get the 5/6 going. Maybe get some pressure if possible. And that Whirlwind Denial is a pretty big draw because as we know, the weird text on Whirlwind Denial actually allows you to counter the blink ability of Yorion should your opponent tap out. So that could be a huge blowout for Gabe if he's able to time that properly.
Yeah, you mean Samson, because Gabe has the Whirlwind Denial.
Yeah. Yes. I mean that. What I meant was that Gabe, if he's able to time it properly, will be able to basically take over the game if he's able to use the ability of Whirlwind Denial on the Yorion. Yep.
Yeah. In chat, we are getting Samson, if you're watching the coverage later in time after your match, we are getting this Grixis deck looks sweet. I'd like to point out that it's not a Grixis deck. It's actually 4 colors, and Samson is utilizing all 4 colors. So if you'd like to see this list, check it out. There should be a command in chat that shows you where you can find all the decks that are being played today. Yeah, it has all sorts of things. Like, it has counters, as Croxa, as black removal, as Ugin. It's just like so crazy. It's just super, super funny. Now, if you guys have just entered the stream, we are playing in the lower bracket. So this is Samsoni versus Gabriel Nassif here. Samsoni playing this 4-colored Yorion control deck. Just a bundle of surprise. Just a lot of different things going on in this deck. Super, super great and funny. Okay, so let's see here. Yellow Hat, drawing a Mystical Dispute off the top. Okay, has a really, really reactive hand here. Yorion gonna go in for that damage for 5. And then what? Mind you, 10 minutes on the clock. This is only game 2. Ugh!
Yeah, Gabriel Nassif once again battling the clock. One of his worst enemies in the entire field. Not able to really have a lot of blink targets for the second Yorion. So a very awkward situation right now where he's kind of just forced to deal with the opposing Yorion, it looks like.
That's so funny. Pretty in the chat saying, I wish it was 5C, could use some green cards. Well, due to the last ban, it doesn't seem like green is as powerful as it used to be anymore. So, all right, Elspeth Conquers Death coming down to get rid of this Yorion. Gabriel Nassif says, no, you cannot negate me here. I have a Mystical Dispute. Now, Samson does have like another negate in hand. Super awkward because like Nassif doesn't have mana for both negate and whirlwind denial. So yeah, that's not happening. Elspeth Conquers Death not landing and exiling this Yorion today, seems like. Alright, what's the draw here? Just another land for Samson. Okay, Yorion coming in for that 4 damage. What else is gonna occur?
Yeah,
super interesting turns. Like, it's just been crazy seeing this match.
Yeah, we're slowly having the players whittle down each other's lives and kind of just find something, some type of foothold in order to gain more advantage. But it doesn't seem like either player is really playing into the opposing person's hand. So just kind of staring each other down with their Yorions.
I think the best at this late in the game, I think the best draw for Nassif here and Samson would probably be the Shark Typhoons. Like, the Shark Typhoons are just great. Oh, there it is. It's great for sort of playing at the end step, just adding more pressure on board, which is pretty much what Yellow Hat wants to do. Like, he only has 10 minutes to basically play game 3 if he makes it there. So, yeah, Shark Typhoon, great to have for that pressure.
Yeah, Shark Typhoon just proving once again to be one of the best cards in these control mirrors. The flash body that draws you a card. It really just does everything you want in this situation. And, right now it looks like Gabe is lining it up to make a nice block on this Yorion.
Yes. Okay, so... Oh, Shark Typhoon is the draw for Samson. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is just such a back and forth swingy game. It's like both players are just drawing answer for answer. Just crazy. Okay, Ugin comes down. All right.
Yeah. Ugin's coming down, but that's going to be negated pretty swiftly, I believe.
Yeah, okay. Gabriel counting the mana, being like, okay, so, right.
Yeah, opting for the whirlwind denial because it's definitely losing more and more value.
Exactly. Oh, such a crazy game. Okay, Maze Mine Tomb draws. Regaron triumphs the draw. Yorion coming down, blinking back this Omen of the Sun, blinking back this Maze Mine Tomb, resetting the counters on it. Time's just whittling down, folks. Like,
yeah, minor detail. There's
yeah, go ahead, Cass.
sorry, minor detail. There's only 9 minutes left in Gabe's clock. He is in game 2, so even if he is able to win this, he's going to have to have an extremely fast game 3.
Yeah. I don't know. For someone like me who gets super, super anxious on time, it's just seeing that timer whittle down. Like, I'm not even playing the match, and I'm like, oh no! All right, Fabled Passage coming down, getting the land here. Yorion choosing to attack, but then shying away, deciding not to due to the Shark Typhoon waiting in the wings. Probably Gabriel Nassif has that identified. Okay, Shark Typhoon for 7.
Yeah, we're going to start to see the Sharks come down now, and that's usually a sign that the game is, in a lot more contention, or rather the outcome is in a lot more contention than before, because this is sort of the finisher for these decks. So,
oh man, the Palaka Predation coming down. Target opponent reveals the hand. You choose a card from it, converted mana cost 3 or greater. That player discards a card. I've seen this card appear more and more. I think that PVD's MPL weekend deck list had this, and we're seeing this card more and more in like black based decks that want hand disruption. It's just such a great card.
Yeah, definitely nice to have your random tap land just become like a really powerful card in these longer games. Being able to discard anything with converted mana cost 3 or greater in these control mirrors is just super valuable, I think.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, so Gabriel Nassif able to make an 8/8 shark here, has enough mana for the negate, has enough mana to scry with the Omen of the Sun if he likes, and enough mana to draw a card off this Maze Mine Tomb here. Mystical Dispute was a draw. Okay, Sublime Epiphany. Can that do anything? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He's off by 1! He's off by 1. Actually, wait, yes, you can return. Wait. What can you do here? You can return the shark to hand, attack with the shark, but the thing is that the Yorion's still left. Oh my goodness, I don't even know what's happening anymore.
Well, you brought up a good point. It's that this Sublime Epiphany might actually be able to finish the game if he's able to copy the shark, I believe.
Right. Okay, so you can return what can you return to hand? You can return the Yorion to hand or the shark? No. The shark. Return Samson Shark. Copy your 8/8 shark. Draw a card. Negate is here, but we do know Gabriel Nassif has his own copy of Negate, so that's not going to be negated. And then you would just have to find an ECD for this Yorion for lethal. Okay, that's the line we're going with. Okay.
Yeah, and this is a really great play by Nassif, because he used that whirlwind.
There it is. Finally, we did it.
And this is all going back to Gabe Nassif using that whirlwind denial a few turns ago instead of the negate, which I thought was a really interesting choice. And this is clearly why. He was setting up for negate backup on his game-winning play, and here we're going to see it just completely pay off and win him the game.
Okay, 7 minutes is definitely enough, right, for the next game.
This blue-white deck can go aggro sometimes, and I think that we're going to have to see that, absolutely.
Okay, Amirius call here. Just in case Samson has another Shark Typhoon. Okay, that's lethal. Finally. Let's go. Let's try to speedrun this final match. Oh, what a crazy game. Just absolute... just so many things going on. I don't even know how to comment on looking back at that match. Just way too many things happening.
Yeah, there was a tremendous amount going on there.
All right. If anyone can beat a deck with blue-white, it's Gabe. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna have to go blue-white aggro engage. Like, you know, sometimes 8 minutes. It's kind of close. It's kind of close, especially for these control decks for sure. Just no, Janet, that work. I know. Yeah, maybe I'm just helping Nassif here. I should not, you know, jank Samson here. Putting up a great fight, especially in the lower bracket. If y'all just tuned in, this is the second to last match in the lower finals. Whoever gets to face, whoever wins this match gets to face Covert Go Blue, who has come out victorious in the lower bracket. So let's see who here. Let's see who here. We get the best game. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see this hand. Okay, Omen of the Sun. We have Temple of Enlightenment. Ooh, we have Narset of the Ancient Way for Samson here. Okay. Both hands looking really, really great. You have an early turn to play. Yeah. Pretty decent hands for both our opponents here. Or challengers here. Okay. More lands at the top.
Yeah, we're seeing
one of those.
We're seeing a pretty good draw here for Gabe in terms of what he wants his game plan to be. You know, lots of pressure, lots of things that can deal with possible threats. Like he's got Ramp and Solemn Simulacrum. It's looking like a pretty good draw right now for Gabe. It's just a matter of whether or not he can deploy everything in time, I guess.
Yeah, and speaking of time.
Yeah, he's running on 6 minutes right now. That is not ideal.
Come on, let's go. All right, we gotta play a little bit faster than this. All right, playing that Regular Triome. Narset of the Ancient Way comes down. Nassif gonna draw with this Glimpse of Freedom. All right. Good thing. Mystical Dispute a little bit too late there, but that's okay. What you can do here is that you can cast a Skyclave Apparition on that Narset, get it out of the Ancient Way.
Nice. Yeah, it's a lot less daunting than the old Narset, which would have drawn you like an amazing card and then stopped you from drawing. So, but at the same time,
we don't need to be reminded of the broken planeswalkers from the past, Cass.
Yeah, we have a lot more. We have a lot more fair cards to deal with right now, and that's really the cause of these longer games.
All right, so what can you do here? You can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ECD play Elspeth Conqueror's Death on the Elspeth Conqueror's Death. You can play Solemn Simulacrum and have that mana up for the Dispute. Not yet the Dream Trawler turn though. Not yet. So
yeah, and Gabe using precious time right now to decide what land to play. Might come back to bite him if he's not able to deploy these threats.
All right, ECD, on this ECD, get out. Yes, someone pointed out in the chat that you can't actually place Simulacrum and leave Mystical Dispute up because of the ECD tax. Something I forget from time to time, you know? Sometimes that pesky ECD comes up. Magic has a bunch of like weird interactions that you tend to forget about, like even though you've been playing with these cards every day. So.
Yeah, the passive abilities can be really tough to remember.
Right. Okay, Birth of Meletis comes down. All right.
Double birth.
Okay. Okay, token coming in here. 4 damage. Okay, Glimpse of Freedom is the draw. Okay. So what you can do here is play the Dream Trawler and then pass a turn. Okay. So I think the only play here by Samson, he can cycle the Triome for a card draw, but instead plays this Yorion, blinks, will be able to blink Omen of the Sun and the two Birth of Meletuses for value. KK. Let's see what he draws off this Omen. Like, it's just these lovely animations to whittling down game's clock.
Yeah, the animations can be your biggest
I mean,
your
it's just
biggest
so
opponent.
unfair. Like, why does the time go down when the animations are playing? Like, how do you turn animations off? Am I right? Like, come on.
Yes, that's a problem that Gabe is probably pretty familiar with at this point. So if he could do it, I'm sure he would.
Yeah, all right. Dream Trawler ditching the Solemn Simulacrum, so
Yeah,
we can
super.
revive that in the graveyard. Pretty cool play that you can do that sometimes I forget.
Yeah, really, really nice play there from Nassif, getting like ultimate value off of that last trigger from ECD. The question is now, will it be enough? Because Samson has a pretty formidable board right now.
Yeah, I mean the next attack will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if Samson plays a land, they can play Elspeth Conquers Death to dodge this dispute. They can Elspeth Conquers Death the Solemn Simulacrum, but I won't go ahead. I'm not gonna go ahead. I'm gonna see how the players play it. Okay. Sorry, it's just I'm getting rushed. I'm getting rushed for some reason, and I'm not even playing this game. Okay, I will sit back, chill, and just see how this game goes. I won't play ahead. I'm sorry, chat. All right. Yeah, let's see what will happen here. Okay, Elspeth Conquers Death comes down and hits the Solemn Simulacrum. No card draw. I know, so many defenders, and Dream Trawler's just flying over these walls. It's just super funny. Okay.
Yeah, definitely enough walls over there for Samson to last a few more of these games. But at the moment, it looks like Gabe is, I can't really see his clock, but he's close to under 5 minutes, I've got to assume. So this
Yeah,
trawler really needs to do some work.
let's check here. I wanna know how much more he has on time. It looks like, is that 7 or 3? I think it might be. It's either 7 or 3, folks. It's either 7 minutes or 3 minutes. I can't tell. I just popped into his stream and I just can't tell. All right, Whirlwind Denial. Okay, this is pretty. Oh, Sublime Epiphany was a draw. Okay. You can copy your Dream Trawler. That's the line. Okay, but then that negates up. Okay, this is crazy. It's too crazy. Okay, it's 3. It's 3. No, it's 3. It's 3 minutes left. Oh no. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. You can attack here. That's a start. It's not 7. It's only 3. Okay. So Dream Trawler going in for the attack. This is 5 damage. Okay, down to 14. Solemn Simulacrum gets played here. Another land out of the library. Gonna be a plane. Okay, I gotta pause here. I love the art off these quote-unquote boomer lands. I've been using them in my arena as an arena zoomer. They are very, very nice.
Yeah, the old border does give you the nostalgia feels.
Yeah, and now it's great because it's like, okay, oh no, Soul Shatter comes down.
Yeah, Soul Shatter is just monstrous here.
Oh, not enough mana to play the Whirlwind Denial. Gabe's gonna have to sacrifice it. 3 minutes on the board.
Yeah, that's huge. Those are huge problems right now for Nassif. That was his main win con, and now he's kind of just forced to take this damage and kind of reevaluate his whole position.
Yeah. Okay, Amiria's Call was a draw. Okay, what can you do here? You can play Yorion, blink the things, the Solemn Simulacrum and the Omen of the Sun here. And then you can play a land. Okay. Okay. right.
Yeah,
Okay.
some more fetching and
Turn
drawing
there.
here.
Birth of Meletus, we don't want. Okay, what do we want right now? Like a Shark Typhoon? An ECD?
Yeah, it seems like Shark is just usually the best possible draw in these late situations.
Ooh, Croxa. Did Samson just draw that Croxa? Awesome. Okay, so you can play that.
He can play it, but I don't think he can reanimate it. He appears to only have one mountain available.
Okay. Is Yorion the best card in current standard? I don't know.
I think it's definitely
Up for
one.
debate.
It's one of
Definitely
the
up there.
Yeah, it's one of the more powerful cards, but it's by no means perfect. It has some drawbacks. It's pretty slow, and you need some setup to really capitalize on that.
Okay. Gabe casting this glimpse of freedom. Is he gonna glimpse freedom in a minute 30?
Yeah, I'm not seeing too much freedom in Gabe's future right now.
Okay, Solemn Simulacrum being blocked by this wall. Yorion being blocked here. Okay, nothing happens. Amazing. Okay, the turn is passed. Come on. Okay, Ugin. Ugin's the draw. 4/4 token coming in for 4 damage. All right,
Yeah,
let's see what Samson does here.
We're almost to 1 minute here for Nassif, so
I know. Amelia Calls gets played. Nassif cracking the Omen, finds 2 Maze Mind Tombs, doesn't want that, doesn't have time for that deck. Whirlwind Denial. Going to get cast on this Amelia's call here. Gonna be negated. It's fine. Nassif has this dispute back up. Goodbye, negate. Goodbye, angels, for now. Okay, my turn. Okay, ECD. Okay, that's a start. Okay, so now you play the ECD. All right. Sure. Okay, so that gets way out of that pesky 4/4 blocker. All right, now you're attacking for 4. Okay. Samson down to 14. 48 seconds on the clock. I can't.
Yeah.
My heart.
Don't know if Nassif's going to be able to get enough attacks in here. If Samson just passes priority enough, that's definitely puts a ton of pressure on this chess clock.
Okay, draw the shark, Nassif. Draw the shark. Please. Omen. Okay, use the Omen to draw the shark. Okay, Ugin comes down. It's fine. Sublime. You can dispute that. Samson doesn't have mana to pay. All right. Okay, now use the Omen of the Sea to draw a shark or something.
Another Yorion.
No. 30 seconds left. It's a Maze Mind Tomb. Glimpse of Freedom. Okay, so you cast a Glimpse of Freedom. You get another Omen.
Nassif is digging very deep here and clearly looking for that shark.
No, not lands. Get out. Okay. No, Glassful Mimic.
Not what you want.
Wait. You can copy.
Yeah, he's just going to keep digging here, I think.
I can't. It's too painful. No. You can do this. No!
This is tough. 10
seconds left. You need the shark here.
There's just so many animations.
Please. No!
Yeah, he sees. That's just so many cards. He even took a second to look at that negate.
Loses to time.
Yeah, you hate to see it. I mean, if he had drawn a shark at any point there, I think he would have had a great chance. But super unfortunate for the Hall of Famer there.
Okay, I'm gonna need a break after that.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
So stressed. GG's to both players. GG's to Samson. Earns that victory against Nassif. Yeah. Now he gets to face CGB in another blue-white mirror. Yes, let's go. Let's go to a break. Let's go to a break. I'm gonna need a break after that one. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We have a couple more amazing matches for you today to watch. So thank you so much, and we'll be back. This is the LFM Streamer Showdown. I'll see you guys in a bit. We'll see you guys in a bit. And going to break.
Hi, everybody. My name is Cucumber, and I'm playing Benji on LFM's Degrees of Madness. And Benji is a sweet kid, as is his foray into college is so that he can meet new people and make true connections and really try to continue to bury his deep, dark secrets down into the world. But also he's looking for love. And it seems like everyone else in the universe is also looking for the exact same love that he found. So he's got a lot of stress in his life. So he's kind of on the edge of a knife right now. Go one way or the other way. Anyway, Benji is really excited about and passionate about art. So he likes to communicate through art because when he touches people, weird stuff happens. Make sure you tune in to Degrees of Madness on LFM because we're adorable. Mwah.
Dot will get Omega though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
This is super duper lethal, but
oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this? At the mostly empty bar top, the smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined the
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the LFM Streamer Showdown. We are Jenna Amari and Cast9 bringing you some coverage for this tournament today. This is the last match in the lower bracket. So this is CGB on blue-white Yorion control versus Samsoni 1 with his 4-colored control pile list. Oh my gosh, it's control.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of cards in Samson's deck that we're typically not used to seeing, but it turns out they are very well suited for these very long games. So
yeah, if you guys want any of the deck lists tonight, they are up on the bracket command in the chat. So if you're interested in seeing any of the lists from today, please do go check that out. Yeah, let's go. A lot of different fans for Samsoni and CGB in the chat. Let's see here.
Yeah, two really great players in this Yorion mirror is you can't really ask for more. You know, you're getting all the blue magic and in Samson's case several other colors of magic that you could possibly want.
Mm-hmm. In this match, the Maze Mine Tombs are really great cards. So Samson opting to exile that with the Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah, here we see Covert trying to figure out his early turns, whether or not to get this tome out on the field, or to play these omens, or possibly a solemn to start ramping a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Yeah, Palaka's Predation again, just showing how powerful it can be. Demands a negate response, which really speaks to how important that information can be.
Yeah, I mean, against these blue-white decks, black control decks, just having access to hand disruption is huge. Historically, blue-white control decks just don't. They need a lot of card advantage. So,
yeah, they need a lot of card advantage, and they also need to be able to conceal its information, which is, something that these discard spells are obviously incredibly good at doing, is just showing you what you're up against and what you need to play around.
Exactly. All right. Covert Go Blue, firing off 2 Omen of the Sea, or being able to fire off 2 Omen of the Seas here. Let's see what he finds. A Shadow of the Sky and a Skyclave Apparition. Wanting that Skyclave Apparition in hand, and then drawing a card with the Maze Mine Tomb instead of firing off that second Omen. Great. Okay. Looks like here, Skyclave Apparition just coming down to get that Maze Mine Tomb off the battlefield. Super important in these mirrors. So
yeah, both apparitions have targeted each opposing player's tomes, and I think that also really says how important these 2-mana artifacts are. Warranting removal right away just shows you how important it is to these players.
Okay, this is like Skyclave Apparition Wars. Another Skyclave Apparition, just removing the other Maze Mine Tomb owned by CGB. He is going to draw off this before the Skyclave Apparition trigger hits. Draws into Castle Vantress. Okay.
Yeah, Skyclave Apparition is just a card that's done nothing but impress me since the release of this new set. Kind of got overshadowed by Omnath and all of that shenanigans that took place. White wasn't really the most viable color, and now it seems like this is like one of the best cards in the format almost.
I know. I keep saying it's like baby ECD, just like a 3-mana exile for CMC permanent or lower. It's just really amazing in the format. You can hit Wicked Wolves with it, Solemn Simulacrums, Questing Beasts, like Doom Foretold, all these powerful 4-mana cards that we can see in the format right now. So very, very, very great card, especially in these control shells.
Yeah, and it actually speaking to the point that you just made, it actually works extremely well with ECD as well. Being able to reanimate the body, put a counter on it, make it a 3/3, and then exile another thing. It's just so much value. It's really hard to beat sometimes.
Exactly. All right. Solemn Simulacrum coming down here, getting another land for CGB. Land's very, very important in these control mirrors. Usually, the more lands you have in the field, you can play more than one of your powerful spells. That seems very, very obvious, but yeah, sometimes, you just don't have enough mana for a counter or to hold up a counter spell that you need. So having these land drops come at the right time is just very, very advantageous. These control decks.
Yeah, totally.
Right? Palakar Predation, able to resolve here. Let's see what Samsony discards from this hand. It's a pretty good hand. So, all right, Sublime Epiphany.
Yeah, Sublime Epiphany is just completely overperformed this tournament. It's really just the control hammer finish sometimes that you really need to seal the deal, and I think Samsoni recognized that right away, which is very heads up on his part.
All right, Omen of the Sea getting cast here. Let's see what CGB finds. Elspeth's Conquers Death and an Essence Scatter. Okay. All right. Planes being drawn. Okay, what do you want to do here? Just pass the turn, or do you want to play this Yorion from hand and start blinking things? Let's see. Yeah, you can blink. You could play Yorion a Sky Nomad to blink the two Omen of the Suns, the Skyclave Apparition, and the Solemn Simulacrum. That seems pretty sweet. Getting 2 cards off that Omen, a land, and being able to exile the Omen of the Sea. Although, even though Samson does have mana to be able to scry. Or you can actually Skyclave Apparition, use or exile a Skyclave Apparition as well. So that's pretty neat.
Yeah, a lot of
value there.
A lot of interesting micro decisions right now, trying to get a little bit of advantage, or as much advantage as you can, I suppose, in this early stage, if you can call it that.
I think we're into the sort of late game now.
Yeah.
With all the lands in the field.
With most decks, I would say it was the late game, but with these Yorion decks, they can change things. Yeah.
True. Every moment's the early game, especially, with these opponents. The control mirrors is just so super, super funny because they usually have high amounts of life totals, even at this stage of the game, since it's just usually incremental values, just small advantages here and there until you can finally just get them for exact lethal or something. Super, super funny and interesting games. Okay. First, Elspeth Conquers Death comes down on this other Elspeth Conquers Death owned by Samsoni. Maze Mind Tomb coming down as well. Great, great card in the control mirror. Okay, Skyclave Apparition being going in for 2 points of damage. Let's see here. Okay, ECD Wars. Always a great feature of today's control match mirrors for sure.
Okay, here we have some pretty interesting decisions on Covert's part. Does he want to, answer some of these 2/2s, or is he just going to elect to, build his resource advantage?
In what way do you mean here?
Well, depending on what he does here, I mean, if he chooses to address this ECD, he could leave mana open for Maze Mind Tome draws, as well as Essence Scatter. He can copy the Solemn Simulacrum. Like, there's just so many decisions to make right now. Clearly electing to deal with the ECD, because that tax can really be a problem, I think, and the reanimation can punish anything you counter. So,
yeah, for all of you guys who just tuned in, this is the last match in the lowers bracket. Whoever wins this match goes up against Pretty MTG, who has won all their matches in the upper bracket, and then whoever wins that match goes up against Brad Nelson for another $500. So it looks like here in this match, things are looking pretty, like, it's even but more CGB favored. He obviously has a lot more permanence in the battlefield. Having this ECD down is also great. Yeah, and right now it just seems to be a battle for small advantages and value here and there. Actually, CGB is actually really, really far ahead now that I think of it. Yeah. What do you think, Cass?
Yeah, definitely very far ahead right now. I think all of that could change with a few good draws on Samson's part. And by that, I mean Ugin, of course. Ugin can really just change everything on a dime.
All right. Let's see. CGB can put Yorion back to hand and then blink everything. But first,
interesting decision here, because you're going to have to discard from all these cards you draw. So now you have to decide what you're really valuing, and the way you shape your hand is really going to dictate how you play the rest of this game. So very interesting decision here.
I mean, you want to find probably a negate or counter if Samson happens to draw an Ugin.
True. Very good point.
Yeah, so even though CGB is drawing a bunch of cards and getting all these cards, it's just right now just like finding answers to close this game out, I think. Ooh, I love this play, by the way. Like, the double Yorion blink is just super fascinating to me. Like, it's just such a powerful move, being able to on the stack using, like, blink the Yorion, the original Yorion you have, in order to get the second Yorion trigger, so you can basically blink everything twice. It's just super fun for a control player, I bet.
Yeah, it's a massive play. The amount of mana or the amount of effects you're using and the mana you're cheating is just undeniably good.
So good. Yeah, and the thing is that you can basically dodge an Ugin right now, since everything will be coming back at the end of Sony's end step. So this is really, really cool. So now CGB's in the spot where if Samson even resolves an Ugin, it doesn't even really matter, because everything's sort of out of, like, not on the board anyways. So pretty neat.
Yeah, definitely a really heads up play by Covert there.
Discards the Shadow of the Sky. Doesn't need to sweep the board anytime soon since he's so far ahead. Teferi's Protection, yeah. Yeah, Teferi's in ban land, just giving protection to this Yorion here. Yorion coming down. Yeah, this is just so much card advantage. Super fun here. CGB in a very much commanding position. Definitely where you want to be if you're playing control.
Ooh. That Seagate's Restoration is actually huge here, because it speaks directly to the problem I was just talking about last turn about the discarding. It's giving the maximum hand size it's about to give him will basically ensure that he never has to discard again.
Okay, CGB here just, taking his time, seeing what he wants to exile, and these are definitely some
of the more powerful lines that this blue-white Yorion deck can have. Like, before we've seen these matches kind of be these small increments of gaining advantage here and there, but this is just Covert just asserting all of the power, putting his his foot on the gas as much as possible in order to really clinch this. As we can see, he's drawing a zillion cards.
It's so fascinating. Now the problem is that you drew so many cards that, like, I guess it's just like this first world Magic problem where it's just like, I drew too many cards. Like, now I can't see them. Like, I'll have to scroll through all of them to be able to see what I want to play.
Yeah, this is probably GG because
I mean, CGB just has too many answers. Like, nothing is gonna, like, pretty much stick, and you get more cards here, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it turns out when
more cards.
It turns out when you put like a quarter of your deck into your hand, there's a lot of options you have, and here we're definitely seeing that.
Man, I don't even know how many cards that is in hand.
It's roughly a billion.
Tell you, like, MTGO how many.
I believe it's close to 1 million cards. This is almost impossible. You know.
Yeah, definitely mobile ready here, as chat points out.
This would be a funny mobile game, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely find the Essence Scatter. I mean, Arena is great here because it actually highlights the cards you can use. So
yeah, true. That's a very good point.
Like, it is mobile ready because it'll show you what cards you can play against the card being presented. So you don't have to scroll through all of them. Okay, Palaka's Predation. I mean, CGB can just, like, it's funny because CGB can just, like, let this go, to be honest. Like, it's like, you only get to choose one. It's like, what do you want, dude? Like, this is a lot.
I think this is more just,
all right. I'm going to have to cut you off there. Yellow Hat just rated the stream.
Oh, awesome.
Thank you so much, Yellow Hat, for participating in the LFM Streamer Showdown. It was an honor to have you play in our tournament and to cast your games. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone from Yellow Hat Stream. This is Jana Amari, and I'm here with Cass MTG. We are casting the last game of the lower bracket. Whoever wins this one gets to face Pretty MTG in the upper bracket yet again, and then whoever wins that one will win the whole Streamer Showdown for today, but then has to face Brad Nelson in the finals for another $500. So thank you guys all for showing up, and thank you again, Nassif. I know this is stretching to your time zone, so thank you so much for participating in our event today.
Yeah, really appreciate Gabe and his participation in this tournament, and showing us how these blue-white decks can really perform. I think more importantly, we're seeing some sideboarding here that is really interesting. We're gonna see if Covert is able to apply that type of pressure that he needs in order to go under this kind of greedy type deck that Samson has brought.
Mm-hmm. It's not okay. Let's switch the language. Maybe it's not greedy. It has a lot of answers. Okay,
it's trying to do a lot. Yeah,
it's an answerful deck.
Yeah.
It's not greedy. It's just the right amount of answers per mana here. All right. So, okay, moving into game 2 here. What did we learn from the last match? Like, what was important there? Like, what was CGB doing that really closed the game out? Was it... I really think that it was just all the card advantages off the Omen of the Seas and the Maze Mine Tombs that really did it. What do you think?
Yeah, the Omens are huge, the Maze Mine Tombs, and the Yorian loops that he was able to establish definitely was a massive part in accruing those advantages. So definitely more of the top end value we've seen out of this blue-white deck so far.
So basically, in order to win, you just need a lot of cards.
Mm-hmm.
Just a lot of cards here. Okay, let's see what the opening hand looks like. CGB has the Negate, has the Omen of the Sea, Mystical Dispute. So a little bit reactive here. Draws the Casket there. If we could get production to switch to the main screen, that would be great. But while we get that fixed, let's just keep casting the game.
Perfect. So
Right.
here we see once again the Omen of the Sea coming down, and just a huge 2-drop.
All right. Yes. All right. Okay, so Glass Casket was the draw here. What land do you want to play? Island or island? Okay.
Probably the island, but
okay, yes, seems good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. What can Samson do here?
Looks like he's just gonna,
interesting.
Looks like he's just gonna.
Or Skyclave apparitioning the Omen of the Sea. Interesting.
Yeah, looks like he's just gonna go after the resources of Covert, which is very interesting, an interesting choice because he could have deployed that Narset.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, back to the match. Sorry about that. A little bit of technical issues from the back end here. Palaka Predation, great. We keep saying that this card is super, super great against the blue-white shell. Like, it's just, you get to see information, which is really useful, and also, discard a card, which is really important against the blue-white mirrors where they need the card advantage. So
Mm-hmm. Okay, negates the pickup here. It's a pretty important one.
Birth of Meletis.
Yeah, now Covert has some pretty important decisions. Obviously, he's going to want to leave up one of these negates here, but is he going to want to run out this Glass Casket or the Birth of Meletis?
Okay, let's see what he opts to do. So if you play the Glass Casket on the Skyclave apparition, you get a 2/2 token. Okay, that doesn't seem horrible. Yeah, and they just do that. Let's see if Samson's gonna want to fire off this negate here.
Yeah, he's gonna choose to do that. Well, let's see if Covert wants to fight over this. Looks like he does.
Okay.
Now, this could come back to bite him here because this Narset's going to come down and start ticking up and threatening that ultimate.
Mm-hmm. And Narset's just really, really nice in this position too, because like Narset that's just card advantage yet again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so funny because in Narset's like ability, is it the -2/1? You draw a card, but you don't have to discard the card that you just
Correct.
drew.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just like another way. It's the incremental resource advantage that we keep repeating over and over when it comes to these matches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even if what's great about this Narset is that even if you don't need cards, the ultimate isn't that hard to reach, and dealing 2 damage every time you cast a non-creature spell, which is, I believe, what the text is, that really, really adds up after a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a thorn in the side of these control decks because these games can go so long.
Okay, CGB. Using Maze Mind Tomb to draw a card. Finds a Fabled Passage. Alright, places Birth of Meletis. Draws a land here. And then plays this Fabled Passage. Cracking it for blue. Okay, sweet. Alright, passes the turn over to Samson. Samson draws another land here. Does have that Savai Triumph that he can cycle for maybe a better card if he'd like. I mean, like that Yorion sitting there can blink back the Narset, I guess.
Yeah, not too much going on for Samson here. His draws have been a little bit rough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just passing the turn here. Okay.
Ooh, Solemn is a really good draw.
Simulacrum, great draw. Covert Go Blue is going to be able to ramp up more, cut his deck, take those lands out. Let's see. Can also blink back Yorion.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Turning point.
At this point in the game, like, you're really just looking to try to go over the top and get maximum value out of this Yorion, I think. So the Solemn adding to the so-called pot is pretty important in my eyes.
Okay. All right. Then you just want to pass the turn. Yeah, I mean, it's just so crazy because, like, CGB's just simply ahead on board again. It's like so much card advantage, and also this Maze Mind Tomb is just in the way for Samson. Like, it's such like a weird threat. Like, and even that 4 life gain, you know, it's just super, super nice. Like, this is just a overall great card. You know, Covert Go Blue being able to filter and draw just puts him a little bit of ahead in this game, it seems. Okay, Miria's Call coming out. CGB is just gonna want to negate this. Okay, looking great.
Ooh,
Skyclave Apparition. Great draw. With this card, you're gonna be able to get rid of that Narset on the field. Super, super nice.
Yeah, this was an incredible draw by Covert here. This is just going to allow him to really clean up the battlefield and blink everything, probably, which is just going to really put him in a great position.
Oh, man! You're so right! What he can do is play this Yorion a hand and just basically reset the board. Amazing. You can... Okay, what's under that again? Skyclave Apparition, which doesn't exile anything because the Yorion trigger is under that stack. So now what you can do is you can Skyclave Apparition the Skyclave Apparition and then use the Glass Casket to clean up the battlefield by getting rid of these tokens. And then later on, when you find another Yorion, you can blink the Glass Casket back and then sweep up another token. So now you just have like this sitting removal on the field, which is nice. Super great draw there.
Yeah, just a pretty much perfect draw by Covert in that situation. And Samsoni only draws a Bone Crusher Giant, so you know things are not looking great for him right now. Definitely needs probably an Ugin yet again to try to bring himself back to parity here, but it's going to be tough.
Exactly. And now CGB probably wants this Essence Scatter and probably just trying to look for another counter spell as well for that Ugin, like you had mentioned. Okay, let's see how what CGB does here. Okay, plays a Solemn Simulacrum. Okay. All right. I mean, okay. So Samson, like you said, just needs a Ugin here. Doesn't, like, we know from Caster's Vision that Covert Go Blue just doesn't have an answer to that Ugin. So, all right. Bone Crusher coming down. Covert Go Blue not using that Essence Scatter on it. Okay, this is ECD. Great. Another great draw. So now what you can do is you can play ECD, exile the Yorion in the way. Ooh, Seagate Restoration as well.
Yeah, Seagate's just such a good card, especially in these weird resource battles. Like being able to double your hand and ensure that you don't need to discard anymore. Like that's just so powerful.
Okay.
And yeah, yet another tomb coming down. Things are not looking great for Samson here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like the Ugin that we keep mentioning is like still an out. Although, we do know that Covert Go Blue does have like the Elspeth Conqueror's Death in hand, but it's still an option, I guess, to sort of reset things for sure.
Yeah, no way to deal with this shark that's about to come down for Samson either, unless this Yorion is deployed. So that's going to be something interesting to see.
Yeah, like the only thing here would be to, like if Samson casted that Shark Typhoon to make a token in mid combat, and then right after that, Yorion being able to blink this glass casket for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. CGB just opting not to attack there.
Yeah, Covert definitely making a really nice play here. Kind of just shoring up the possibility that Samson might be able to come back with this blink. Yeah, there's the glass casket dealing with the token, like you mentioned.
Okay, the last basic land. All right.
Yeah.
Great. So now that means that Covert Go Blue will just have a lot of opportunities just to get more draws that isn't a land. So that's pretty great there. Just being able to close out this game as fast as possible, even more.
Yeah, definitely seeing the blue-white deck's ability to apply pressure here.
Okay, Omen of the Sea coming down. Samson probably just wanting to find that Ugin right now. That's negate off the top. Samson thinking about whether to keep it. Draws the card. Oh, sorry, it was a mystical dispute.
Yeah, Samson just hitting nothing but duds here, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is this is funny. Yeah, so Covert Go Blue blocking that Shark Typhoon with his Yorion, being able to get the trigger. Ooh, Essence Scatter coming down on this Yorion, but Samson having that mystical dispute in hand, saying no, this Yorion's gonna be able to resolve. I'm gonna need some cards here. That's probably what he's thinking.
Yeah, and another Seagate Restoration for Covert here is going to just be a lot.
I mean, how much mana does he have right now? 15?
Yeah, 15 mana. It's quite a bit.
Yeah, let's go. Let's use this Seagate Restoration. Draw a bunch of cards. Ooh, Sublime Epiphany. Very, very, very nice there. So now you can Elspeth Conquers Death the Yorion.
Mm-hmm.
And then Glass Casket the Shark. Okay, great. And then attack. Perfect. Okay, right now, Samson, you're really gonna need that Ugin. Are you gonna draw it? Oh, it's just a tangle. What is that? Bright Tomb Pathway. Not quite. Doesn't say Ugin quite there.
Yeah, so. These Ugins have really been hiding on Samson this game, which is just.
I mean, you only have 2 copies, and it's an 80 card deck, so lots of places Ugin can hide in that library for sure. All right, so how much damage do we have on board here? That's 6. Going in for an all attack. Yeah, so now that CGB has an answer for this Ugin, it's definitely just like closing out the game for sure here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Samson's been working on 1 or 2 cards pretty much this whole time. It's been an uphill battle.
Mm-hmm. So now it just seems like with all the resources in hand, this is probably just game over for Samson. Like even if they got the Ugin Sublime Epiphanies just waiting in the wings. So yeah, not really quite sure what or like how Samson can just draw his way out of this.
Yeah, don't know if it's in the cards for for Samson right now, but it was an extremely valiant effort, and Covert's just pretty much trying to close the door as quick as possible right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Yorion coming down. Essence Scatter getting rid of it. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can ECD the Skyclave Apparition, go in for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage, or you can just simply attack. I mean, don't really need to get rid of that Skyclave Apparition if it's just going to chump block somewhere.
Yeah, just going to draw him yet another card. No big deal.
Definitely. In the chat, Lloyd Smith, CGB just yeeting cards out, and it's definitely true. Like, just so many, like, yeah.
There's a lot going on, yeah. These cards are
definitely a lot going on, and I don't think Samson has any out here. Just saying.
Yeah, the Savoy Triome or Savai Triome is not exactly what you want to see either. Into Narset, which of course is going to get countered here, and I believe that's just game.
That is just game. Very, very well played. CGB takes Samson down in a 2-0 match here. Congratulations to Samson as well. Like, they reached really, really far into this tournament with their very, very interesting 4-colored Yorion control deck. Able to get some nice wins as well in the tournament. So very, very well played by both players today. CGB going up against Pretty MTG in the finals. Super, super exciting. Yeah. So we're just going to go to a quick break here, set up the finals match. We're not going to take too long, and then just come back and show you the rest of the game. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We have 2 more matches for you. The next match is the finals, and then the one after that is a grand finals against Brad Nelson. So please stay tuned for that, and thank you guys all for watching so far. We're just going to cut to break right here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. While we go to break.
Dot will get Omega, though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
Have we go?
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
Yeah, this is super duper lethal, but
we have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this?
At the mostly empty bar top, smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined
everybody. Welcome to the LFM Streamer Showdown. We are finally in the finals match of our 8-player pod. This is Pretty MTG versus Covert Go Blue, who has fought his way through the lower bracket to get to this moment. We'll just explain to you quickly how this happens. So Pretty, who has won all of his matches in the upper bracket, only needs to win one game against Covert Go Blue, since he has the upper bracket advantage, while Covert Go Blue has to win 2 games against Pretty MTG, since he is in the lower bracket. After that, whoever wins this finals gets to go up against Brad Nelson, who was our Showdown winner in the last tournament. He's playing Gruul Adventures. We're just gonna go get into this match. This is Pretty MTG playing Dimir Rogues against Covert Go Blue playing Blue-White Control. So everyone can cheer on for their favorite streamer in the chat. This is hype. This is the finals. Let's look at this hand. This is CGB versus Pretty MTG. Now let's look at this hand. What do you think, Cass? What are you thinking here?
I'm thinking this is going to be a really sweet matchup. You know, 2 great players with really cool decks that have game against each other, but at the same time, you know, it could be more of an uphill battle for Covert than he might like, with all of these cheap spells and early interaction that Pretty has brought to the table here. So super interesting matchup to watch here.
Great. All right. Glass Casket, gonna deal with that Ruined Crab. I missed that art style. I think that there was an event that you needed to play for it that I missed. Too bad.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Covert Go Blue playing. It seems like he's playing Mono White Control here. No access to blue yet, but doesn't really need it quite yet, you know? So that works out.
Yeah, and Pretty with that crucial Drown in the Lock in his hand that is going to really ruin the day of Covert here if he's trying to resolve this Solemn to fix some blue. Oh, but a natural draw of blue is really, really important here.
All right. There is the island. Okay, so what does CGB want to do here? He can dodge so you have 4 mana, so you could play Glass Casket on the Soaring Thought Thief if you'd like to get rid of it, or you can play Skyclave Apparition just to exile it. Now obviously Pretty here signifying Drown in the Lock, and that's probably something CGB's just thinking of, like, which one of these spells does he not want to, like, resolve here.
Really interesting to go with. Yeah, really interesting to choose Shatter there. Kind of just playing the spell that he knows demands a counter, which is really a really interesting choice on Covert's part.
Exactly. Cool, calm, and collected in his kimono.
Yeah, some type of battle gi that control mages wear or something.
Exactly. All right. Island in hand that he drew from last turn. Ooh, now you can Oh, this is interesting. You can use Skyclave Apparition on one of these creatures, which is the Merfolk Wind Waker here. Now, Pretty can sacrifice this to draw a card, which gets him a Thieves Guild Enforcer. And then now, with the extra mana, you can use a Glass Casket on the Soaring Thought Thief.
Yeah, really, that was a really clean play on Covert's part. Pretty with a crucial pickup of this threatened Thieves Guild Enforcer? Yeah, which normally would be great, but there's a lot of blockers in the way of this one mana card. So,
all right, and this Skyclave Apparition is so great too. Like you said, that was a great play by CGB, because now if you have an opportunity to blink it with Yorion, not having anything under there, it's like kind of like this Glass Casket thing. When you Glass Casket a token and blink it back, it's just like free exile, and then they don't get like a creature token underneath. All right, CGB just chuckling there as the Into the Story gets played.
Yeah, as a control player, you hate to see that 4-mana draw 4, but at the same time, Pretty is doing a great impression of you here and drawing only lands off of it. So
I
really,
know.
really unfortunate for Pretty
I
MTG.
know. We say that because I've definitely played this deck on my stream, and it's just so funny. Whenever I cast this Into the Story, I just draw into all lands. I don't know about you in the chat, but yeah, it's just a classic Amari play.
Yeah, it was really
But
funny. I saw Li Shi Tian make a tweet about it saying, "What I expect: 4-mana draw 4 cards, win the game. What I get: 4-mana draw
more
4
lands.
lands, lose the game."
Yeah, so
So
it seems like a common
Yeah.
thing for people, I'm guessing. All right, so Pretty putting the lures to hand. He has a million cards. But CGB doesn't know that he drew land, so that could prove to be something later down the line. I mean, Pretty MTG does have this Mystical Dispute backup.
yeah, but again, super unfortunate that he drew all those lands. Looks like he's going to go to discard and discard the majority of them, and what he's left with isn't that much action. It's really just 2 or 3 spells. Yeah,
exactly. Blood Chief's Thirst, which isn't like super great in the control against the control matchups for sure. I mean, you do have this Lurus that could loop the Merfolk Windrunner. Is it Windrunner or Wind Ranger? Like from the battlefield.
I believe it's Wind Robber, which is
Wind Robber. Okay, yeah, got none of those right.
Close enough.
So, yeah, it's the Wind Robber. Okay, Mystical Dispute coming in against this Yorion. Nothing CGB can do but attack with these 2/2 creatures.
Yeah, and this is a really classic line from the Rogues deck. It just doesn't mind using this Thieves Guild Enforcer as a blocker because you can deploy Lurus and then immediately get it back, which is exactly what the Dimir Rogues deck wants to do.
Exactly. So let's see here. Lures being cast by Pretty MTG. Sure.
Looks like he's going to go with the Wind Robber.
Wind Robber. Yeah, this is probably because, this is just extra, like, a way to just gain card advantage since, like, what had happened before, Pretty just drew into so many lands.
Yeah.
Glass Casket being played, Wind Robber going to find another Agadeem's Awakening. Not exactly what you want here. I mean, what does Pretty want here? Anyways. Like,
honestly,
looking to find?
His biggest...
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. His biggest, the biggest thing he probably wants is something other than lands. I know that's really, really tough to think about, but these lands are just really not good when you have a 4/5 and a 2/2 that you're facing down, as well as the impending threat of this other Yorion in the companion zone. It's just a lot right now for Pretty MTG's current setup.
I mean, you could start off. You can Agadeem's Awakening. Oh, that doesn't seem great. You only have 1-drops in the graveyard right now. Oh, this is just. Yeah, that was just like a really unfortunate pull from Into the Story because at this point of the game, like CGB just seems like they just can go over the top now. And Pretty sort of like lost their momentum there, just not having like any Drown in the Locks or like any of the Thief Guild, or sorry, any of the rogues to apply pressure. Right, so Yorion's going to go back to hand, coming back from the commander zone or the companion zone. I don't even know. So many zones nowadays.
Yeah,
to be honest.
There's a lot of zones these days.
So many Bones! All right, Yorion's going to be able to be cast here. This is information for CGB. Now he knows that Pretty just doesn't have Drown the Lock in his hand. So
Yeah, and Covert also drew a very important card in Crawling Barrens. This card can just be such a hassle to deal with because when you pay the 4 mana to put the 2 counters on it, you don't even need to make it a creature, which is a really interesting line of text, I think, because if you're aware that your opponent might have some instant speed removal of some sort, you can kind of just play around that and make it a giant threat to deploy at the exact time you need, which something I've noticed the last few days in testing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, low mage domination on this Yorion. Okay, that's a start. That's a start. Now, if Pretty just needs another Into the Story here and not draw lands. Okay, let's start there.
Yeah.
Let's not draw lands anymore.
Yeah, we've seen these low mages bail Pretty out before, and it looks like it's buying him some more time, which is just crucial, to draw another Into the Story.
Ooh, another land off the top for CGB. Not what he wants to see there. Just gonna pass the turn, probably just putting counters on this Crawling Barrens, maybe?
Yeah, Covert electing not to go for the attack, and I think go for that line I previously mentioned of just stacking counters on it, making it a huge, really tough to deal with threat.
Okay. Yeah, we just want to take a quick moment here to mention, right after this tournament, we will be airing an episode from the TTRPG show by LFM called Degrees of Madness. It will be right after this tournament. So we just want to mention that. So after the match, whoever wins this match goes up against Brad Nelson, and then after that match we will be airing a new episode of Degrees of Madness, so there'll be definitely more things to watch on this channel right after this tournament. All right, speaking of tournament, let's go back in. Birth of Meletis was a draw, not really what you need. Crawling Barrens coming in for an attack. Ruin Crab gonna block the Solemn Simulacrum, and Merfolk Windrobber on this Crawling Barrens drawing a card. It's another Ruin Crab. Okay.
Yeah, this Crawling Barrens is just going to be super tough for Pretty to deal with. It's just outsizing everything and just avoiding, any type of interaction.
All right.
So I think that this Barrens is really going to start to take over because it's going to get massive really quick.
Exactly. All right, so Pretty draws Cling to Dust here. Going to play it main phase to maybe draw a Clearwater Pathway. Just not the draw you want.
Yeah,
Where's Into the Story?
Cling to Dust is a really good draw though because
that's true. Since you're able to exile it from escape it from the graveyard, draw more cards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, I wonder how many cards. 27 in the library. Okay.
Yeah, Covert is not happy to see that second crab come down. That is for sure.
All right. Getting milled. I forgot. Did Covert go blue? Or sorry, did Pretty mill all the Shatter the Skies? I think when he was checking his library with that Birth of Meletis, he was just checking to see if he had any, and I couldn't quite see if that was the case. Tryon,
he's playing. Covert's playing 4 in the deck. I only saw him deploy 1 in the early turns, so there's a good chance there might be some left. Drawing only lands, though, is not what you want.
I know, lands on lands. I mean, at this point of the game, this is where Rogues wants to be. Like, you just want to break. Okay, Seagate Restoration. Okay, that's a start. Okay, let's see what you pull here.
Yeah, it's only going to draw 1 card, unfortunately. Or actually, it's drawing no cards. So.
All right. Okay. Pretty winning that match. All right. Okay, let's see. Let's go into game 2.
Yeah, really important now is the addition to Glimpse of Freedom for Covert's deck. Just providing a draw engine and a way to, empty his own graveyard at his own pace is going to be crucial here. Pretty is definitely going to have to really try to play a lot more crafty to get around the timing of that spell.
Okay, all right. CGB taking out those Birth of Meletuses. Thinking about what card he wants back in. Pretty making quick use of his sideboard time. He's definitely familiar with this matchup. Pretty's been, playing the Red Bull tournament all week. If you guys are new to the MTG scene and happen to not know who Pretty MTG is, they just won Red Bull Germany not too long ago, and they're wanting to win the whole Red Bull MTGA series. So definitely familiar with like every matchup with this deck. So it isn't surprising to see him, make use of the sideboard. Speaking of sideboard, if we can get production to switch to the main board, that'd be great. Thank you. All right, so Maze Mind Tomb coming down for CGB. Great 2-drop to be played here.
Yeah, the ever important 2-drop for these control decks, be it Omen of the Sea or Maze Mind Tomb, you just really need one of those to really get your deck to start ticking.
Okay, I mean, look at Pretty's hand here. This does not look good for CGB. This is like literally the nuts.
Yeah, this is a super powerful draw on Pretty's part. Thieves Guild's Thieves Guild's gonna come down. That's gonna become a 3-2 really quickly.
And if Pretty draws Island here, they can deploy Soaring Thought Thief and have Mystical Dispute back up. Unfortunately, no Island, so leaving Pretty with only one blue source. Ruin Crab still being able to mill now that Thieves Guild Enforcer is a 3-2. That's a lot of pressure. Negating the Cling to Dust. Using negate. Oh, this is a perfect opportunity. Using that Cling to Dust and then making CGB, forcing that negate and then using Mystical Dispute on that negate. Ooh, fascinating.
Yeah, that was a huge turn for Pretty. Not only did it counter his Covert's counter, it also allowed him to replace the Cling with the target being that Glimpse, as well as feeding the graveyard for Thieves Guild Enforcer. So a lot just happened in that small amount of time. Yeah, and now we're going to see this Thieves Guild Enforcer and this Rune Crab really start to take over. You only have a Mystical Dispute in hand for Covert, so, not that many options on his part.
Okay. So what can you do here? I mean, Pretty's still missing access to blue mana, which is just very, very unfortunate. Like the second source in order to play Soaring Thought Thief out and leave up mana for Mystical Dispute, which is probably why he's just passing the turn without playing the second Rune Crabs. So pretty awkward mana base here for Pretty MTG. Now CGB is just going to use that Glimpse of Freedom to draw a card.
Yeah, very fortunate pickup here for Covert to get another Glimpse, because this is really important in this matchup to have access to this card.
Okay. So what can CGB do here? You can play Glasspool Mimic as a land or just a Triome.
Yeah, it looks like the Triome
probably better.
The Triome's better. It fixes your mana and allows you to set up for a much better turn next turn.
Yeah, pass the turn.
Ooh, really tough situation for Pretty. Yeah.
Dispute drawn. Not really the card you want right now. You want a second blue source into the story, basically.
Yeah, and look at this Glimpse of Freedom. This Glimpse of Freedom is like taking over the game right now.
I know. Now with this escape ability, it's so perfect. This is sort of the draw CGB needs Pretty to have. like they started really, really strong, and then it's just like, oh, with all these like poor draws, basically the Glimpse of Freedom is so great because now you weaken the power of Drown the Lock as well.
Yeah,
Ooh,
exactly.
Shark
Ooh.
Typhoon, huge for this matchup. Now you can it's not something it's not something that Dimir Rogues are easily able to deal with.
Oh yeah, for sure. This Shark Typhoon coming down at instant speed, providing a huge blocker and just a tempo advantage is just a critical pickup for Covert Blue here.
Okay, so now you could play.
Ooh, Fabled Passage is a great draw for Pretty though. He needs those blue sources.
You could play the Fabled Passage, finally get your blue. Now you can play the second Ruin Crab in order to strengthen the ability of your Drown in the Locks. Even with this Glimpse of Freedom in the battle or in the graveyard.
Yeah, Covert's really debating on whether or not to act on this. Might
Sublime Epiphany,
yeah, with a Sublime Epiphany, or even just tapping down the resources of Pretty with Covert's own Mystical Dispute is certainly something to consider there.
So now you can scry with Maze Mind Tomb.
Ooh, Mystic Subdual is not a terrible pickup here.
Oh, so you can Mystic Subdual the one of the crabs, I guess. I mean that doesn't seem like too great.
Yeah, I believe Covert has 50 cards left in library right now. Oh wow, that's bold.
Gonna play the Shark Typhoon, hoping Pretty doesn't have maybe Covert Girl Blue's just thinking that Pretty has like a Drown in the Lock, but this is gonna be super, super unfortunate because they can play Mystical Dispute and then Covert Girl Blue, even though they can they can pay for the Mystical Dispute, or play the Mystical Dispute, but it just doesn't do anything because Pretty can just pay for it.
Yeah, that was a super, super rough break there for Covert. Basically, just getting time walked there for 1 mana is not where you want to be against a tempo deck like Rogues.
So now, Ruin Crab going to be able to mill a bit more, and by a bit, a lot more. Let's see. Okay, so what is CGB really wanting here? Probably a sweeper?
Yeah, it's pretty rough right now for Covert.
Yeah.
This 3/2 is applying so much pressure. It's almost demanding this Mystic Subdual to be deployed. You know, you have Glimpse of Freedom to keep eating away at your graveyard too. So it's not really, I mean, it's not completely dire yet, but things are getting rough. That is for sure.
Okay, Soul Guide Lantern making do with that pesky Cling to Dust. That's a start.
Yeah, okay. looks like Covert's electing to leave the Glimpse of Freedom up to escape again, but it's not going to do enough of a dent in his graveyard to stop the Thieves Guild Enforcer due to these crabs.
It's crazy. That's a 3-turn clock. So
wow,
I guess you can Mystic. You need to Mystic at this point. I think you need to just Mystic Subdual the Enforcer here. It might be a little too much.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot. It's a lot of power to deal with and not a big investment for Pretty. So, you know, it's really a win-win situation for Pretty right now. You got to get that off the field.
Okay, so you're drawing a turn. I mean, I guess you have one more trigger with Maze Mind Tomb to be able to gain 4 life back. So true. I guess Covert Go Blue, Covert Go Boo. This is Halloween name. Like Boo with the ghost. All right, Covert Go Blue does have a little bit of time here, more time than we thought. So, although 34 cards in the graveyard, or sorry, in the library. Whirlwind and Denial was a draw. Okay. Okay, so here Pretty is attacking with a Thieves Guild Enforcer. Covert go blue, playing this Glimpse of Freedom, drawing cards, seeing what he gets.
Yeah,
It's an island.
And he's really just trying to take this Thieves Guild Enforcer down to a 1/1. It looks like.
Right. Opting for more time. Super great. Now Pretty does.
Ooh.
Oh my God, Shark Typhoon! Great draw.
Yeah, let's hope that this token can hit the battlefield, because last time that Shark Typhoon was somewhat of a liability being hard casted.
Okay. Okay, Lures of the Dream Den played here. No creature to be played in the battlefield, but it's probably I think Pretty identified that CGB still hasn't drawn like a Shatter the Sky, so they probably just want to just have that pressure there.
Mm-hmm.
Since CGB's just in such a low life total, although they have a lot of cards in hand, so
yeah, definitely a lot of cards. This is actually going to land here, I believe. So this could be a point where Covert might have a window to stabilize.
Mm-hmm. Wait, you can't play Whirlwind Denial here? They can pay for it? Oh, wait, no. It's
Covert
because
Covert has several
Blue has like a million counters in hand. Right.
Yeah, this could be what Covert has been building towards is this type of play with counter magic backup.
Exactly. Land drop so important with these blue-white control decks, just to be able to set up turns like this where you have this play and then have your counter backup. So great play by CGB. Now you're able to Mystic Subdual this and play Mystical Dispute, maybe, or just letting that pass. Okay. I see. CGB just being very patient here.
Yeah, really interesting play there. Electing not to pay for the dispute and instead playing Subdual on the Lurus is a very interesting line.
Mm-hmm. So you can attack here on 6 damage. Covert go blue, have drawing another Subdual. Now you can hard cast Shark Typhoon, maybe?
Yeah, that'd be a bold strategy.
2 Mystical Disputes in hand, so Pretty will be able to fight for this. I mean, is there any argument just to like not cast it as hard cast it and just like make a shark token out of it?
Oh, absolutely. I think that the guaranteed value off of the cycle is so important because you're getting value and you're forcing your opponent to react rather than just hoping that this typhoon resolves.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives you a lot more agency.
Right. Okay, Lurus coming in here for that 1 point of damage. Let's see. Now CGB can cast a Shark Typhoon for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, just playing this Glimpse of Freedom. Just being a very patient blue mage. Yeah,
extreme amounts of patience are being shown by Covert here, and we really need to make some. Oh, that's a huge pickup though. Ooh. Shatter the Sky is massive.
Finally, I think that's what they've been looking for the whole time. So now you can shatter this whole board, and then Pretty's just left with 2 counter spells in hand that Covert go blue can deal with all the counters, and it's sitting in his hand,
Yeah, this is Seagate's Restoration is not really what you want to see here with 16 cards left in your library or so.
Yeah.
But the Shatter the Sky is going to resolve, and the game is kind of starting over here with Pretty having very few resources and Covert having a lot. So, gonna be interesting to see how Pretty's able to navigate out of this one.
Mm-hmm. So how many copies of Agadeans does Pretty have in the deck? He's already played 2, so they literally have like 1 more, I think, in order to get this, like, their board basically remade. Okay. So you're going to counter this. You're going to counter the Fable Passage trigger. Put one of the Mystics of Duel back to hand and then draw a card? Okay, so now Pretty can Mystical Dispute this. Oh, this is so awkward.
Yeah, this is a rough play. Pretty's going to be able to counter the Sublime Epiphany and then counter
The Shatter?
the Shatter as well, yeah.
Alright.
Actually, that's not correct because I didn't realize Covert actually has 2 Mystical Disputes. So
No, but Pretty has enough mana to pay.
Oh, true, but not after this Whirlwind
Well,
Denial.
no, not after the second one. Not after the second one.
Yeah.
So you can counter this, and then Pretty can pay for it, and then now you counter the last one. Oh my gosh, counter wars!
That was a super strange sequence.
Okay.
Oh, and then Pretty with the rip of the century, and Covert is devastated.
CGB just like flops over. Okay, that would have been the same reaction I would have made. Like, are you kidding me? Although Pretty does draw a really reactive hand, CGB only has 7 cards in the library. Like, how are they gonna win this? They would need to fire off this Shark Typhoon and make it last. Now you can play it, but the thing is that it's just so unfortunate because you can't hard cast it. We know that Pretty has 2 counter spells, so that's not going to resolve. You can't cast it as a shark token because we know Pretty has Heartless Act. I mean, he could do all those things. CGP doesn't have the caster vision we have, but it's just super funny how that was the rip.
Yeah, Pretty had a very, very good draw off that Into the Story, as we can see. And it's putting Covert in a situation where he needs to apply pressure. And I don't know if he's going to be able to mount enough of an aggressive force in time, but we will see here.
7 cards. So playing that Glimpse of Freedom to draw another card. Library's looking real thin there.
Yeah, it looks like Covert really needs to draw a sequence of non-creature spells like Amiria's Calling or Shark Typhoons in order to get back in this, because Pretty has 1, 2, 3 answers right now for any type of creature offense that Covert's able to mount here. Yeah, this is gonna get a Heartless Act here. So that's 1 answer down, 1 left to go for the Typhoon.
Drawing into Glass Casket, like, I guess you can. What can you do here? Like, I don't know what's left in CGB's library.
It looks like there might be 1 Shark Typhoon left. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like there's either 2. I think I only saw 2 in the graveyard. He's going to go for another hard cast, and this is going to be very sad because this is going to get countered.
Yeah, it's just the Into the Story off the top.
Now, Covert does also have these utility lands in Crawling Barrens and Castle Ardenvale, but with only 5 cards, I mean, they could have gotten milled also, so. Ooh, another Yorion.
Yorion gets played here, so you could play this Yorion for a card draw. I mean, Pretty can let them draw a card to mill them out faster and then just use the Drown in the Lock to, like... They don't have to play it here, to be honest.
Yeah, I
Like
think
they can
Covert.
use the Yorion. They can use a Drown in the Lock to kill the Yorion, but I think perhaps letting Covert go blue draw the card is ideal.
It looks like Preddy might have been scanning the graveyard and exile zone as well for possible remaining win cons, because I don't know if Covert has many, if any, left.
Exactly. Yeah. They're just now that now they're just using Yorion as a creature. They don't even blink the Omen of the Sea. Makes sense. In the chat, they said that Barons is milled already, so that's not a win con anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think.
So it might just be Castle Ardenvale and this lone Yorion, maybe one shark left. But a big enough shark could end the game if there are any left.
I think Covert Go Blue is just like looking for that as well to see.
Yeah,
you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or sorry, 8. Ooh, Amiri's call is great. Although we do know the Drown in the Lock's in hand, though. But that would force. That would actually force a counter here if CGB plays this Amiria's call.
So this is interesting. Covert might know that this last card on top is Shark, I believe. Very interesting here. I don't know if you want to draw it, though, because it makes your clock that much faster in terms of how many cards you have left before decking. This is super interesting, though.
Yeah, like this forces a counter out of Preddy's hand. Or actually doesn't have to force it. Like you can let this resolve and then use the Drown in the Lock for one of those tokens. But that is kind of like this is like this is 12. This is like the lethal damage.
Yeah, he is presenting lethal, and this Glass Bull Mimic is only going to add to more pressure, which is really important.
Right.
Yeah,
so now it is just lethal. Preddy's just gonna need to draw another okay, Cling to Dust.
Cling to Dust can cycle.
So you can Cling to Dust a card looking for another removal. Then you could go remove 2 creatures. So that means there's only 8 damage on board. Oh my god, this game's crazy.
Yeah, this has been a while. This has been a wild one, and exactly what you want to see from the pre-finals match.
And just to let you guys know that after the grand finals, there is a new episode of Degrees of Madness. It's a TTRPG show set in the 80s. If you like sort of like this comedies and things like that, this TTRPG is for you. If you know who Floopy Minx is, she's a limited streamer. She is in the featured guest tonight in that episode, and I will be a guest on the episode next week. So stay tuned after that. It won't be after this match. It'll be the next match with Brad Nelson. So, all right. So now, what can Preddy do here? He drew a land. Oh my gosh, does CGB actually just have this? Like, this is crazy. No, you can Cling to Dust, the Fabled Passage.
Yeah,
he's looking for a crab. Oh, it's a Whirlwind Denial.
As chat pointed out, a crab would be lethal here, but I don't think Preddy's going to be able to find it in time, unfortunately.
So what can you do? You can... I think this is like just lethal, right?
Yeah. Really crazy game, though.
What is going on here, guys? Like, this is so insane.
Yeah, this Yorion's going to get drowned here. Okay, hopefully Covert doesn't fall for any of these shenanigans.
I mean, it's just lethal. No need to, like, freak out about that. Preddy would need 2 removals.
He would need he would need a Blood Chief's Thirst to survive, but doesn't have enough mana, I don't think. And probably doesn't have the card in his deck, but, could possibly.
No, I mean, like you said, all they need to do is find a crab.
Oh, actually, Preddy found the line here to stay alive. This is going to put him at 13.
Okay.
Ooh, and there's the shark.
Oh my god. Ah!
Okay, this
So
shark
now
might.
they really need. Oh my god, it's into the sword!
Oh my
Hey,
goodness!
okay. Are you gonna be able to find that crab, Pretty?
I think he's gonna find the crab.
It
The
could be
covert.
into the sword, into lands.
And there's the
The
crab.
crab was the last draw! Unbelievable!
Unreal.
Unfreaking believable, dude! Unbelievable!
Wow.
Ah!
Oh wait, there might be an essence scatter.
There is an essence scatter! There is an essence.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah, there is an essence scatter. I
what
remember
is
from.
this game? What? No, but you can whirlwind. No, if you whirlwind denial it, CGB can pay for it.
Unreal. Holy moly. That was a crazy
Oh
finish.
my gosh! It's not gonna resolve. Wait, no. You can
Pretty
cling
mu-
to dust.
You might be able to find a counter.
No, you just need to mill one more card. So literally, you need to find like. The Soaring Thought Thief's not gonna be able to do it. It needed to be like a Thief Guild Enforcer.
Yeah, Pretty's digging as
Draw
much as he
again.
can. Yeah.
The temple. No.
Wow. Oh, so close.
Or it's either he just needed another counter, folks. Wait, no. So you can you play Soaring Thought Thief here? You can play. No, it's just lethal. Because you can block with a Soaring Thought Thief, but CGB just has. Oh my god, this is
What a
crazy.
game. What a game. Wow. That was a nail biter.
Oh my god, I can't believe CGB just says yes! Winning with no cards in his library. That was an amazing game 2 here. Oh man.
Look at Pretty. Pretty can't believe it. That's unbelievable.
It's insane!
Wow.
Oh my goodness!
That was an incredible game.
Match after match! Oh!
Yeah, Covert's going to need some water after that one.
I can't believe it. Oh gosh. All right. Going into even I can't believe it. Going into game 3 here. How is Freddy gonna board? I can't believe it's too close. Okay.
Yeah.
But the thing is that all right. Now, Pretty has a slight advantage here because the Rogues is all about being on the play. So that's something that they can look forward to. But CGB is just a really, really great player all around. This has been so interesting to play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this has been a really, really cool match. I think after sideboard, and more specifically now the fact that Pretty's on the play will be super important to keep track of, because he's going to be the one deploying the threats rather than answering them now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. All right. So let's look at this Thieves Guild Enforcer coming down. All right. Okay. So now Pretty. This is a good hand. What do you think, Cass, about Pretty's hand?
For Pretty, I mean, this is probably as good as it gets. He has his favorite card, Drown in the Lock. Mystical Disputes for days, Negate, Cling to Dust. It's just a lot of really good options. As soon as this Thieves Guild Enforcer reaches the critical mass of 3-2 as well, I think that it's going to be pretty difficult for Covert to come back especially if he misses land drops. But we do see he has that Amiria's Call in the far left to possibly deal with this Thieves Guild Enforcer with a Shark token.
Okay. Yeah.
Ooh, but just notice that Covert also has Glimpse of Freedom, which is just so important in this matchup. So it's going to be,
my gosh, this is going to be another crazy close game now that I think of it. And now look, Shark Typhoon's in hand, able to block the Thieves Guild Enforcer here.
Yeah, I think Pretty will be able to drown in the locket, but I don't know if that's worth, because You know, it's trading your premium, like maybe your best spell, for a 1/1 token that also just replaced itself in hand.
Okay,
So
Mystical Subdual the draw.
yeah, this is looking really good for Covert right now. Like, look at these resources.
I know, and this is so amazing. Like, we literally thought, well, I thought that Rogues had a really, really good matchup against blue-white control, but the way that these decks have transformed has just been crazy. Like, it's kind of close now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This has gone very well for Covert in these opening turns, and Pretty's hand is starting to turn into a more of a reactive one than a proactive one, which isn't
Oh,
really what you
super
want.
annoying. Yes,
Mhm.
yes, because you want the 1 drop, 2 drops to keep applying pressure and to grow this Thieves Guild Enforcer. Yeah, Glimpse of Freedom. Shadow of the Sky, sure. Now Covert can go blue. Can choose to play this Mystic Subdual on the Thieves Guild Enforcer. I don't really see the need to right now, and CGB does or sees that line also, that they don't need, that they could probably save that for a better creature. So
Yeah, and Pretty is not going to like seeing this 1/1 attack. This really signifies that Covert has a lot of gas in the tank.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just not a play a blue-white mage would make unless they knew they had answers in hand.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so now here you can pass a turn since it's only 1 damage. CGB just thinking through his option. Can play the Shark Typhoon, can play this Mystic Subdual on it. Decides to just pass. And just Petty just passing the turn back as well. All right.
Yeah, playing land go against or a land go type game against a blue white deck is not really where you want to be. You want to be attacking and forcing pressure rather than, you know, letting the blue white deck set up in this way, because the resources that the blue white deck is able to, you know, accrue is just overwhelming after a while.
All right. Can you believe it? I cannot believe the timers are going down for these folks. Like,
Yeah, wow.
what a close game. Pretty actually behind on time, only
Mm-hmm.
having 6 minutes to spare.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a kind of enough time for like kind of a semi-aggressive deck, but I mean, this Glimpse of Freedom just making these Thieves Guild Enforcers stay as 1/1s. Quite annoying. Usually you want to be able to pump these Thieves Guild Enforcers into 3/2s, or even 4/3s if you have this Soaring Thought Thief, but just this card is just changing the game,
yeah,
literally.
it's really changed the entire matchup whenever we see it around. So it's creating this sub game also where Cling to Dust needs to answer this Glimpse of Freedom, or else your deck is the Rogues deck is just working at like half power, and you know you really don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Glasspool Mimic is not a bad draw.
Glasspool Mimic, you can copy your shark tokens.
Yeah, you can copy Shark tokens and ensure land drops, which is, you know, pretty good. Wow. This speaks to how important this birth is. I mean, warranting a negate from Preddy is, you know, that really makes a statement as to what Preddy wants to happen here, which is keeping the path clear for these thief guilds.
Yeah. I mean, it's just rough.
Yeah, I think Preddy is well aware that the game can start slipping away from him. So this is what's really forcing the action that we're seeing right now. You know, really heads up play there, keeping the board clear for now. A third Thieves Guild is in hand, and it looks like this Into the Story might come. Or no, a Cling to Dust to try to take.
To Dust on the Glimpse of Freedom.
Mm-hmm. Now that's main phase
very,
too.
very, very good play, to be honest, because that just means like Preddy just realizes the power of that card and like what it's doing. It's just the pressure's just removed, just having that card in the graveyard. So, okay, Maze Mine Tomb, the draw here. Skyclave Apparition, waiting on the wings, able to make do with this, the other Thieves Guild Enforcer.
Yeah, it looks
Oh
like.
God, is this game slipping away from Pretty?
Yeah, I think Pretty might be losing control of this right now. Can easily come back if he's able to get these threats out, but that glimpse did so much work.
Negate the draw. You have Shark Typhoon waiting in the wings. All right, so
Yeah, here comes the other Thieves Guild, which
yeah,
again only a 1/1.
Only one proc of the ability since the other one got Mystic
True.
Subdued. Usually you get 2 triggers, but since the other one lost its ability, you're only getting 1 here.
Ooh, a Soaring Thought Thief.
Soaring Thought Thief. That's great. That's great. Covert Go Blue doesn't counter that. Obviously, it doesn't have a counter. Okay, here we go. Now your Thieves Guild Enforcers are pumped. Passing the turn, though, not attacking. Okay.
Now, do we want to Shatter here?
Okay. So if you shatter...
This is super interesting.
Pretty can Drown the Lock, and then... Oh no! Covert Go Blue's gonna be able to negate this, and Pretty just has Mystical Dispute with 1 blue mana up. Covert Go Blue can pay. Oh, that's just super unfortunate. Yeah, Shatter's just gonna be able to resolve here, leaving Pretty behind a 1/1 token. Lost all that pressure. Although Into the Story can be played.
Yeah,
so now you can play Into the Story. They have negate, only 1 blue source up. Covert Go Blue's just gonna have to let this go.
Yeah, and I think what Covert just realized with that little pause, it looks like he just saw that the coast is now clear to possibly resolve this Shark Typhoon.
Right, because oh my gosh, that's great, because you can resolve Shark Typhoon here with negate backup.
Yeah.
Pretty only having blue and black mana up for Drown in the Lock or Mystical Dispute, but the thing is that, oh, he's got it. Oh, that's crazy. So you play Drown in the Lock here.
Yeah, and this is going to resolve.
Covert Go Blue's just going to be able to negate it.
And I've played...
And now, oh my goodness, this is crazy. Now...
I played this matchup a bunch too, and there's no actual way for the Dimir Rogues deck to deal with a resolved Shark Typhoon, I believe. So this is monstrous for Pretty, right? I mean, for Covert right now.
Crazy. So now, how many cards in library? Can Pretty still do this mill plan?
I mean, there's a lot of cards left in these Yorion decks. That is a project. It looks like Covert's just going to have a lot. Oh, what a draw. Holy moly.
Okay.
That's a lot. Of course, Agadeem's Awakening does add another wrinkle to this. Covert's going to draw.
Oh my gosh. This is so crazy, Cass. This match is so crazy.
Oh my goodness. That's another shark. That's going to make a 6/6 just if he decides to hardcast it, but I think it would be a lot more wise to draw off these tomes and, buffer your life total. Wow, Crawling Barrens is a huge draw. That's an uncounterable threat that can really just grow at Covert's leisure.
Okay. I'm going to leave you in the caster's booth for just a second, Cass. I'm just going to be right back. 2 minutes. Everyone, please enjoy Cass9's commentary here as I be right back.
Yeah, so here we're going to see Agadeem's Awakening come back and really pull Pretty MTG back into this game. We really need to start making some sharks here if we're Covert, but it might not be too hard of a task because I believe the second Shark Typhoon is about to come down. And then Covert is just ruthlessly drawing cards off of this Glimpse of Freedom. He does not care at all about this mill right now. Yeah, we're gonna see this shark come down. Uncounterable, of course, due to the trigger on the enchantment. And another Crawling Barons. Wow, that's huge. Covert's just going to slam this second Shark Typhoon, though, and this is probably going to make short work of this whole game. Covert deciding whether or not he wants to play Glimpse or Omen. Wow, this is a lot of procs off of these Thief Guild Enforcers, though. It's going to be interesting to see how many cards are left in Covert's deck. Wow, and another Soaring Thought Thief. This is a lot of pressure. It's almost... Oof, this is a lot. I mean, even if you block this Thief Guild Enforcer, you're going to get to play it off of Lurrus next turn, so... I don't think you even block here. Yeah, you can gain life back with a Maze Mind Tome, so taking the damage is not that big of a deal. I think you just want to find some spells here. Oh, Covert has 30 cards left in his library also, which is something important to note. Yeah, thought there were a lot less cards in Covert's library, but still, nonetheless, there's a lot of pressure being mounted from both sides. Gonna be really interesting to see who comes out on top here. Covert has just an army of flying sharks right now. He's going to elect to leave Yorion on top and let this glass casket do a lot of work. Right now, 16 power in the air for Covert. I don't think he wants to alpha. Although now he might be able to. Yeah, I think he actually can. So Preddy's going to be forced to use some Cling to Dust to gain some life, it looks like. But this is just so many sharks. Good lord. Okay, Essence Scatter is the find for Covert here. Covert electing to play really conservative, which I like here. He's just trying to shore up any possible comeback that Preddy might be able to mount. Mystical Dispute is the play here, and Covert's just going to let that go. It doesn't really matter to his game plan that much.
All right. Thank you so much, Cass, for holding down
the problem.
fort. I am back. All right. Oh my gosh. What did I come back to? This is like a million sharks. Yeah. What the hell just happened?
Covert was able to resolve another Shark Typhoon and just drew a lot of cards. And also was able to play a lot of spells.
Okay, well, this is looking lethal to me.
Yeah, an army of sharks is
Are you serious? We are going to another game here. Since Preddy won the upper bracket, that means that Preddy is up a game, and Covert Go Blue needs to win 2 games after this. So looking like we're going to another best of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Yeah, it just...
Unless...
No, I think
no outs, right? No outs.
Yeah, I don't think there's outs on this one. But just a super impressive showing from this blue-white deck, because this is traditionally, I think, regarded as a really bad matchup. But Glimpse of Freedom is just doing so much work.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like this one's gonna...
Oh my gosh! So that means the blue-white dream is not dead, yo. Like, if you need a deck this weekend, something that goes up against, I guess the Rogues matchup isn't as bad with this new Glimpse of Freedom card, eh? Look at all those sharks go. CGB just clicking those sharks one by one, going in for the attack for lethal. 11 attackers. Jeez.
Yeah, casual.
Never seen this before.
Casual 22 power coming in here. really impressive
Oh,
showing there from Covert to grind through some of those
oh
really
my
daunting
goodness.
games.
Victory for Covert Go Blue. We are just going to start up the next match here. Any commentary about that game, Cass?
Well, I think if we look at the timers there, Preddy had less than a minute left and Covert had less than 2 minutes or around 2 minutes. Kind of just shows you how grindy that these blue decks can go for the long game, which I was really impressed by. Rogues traditionally is not a deck that you want to last or to have games last that long.
I know. Well, I keep saying that the rogues, it should be good for the rogues up here. Like, this is the match that you want, but as you can see, the meta just changes so quickly. So now you have these cards like Glimpse of Freedom, you have more Shark Typhoons in the sideboard. So, if you have the old blue-white list, you might want to go check out this one if you want to prepare for the Arena Open and you're expecting to go up against rogues and you don't want to play things like Croxa or Gruul. All right, so we are going into the last best of 3 game. Whoever wins this one gets to play against Brad Nelson, the winner of the last showdown. Thank you guys all for watching. Please do remember that after this whole tournament, a new episode of Degrees of Madness will be played on this channel. If you're familiar with the MTG streamer Floopy Mink, she will be in that TTRPG episode, and I'm supposed to have my own episode next week. So, a lot of content to watch right after this tournament, and thank you guys all for sticking with us and watching the tournament play out. Yeah, any lists from the tournament is in the chat using the command bracket. You will go to this nice Google sheet where you can see not only the pairings, but you can also click the streamers tab, which shows you all the streamers that participated today, plus the decks that they played. So if you want to see any of the decks played today, definitely that is where you can find them. All right, back to this game. All right, Soaring Thought Thief. Gonna get quickly essence scattered here by CGB. Now Preddy using Cling to Dust, wanting to draw a card there.
Yeah, really good start for Preddy with this crab, but you definitely want to have more of the, I think, as we've seen from these last games, you want to have more of the damage offensive rather than the mill offensive. Because this 80 card deck is kind of a challenge to mill, it seems like.
Yeah. I mean, kind of is an understatement. It's really hard.
Yeah.
It's not like your traditional 60 card deck where you can do it's so easy. Ooh, Into the Story being cast here. Perfect curve there for Preddy. Super nice. Draws a bunch of lands though. Just have this Thief Guild Enforcer, but probably not the draws that they wanted. Now, Preddy does have another Into the Story here, but having no counter backup for that, and Covert Go Blue just having Negate in the hand could prove quite tricky for Preddy here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the keys is just for Preddy to try to establish some type of board presence and, apply any type of pressure he can and really establish the counter magic backup. However, looking at Preddy's hand, we're seeing a few Agadeem's Awakenings and an Into the Story, so just not the half of the deck that you really want to see right now.
All right, so
yeah, here are these Maze Mind Tombs. They're just so powerful when you have some time. Like it stabilizes you, it draws cards, it fixes your draws. It really just does everything that these slower decks want to do.
Exactly. All right. Skyclave Apparition coming in for 2 damage here. Shatter the Sky will be played. This signals to CGB here that if this resolves, Preddy just doesn't have Drown the Lock in the hand. So that's a pretty nice signal, although Pretty is going to try to play Soaring Thought Thief here. It'll resolve. Ooh, 2 Into the Stories in the hand. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, 2 Into the Stories and a Seagate's Restoration. You know, pretty awesome in terms of the amount of cards that he's about to draw. This negate might foil one of those, but having 2 more draw spells as backup
Ooh,
is just a
great play
lot.
from Pretty. Did you see that? Covert Go Blue tapped out with that Maze Mind Tomb, allowing Pretty to have the window to cast one of these Into the Stories. Pretty great play there.
Yes.
Just have to take advantage over the tapped mana your blue-white control opponent has.
Yeah, that was a super heads up play by Pretty. And seeing the pattern that Covert has of tapping out every single turn, just was able to punish that type of mana usage, which was really great.
Yeah, all right. Yorion gonna be able to come down here, or being attempted to come down here. Unfortunately, going to be Mystical Disputed. Negate's gonna come down on it though, and Pretty just not having another dispute in hand. This Yorion's just gonna be able to resolve here. Blinking back the Omen of the Sea, blinking back the Maze Mind Tomb, resetting that for more card advantage.
Yeah, but a big thing to note here is that this Seagate Restoration is about to resolve, I believe, and for Pretty, and this is just going to be so many cards.
Okay, so what do you want to do here? How do you want to start this turn?
I think you just
Let's
jam.
see what Pretty does here. I mean, you could still play Into the Story. You can jam Seagate Restoration for sure.
It just seems like such an ideal opportunity. Like even though we know Covert doesn't have any counter spells, like in the back of Pretty's mind, he's probably like, is this the time? Chooses Into the Story though, which is really interesting. He clearly wants to double spell here, which I'm really fascinated by.
I mean, how much does Seagate Restoration cost? Does that affect? Is the cost lowered if there's a lot of cards in your graveyard?
No, it costs 7, but he does have an Agadeem's Awakening that he could have played as a land.
Maybe it's because Pretty just didn't want to tap out there.
Yeah, it's very, very possible.
Okay, so let's see what happens. If he had played Seagate Restoration there, what kind of spell? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I see. The reason why he didn't tap out there is because Pretty just maybe wants to leave mana open for oh no, he completely taps out there. I was gonna say maybe he doesn't want to get a Shark Typhoon hard casted.
Yeah, that's very possible.
But they ended up tapping out anyways. Never mind. Okay, Yorion gets blinked here. No, this is game 1. So Covert Go Blue doesn't even have Shark Typhoons in the main board. Okay.
True, very true.
All right, yeah. Just not wanting to use the Seagate Restoration then. Just trying to see, maybe just to draw, feel it out, choosing to play the one with lower mana cost just to see what you get is probably the option for Pretty was going there, just to get more information from the library for sure.
Yeah, definitely could have been a feeling out process because I think Pretty might have realized that he'll have more opportunities down the line to slam this Seagate's Restoration, and he might just be holding it for a situation where he doesn't have as many options.
Okay.
But yeah, both of these crabs are going to be a big problem.
Yeah.
Milling 6 a turn is no joke. This Fabled Passage, oh, here it comes.
Seagate Restoration, what does it draw? Ooh, bunch of great cards there. You have the Mystical Dispute.
Has the Lol Mages, which is really important.
Mage, or what I like to say, that Lol Mage.
Yeah,
the Lol Mage. Because that's just what it does sometimes. It just, like laughing out loud at your opponent as you steal one of their great creatures for sure. Okay.
Yeah, so here we're going to see Covert try to mount some type of aggression here with the Yorion, but I don't know if that's very important at this time
Yeah.
because Preddy is clearly on a high life total and has some chumpers, has infinite cards in hand, just a lot to do.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, now Pretty's just sort of switching into like this Demir control plan. Having a lot of cards in hand. Okay, so what happened here? Okay, so CGB played out this Yorion. I'm surprised that Pretty didn't counter. Oh, because he's tapped out. I see. Okay. Okay. All right. Didn't quite see that. Okay. So now, this is. I love this play. This is the double blink on Yorion, I believe. Did he play another Yorion? Forgot about that.
I'm
I'm
not
not quite
sure.
sure what happened there. Sorry, guys. You both missed that play. Not
Yeah.
quite sure if he just played another Yorion and then like blinked everything twice again. I don't think that's the case though.
Ooh, just gonna get.
Oh, Glasspool Mimic. Never mind. Thank you so much, chat. Apparently, CGB used Glasspool Mimic on the Yorion. Yeah. All right. Birth of Meletis getting out this one last Lonely Plains Seagate Restoration. Does CGB want that? Nope. Bottoms both the cards there. Gonna be able to draw a card here at the end step. Right. Omen of the Seas, the draw. Okay. What do you have here? Let's see. You can sort by using Elsewith Conquers Death on your own Yorion. Little sad, but has to be done.
Yeah, I think Pretty not acting on that just shows you kind of how inconsequential it is to his current game plan. Having almost infinite cards in hand and just tons of gas, it looks like Pretty is just trying to whittle down Covert's resources one for one.
Exactly. Essence Scatter goes onto the Thieves Guild Enforcer, but Drown the Lock quickly making do with that Essence Scatter. CGB is just gonna concede here.
Yeah.
Just gonna go to the next match. Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe this is what happened in the first match. The first game was, a little rough. Then all of the weapons come in from Covert's sideboard. The sharks, the glimpses, some of the dead cards can come out, which is nice. So a lot more game in games 2 and 3 for Covert's deck.
Okay. All right. Yes. So, what have we learned? What have we learned in these amazing games, Cass? Like, how is Covert Go Blue winning these games? It's definitely with the Shark Typhoons, I believe. So basically, Covert Go Blue's plan, his best cards are the Glimpse of Freedom and the Shark Typhoon. So he wants to prolong the game long enough so he has a lot of counterspells backups. Once he hard casts that Shark Typhoon, it is very hard for Pretty to deal with. And also using the power of the Glimpse of Freedom to weaken cards in Pretty's deck, like the Thieves Guild Enforcer and the Drown the Lock, which is a really, really powerful counter and removal. Now, Pretty, what he wants to do is to just apply as much pressure as he can with counterspell backup. Easier than said than done, because this is game 2 out of what is it, a best of three series?
Correct. Yeah.
I don't even know where we're at.
No, you're right. You're right. Don't worry.
Okay.
No, that was a very good wrap up of the plans here. It's just all about Covert trying to buy as much time as possible and stop this, just onslaught of aggression. And it's not just for a damage race. As we know, the cards being milled are super critical because it just kind of narrows Covert's ability to find outs if all of his stuff gets milled away, obviously. So something to keep an eye on is exactly what gets milled.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and there's that
Ooh,
crucial
Mills the
glimpse.
Glimpse of Freedom.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Crucial card that CGB needs. Probably really happy to see that in the graveyard.
Now look at this main phase Cling to Dust. That's how important this card is.
Exactly. Pretty realizing CGB just can't have that in the graveyard.
Yep.
All right. Now, getting aggressive with a Skyclave Apparition here.
Yeah, Covert would have loved an untapped source there, but unfortunately has to go with the tapped Glasspool Mimic. Being able to hold up Omen and Negate would have been, or rather Essence Scatter and Negate would have just been huge for Covert, but now his defenses are kind of down.
No, Pretty misses a land drop here.
Wow.
Crucial in the game 2 decks where your Dimir Rogues deck is sort of transforming into pretty much Dimir control. So, as we know in the control matchups, missing your land drop is so not great for sure.
Yeah, and just from that one single missed draw, it all of a sudden puts Covert much more in the driver's seat because he's able to double spell here, playing this Omen and leaving up Negate, also able to find his land drops and a Soul Guide Lantern. And this is going to prompt a Shark Typhoon in the next coming turns that could take over this game very quickly.
Okay, Thieves Guild Enforcer milling that Soul Guide Lantern. Okay, Pretty draws the land that they needed. Okay, so now we're sort of back into this game. We have access to 2 Drown the Locks. I don't really remember how much cards is in Covert Go Blue's graveyard, but perhaps we'll be able to see that. Now, Skyclave Apparition going, this is so awkward because if you counter this, Covert Go Blue has access to Negate, which he doesn't use. Okay, got it.
Yeah, interesting to see if he wants to run out this Glass Casket or hold up Negate. Looks like he's going to hold up Negate. Okay, a nice land go here.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to make Covert happy.
ECD's a draw. Not a viable or not a target you can use. Not a card you can use as on Thieves Guild Enforcer. You can use Glass Casket here. Have mana up for Negate. Although Pretty does have 2 counters in hand. CGB doesn't know that though. Just very, very interesting lines here. Covert Go Blue just opting to pass the turn.
Wow, he's attacking with this Apparition, which is very interesting.
Okay.
Does he want to run out this Glass Casket or hold up Typhoon and Negate? Looks like he's going for Typhoon and Negate.
Okay, Pretty casting Thassa's Intervention here for 2. Will Covert Go Blue use their only counterspell on that? How important does Covert Go Blue think that these pulls are?
How much do you value your opponent having, a draw to? It's really tough to say. The quality of cards in Pretty's deck are definitely lower than the blue-white decks, but together the sum of their parts is really powerful. So very interesting choice there to let that resolve. Because Pretty was almost out of resources.
So in the chat, chat's asking why Covert Go Blue doesn't board out Elspeth Conquers Death. And I think the reason that is because Pretty has access to Lull Mage. What's that card called?
Lull Mage Domination.
Lull Mage Domination, and it's a way to deal with your own Yorion.
Yeah.
And it deals with Lurus, but not only that, but the second act of Elspeth Conquers Death allows maybe like a little bit of window so Pretty just doesn't throw out all the counter spells. It's quite weird, but it's been sort of interesting to see the Lull Mage Domination actually like work against Covert Go Blue here. Like him having to exile his own Yorion is quite fascinating just because it's just like another way to apply pressure.
Yeah, the ECD also...
he doesn't completely board... or sorry, he doesn't leave completely board everything in. He's been like leaving maybe a one-off or like 2 copies every time. Yes.
Yeah, important to note too that the ECD also does exile too, and this rogues deck does have a few sources of graveyard recursion and Agadeem's awakening, so it's not nothing to leave that in. I think at this point.
Yeah, but you definitely probably don't want all 4 copies, as chat points out. So, all right, Thief Guild Enforcer coming down. That is 6 damage. All right, what do you want to do here? You can cling to dust to draw another card. But the Shark Typhoon in the air is really awkward. Because it's just a 2-turn clock. Just, this game's just a lot closer. Like, what is happening? Oh, Heartless Act. That's great. That's great. That's great. Because now you have an answer to the Shark Typhoon.
Yeah, I think Covert really just wants to find a shatter here. If he's able to do so, it's definitely going to help stabilize a lot. And, oh, wow. Snaps off the negate here to the Heartless Act. Kind of shows you how important he thinks that this beatdown plan is right now.
Yeah, I mean, Preddy only has 2 cards, and the Shark Typhoon makes that a 2-turn clock.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Preddy can cling to dust to gain more life if he wanted. There's probably a couple creatures in the graveyard by now that Preddy can do. Wait, can he? I don't know if he has enough cards in the graveyard, actually.
It looks like because the cling is highlighted, it might be enabled.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I don't know if it just lights up even if you can't escape it. Anyways, yeah, that's a way for Preddy to survive for like a turn.
Yeah, didn't realize Preddy was on 6 life, so probably gonna prompt some action here. Covert's saying bring it on with that hand gesture there.
Okay, what's going on here? Okay, casting that crab. All right, so now you can. Okay, you can play out this glass casket. Preddy negates that, but that means this Yorion is free to just blink. Oh my gosh. Crazy game, because now you have enough mana to play Yorion from hand, blink the Skyclave Apparition, and gain another card off Omen of the Sea. Oh my god, this game's super close. It's crazy.
Yeah, it kind of just shows you how wild these post-board games can be.
So now Preddy is tapped out. No cards in hand except for the Lure Suit revealed. If Preddy finds a Lull Mage Domination and steals this Yorion, is he still in it? Wait, no.
I think Preddy's gonna.
Yeah, it's crazy because even if Preddy had the Lull Mage Domination to steal the Yorion, Covert Go Blue just has the ECD in hand to remove it as a blocker.
True. I think the only line here now is to possibly cling to dust some creatures and gain some life.
Thieves Guild Enforcer coming in here for an attack. Now,
interesting.
You have to cling to dust the apparition here for life. That gains you 6. That's still lethal. But Preddy has another cling to dust in hand, searching his graveyard for so now you're up to 9. So now, oh my god, it's just too much. So that's an attack for 7. What can you do here?
Well, you can't. You can't die. You can't. If your Covert Go Blue, you can't die to damage. So this is going to be interesting. Really interesting to attack with this Skyclave.
I guess you can seal the deal by. No, you can't Glass Pool Mimic a shark. It'll just fizzle.
No, I think I think
Glass pool mimic Yorion though.
I think you can glass pool the shark. It doesn't have counters on it.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like you can. He's gonna order some triggers here. Oh, so he is gonna go for the Yorion. Good call.
Okay. You can copy the shark. Okay. I mean, this is just difficult. Pretty doesn't really have a way to answer flyers.
Yeah, there's gonna have to be a sequence of draws here. Really interesting that Covert's just running it all out there. This is interesting.
Oh, you can Skyclave Apparition that Thief Guild Enforcer, draw a card off this Omen of the Sea. Now, with a second Yorion trigger, you can blink the Sky. You can just blink the Skyclave Apparition, Omen of the Sea, and the ECD again. So this means that. Oh, what does this mean? Oh my goodness!
What this means is that Preddy is put in a situation where he needs to act, and I think that's what Covert was exactly trying to do.
Oh, but this is just game. Because
Correct.
at the end of the end step, the Skyclave Apparition is just going to come back. You can ECD the Lurus, then Skyclave Apparition, exile the Thieves Guild, or sorry, the 1/3 flyer, and then just go in for a lethal attack. This is so close, guys. We are going into game 3. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Thank you guys all for just sticking with us. We didn't realize how close these games were gonna be. We keep saying we think that we thought that Dimir Rogues had a good matchup, like almost a bye against these Yorion decks, but with new cards added to the deck, it just seems like the matchup is really close, weirdly close. So thank you guys all for sticking with us. This has been a crazy game between Covert Go Blue and Pretty MTG. Covert Go Blue piloting this blue-white deck, and Pretty MTG piloting their Dimir Rogues deck. If you guys want deck lists, there's going to be, or there's a command in the chat that does that for you. It's been some crazy games. Yeah. All right. Oh my gosh, did Pretty just mulligan to 5?
Yeah, Pretty just mulled to, it looks like, yeah, it looks possible that that's the case. Yep. And on the play as well, so you really hate to see that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, all right. Thieves Guild Enforcer coming down, picks up this Triome. Oh my gosh. Okay, what do we think about Covert Go Blue's hand here versus Pretty MTG's hand?
I think this is exactly what you want. If you're Covert, like you have your early stall tactics with the birth of Meletis, you have the Shatter, and a Glass Casket's such a big pickup. I think you need to run that out, yeah.
Oh my goodness. So you Glass Casket the Thieves Guild Enforcer. Then you don't even have mana up for this Whirlwind Denial. No! Skyclave Apparition! The draw! Are you serious? I mean, like, Covert Go Blue's not just gonna run that out because Pretty is signifying some Drown in the Lock mana. He just draws that. Okay, so good heads up play there, not running it out completely, just playing safe, because apparently, as we've learned in the previous matches, the longer the game goes on, the more Covert Go Blue has it under control. So yeah. Right. Okay, Pretty MTG attacking with this lowly 1/1 Thief Guild Enforcer. No other play.
Yeah, and that Birth of Meletis is just gonna slow the game down even more for Covert. And, you know, it really puts him in the driver's seat. He has an advantage on cards, on board state, pretty much in every facet of the game, which is really tough for Pretty right now.
It just sucks so much because we know with caster vision, like, this is pretty much, I want to say, and be honest, like an unlosable game from CGB. He even has Glimpse of Freedom in the hand. So, not really sure here. Okay, so you can play, yeah, that Glimpse of Freedom is just gonna, oh, Into the Story though. Pretty not be, oh gosh. I mean, Pretty can run that out. We do know Covert Go Blue does have a copy of Mystical Dispute in the hand, though, so that's not resolving anytime soon. I wonder if Pretty's just going to run it out here.
Yeah, that could be really tough. But of course, Pretty is in like a pretty bad situation, so it's very understandable. You know, he's got to get this dispute out of his hand one way or the other.
Yeah, okay, Thieves Guild Enforcer being a 3-2 has Death Touch, and that's probably why Pretty just wanted to play that, just to get this blocker out of the way. But we do know Covert Go Blue does have this Glimpse of Freedom.
Ooh.
Now it's in the graveyard. Negate is in the hand. So if Pretty happens to draw another Into the Story, that's not coming through anytime soon. Never mind. He's just going to use to escape... he's gonna escape Glimpse of Freedom out of the graveyard to just draw a card here.
Yeah, it also turns off the Thief Guild Enforcer's pump ability and death touch. So, you know, really heads up play there by Covert, just trying to lock this game down. These two counter spells in Pretty's hand are just not gonna do the trick at the moment. So he's gonna bring Lurrus to hand.
Okay. So.
Yeah, this kind of just shows you the position that Covert's in. He's just main phasing all of this, just trying to build as much of a lead as he can while he has the time. So very, very interesting plays here by him. Again, this Glimpse of Freedom is just doing so much work. Good Lord.
Like, it's literally what the name says. It's like a glimpse of freedom.
Yeah. Like
against these decks. Like, it's actually gas.
Like yeah, I was just going to say, I've played this matchup a bunch, and I've never played with Glimpse of Freedom, and good Lord, what a difference it makes.
Okay, I've played Blue-White a bunch, and I could just, without Glimpse of Freedom, like, I've never won the Rogues matchup at all. Like, and it's, yeah, it just speaks to the power of this card. Like, it's such a good card. You get to draw a card, and it's just like something that they'll just like never counter. They need to cling to dust, basically.
Yeah, and Covert's just basically getting to pick and choose whatever he wants on the end step as well. So now we're going to have an extremely good turn for Covert. He's got counter spells. He's got Yorion. If everything goes wrong, he has Shatter the Sky. Like, it doesn't get much better than this.
Now you can pass the turn. Pretty has a couple Ruined Crabs in hand, but no land. It's just so awkward.
Yeah, this has been a really unfortunate draw for Pretty.
Wow, Sublime Epiphany was a draw there.
Yeah.
So what can you do? You can play out this Yorion.
Yeah, that's gonna force a counter, which I guess is what you want at this point. But
so Pretty can play Whirlwind Denial here, and then you can Mystical Dispute this Whirlwind Denial. Pretty will play Mystical Dispute, and then Covert Go Blue just plays Negate. And now, officially, Covert Go Blue is just, like, super ahead now.
Yeah, this just shows you how strong this card Yorion is. Covert was basically completely willing to dump two of the stronger cards in his hand in order to resolve this 4/5 that scries 2 and draws a card. And look at this, a Shark Typhoon off the top. That is a very powerful card in this situation.
Yeah. So now, Pretty playing the Ruined Crabs. Oh, how bad are the Ruined Crabs like in this matchup? It's actually really funny because without with the blue-white decks without Glimpse of Freedom, Ruin Crab is actually really, really good because it just mills your opponent's deck. Not that that's your game plan, but it's more of building the power up for Drown in the Loch. But now these Ruin Crabs is sort of like bad now because of this card Glimpse of Freedom.
Mhm.
Like it helps mill the glimpse, but also like put enough cards in the graveyard to escape it. And now the blue-white player is able to just draw cards pretty much for free.
Yeah, it seems like this card Glimpse of Freedom has just really changed the entire image of this matchup, and it's made these previously incredibly powerful crabs just like a liability. You don't even want to mill Covert at this point because he just has so much access to card advantage with Glimpse.
Okay. All right. Maze Mine Tomb, the draw. Plays that out. Thassa's Intervention here. Ooh, is... I wonder if that's something to Sublime Epiphany.
Yeah, this probably warrants it. You know, you don't want your opponent to just Chemister's Insight or whatever draw spell.
They miss so many lands.
Mhm.
This is insane. Covert Go Blue looking really, really favored here. Like, I'm not really sure how Pretty can get out of this one, to be honest. Like, Covert Go Blue just seems super, super ahead now.
Oh wow, that was a very impressive play there. Didn't even know you could do that. He actually copied his Yorion and bounced it in the same spell.
Back to hand. Insane.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yes. Can we also note here, I want to point out that this, if you guys are tuning in, this is Covert Go Blue. He came from the lower bracket and is looking like he's about to win. Let's just make it blunt here. Coming from the lower bracket and then winning 2 best of 3s to maybe make it back to maybe to win this whole thing. Like, this is so crazy here. Like, I can't even, if you guys are just joining us, it's just really, really too bad because, like, you didn't see the come up of CGB. It's actually insane.
Yeah, when you bring this blue-white deck to a tournament, you really have to use your brain power and have to get ready for some of these grinds. And Covert has just been completely up to the task. Like, he has been playing extremely well with some of these clever plays.
Exactly. Like, oh, Shadow the Sky here?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's probably going to seal it up. Cling the Dust is not the worst.
Because all you can do now is play Lurus, get it Essence Scattered. Yeah.
And then
this is just over.
Yeah, this is gonna.
Pretty can cling to dust the annoying Glimpse of Freedom that's haunted him.
However, this is going to prompt a resolved Shark Typhoon, which, as we've seen before, just ends the game pretty much on the spot.
Oh, here is the most important card in the matchup. The Shark Typhoon. Pretty not being able to deal with this card. Like, it's just not something that Dimir Rogues can deal with. And now Covert Go Blue, like, he doesn't even need a spell resolved at this point.
Yeah.
Just run out whatever counters he wants, make enough shark tokens for the win. Oh man, we had such crazy games today. I really can't believe how this tournament turned out. It's just so unbelievable.
Yeah, some really incredible games in these last few matches. Just shows you how skilled both of the players are, and how well they knew the matchup is just super, super impressive to me.
Right. Okay. So, Yorion coming in for 4. just playing this Maze Mind Tomb, like everything possible here. Pretty throwing out that good game. CGB winning the LFM Streamer Showdown of today, winning the $500. Don't go away just yet. This means what happens now is CGB will go up against Brad Nelson in the grand finals. This is an all for nothing match for $500. We will get that set up as fast as we can. Take a break here, but we're just gonna set that up as soon as we can, and then get you guys into the final showdown here. We'll just be right back. Thank you guys all for watching. Okay. Yes. All right. We'll just be back.
Dot will get Omega though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
Yeah, this is super duper lethal, but
oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this? At the mostly empty bar top, smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined the
Hello, welcome back to the LFM Showdown. My name is Jana Mari. I'm here with Cass MTG. We are finally here in the grand finals. What just happened? Oh my gosh, we had such crazy games today. So for this group of 8 streamers, we had TSM Newmont, Covert Go Blue, Danny Tilo, Pretty MTG, Samsoni1, Talia Vest, Bloody, and Gabriel Nassif all playing. Guess who wins the whole thing? Coming from the bottom of lower finals or lower bracket, Covert Go Blue just wins against Pretty MTG. He's playing blue-white control. Pretty MTG on Demon Rogues. Covert Go Blue ended up beating Pretty MTG in 2 best-of-3 matches. Now, this is the final match of the day. It is Covert Go Blue versus Brad Nelson. Brad Nelson on Gruul Aggro, Covert Go Blue on blue-white control. I'm super excited to see this game. Oh man, we just had such crazy games today. What do you think, Cass? What are your thoughts about everything?
I mean, this tournament has just been awesome. Like, the games, you can't really ask for much better. Besides that last little hiccup from Pretty with the missed land drops, I think this whole tournament has just been decided by, a battle of skills and, resources that you just really can't ask for more when it comes to, the high-level play that this is.
Okay, looks like the match is getting set up here. We're going to give you amazing coverage pretty soon. I can't wait to see the conclusion to this match. So if all of you guys are tuning in, this is the last match of the day. Covert Go Blue versus Brad Nelson. This is a match all or nothing, $500.
So either
we'll just see what happens here. They only have to play one match. So against Covert Go Blue, playing blue-white control, Brad Nelson playing Gruul Aggro. This has been such a crazy day. After this match, by the way, we will be airing a new episode of Degrees of Madness. And what it is a TTRPG show about a small town in Washington in the 1980s. So if you're looking for a comedy show that's sort of similar to Stranger Things, this is the show for you. So right after this this tournament, we will have more content to be played on this channel. Thank you guys so much for being patient with us and staying with us to the final game. Let's get this started.
Yeah, really excited to see this Gruul deck in action. It's kind of, the new hotness that's that has sprung up over the past week. Trying to get under these Yorion strategies as well as the Demir Rogue strategies. So, going to be super, super cool to see if Brad is able to, enact that game plan against the much, much slower blue-white Yorion deck.
Okay, CGB here. His first move in this match is restarting Arena. You definitely want to do that, want to, whatever shuffler, bad luck, want to get that out of your system and prep for the game.
Yeah.
So definitely a very great turn 0 play from CGB here as we get this match started. I'm on the edge of my seat.
After those 2 grueling games, you really want to have the client.
Oh my God, get out of here.
You want to have the client be nice and fresh, You see the grueling? You see what I did?
Okay, all right. Let's go. Final match of the day. Let's see who will be October's grand champion of the LFM Showdown. Let's start. Okay, let's see this hand. Okay. Not bad. No, actually, you're missing white. Oh, yikes. No, you are. Never mind. I'm blind. You do have white with Amiria's Call. This is a great opener by CGB. You have the Birth of Meletis on 2 that can block. Oh my gosh. Never mind. He doesn't want that hand.
Yeah.
It sucked. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. It was an awful hand, apparently.
So here we have an ideal start for Brad Nelson, getting the Edgewall Innkeeper out. However, no red source of mana yet, so going to be interesting to see how he's able to, shape this up. Ooh, Brushfire Elemental. Not what you want to see with no red mana.
No, you really, really want the red mana there. It would have been a perfect 2-drop to play, though. CGB having the opening to either cast the Birth of Meletis for more land or passing the turn. Or playing the Glass Casket on the Edgewall Innkeeper. Decides to pass the turn. Probably wanting to use Glass Casket on a bigger creature. CGB seems to know this matchup very well. They did go day 2 in the MCQ this past weekend, so this matchup's probably not new to CGB at all.
Yeah, and this is a really good start for Covert. He's leaving Essence Scatter up for any potential threats to come down. Brad does find the red source of mana, which is critical. He's going to get to draw off of this Edgewall Innkeeper as well. So, no resources really lost there, although drawing a forest is not what you want.
No, I mean, at this point, you probably want a Lovestruck Beast would have been a great draw. Even a Questing Beast would have done it. Now this Glass Casket is going to make do out of this lowly Edgewall Innkeeper. Shatter Skull Smashing, not what you want to see, but man, both players just have land tribal in their hands right now. I mean, you got a great henge from Brad Nelson, but yeah, just not being able to.
Ooh, this henge is about to actually come down.
You're right. That Fable Passage was it a Fable Passage or was it just a regular land?
I think it was just a land. It's only a 3/3.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're just gonna be able to use a great henge from hand then. Yeah. It's just funny how this game.
Wow.
No,
Another
land.
Yeah.
Covert go blue. They're probably just gonna play Yorion as a creature here.
Wow. Just the straight 4/5.
An Edgewall Innkeeper draw. Okay, let's see it. You can play Edgewall Innkeeper here, draw a card into a land. What is happening here? Okay.
Wow.
Concede? Wow!
Covert just snaps the concede off. He does not know that Brad has nothing in his hand, but just doesn't want to have to face down this great henge, it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like just not wanting to deal with that at all.
Yeah, understandable.
Okay. That is, oh my god, I can't even. It's a roller coaster of emotions. It's literally a roller coaster of emotions for me. Like, okay, you take over, Cass. What are these players doing with their sideboards? Well, I regain my strength here, as like nothing really happened there, even though I'm very anxious about it.
Yeah, I think both players are going to try to draw a lot fewer lands this game, and actually try to play some games instead of just getting frustrated with the amount of draw.
Crossing my eyes over here, like I don't even know what's happening. All right, let's see. This hand for come on!
These hands are
Shuffler, dude. These hands have been brutal.
These hands have been otherworldly bad.
Although
both
look
players.
at Go Blues, not horrible.
Yeah.
You have the Omen of the Sea for a draw. Essence Scatter gonna make do with early creatures that Brad doesn't have. I'm not sure. Does or doesn't have Glass Casket, early interaction. Not a bad opener. Oh my god, did Brad just mull to 4?
Yeah, I think
that's insane.
I think that's the case here. His hand was it's just a 5, so
okay, mull to 5.
On the draw, that's going to be 6, which is nice.
Okay, I mean this isn't so bad. You can like curve out if you hit this land 4. Okay, gonna attack here. All right. Playing red land, giving access to Bone Crusher Giant, CGB, Omen of the Sea, coming down. All right. Right. I just want to mention as well, right after this this match, the final match of the day, we do have an episode of Degrees of Madness going to be aired. If you guys are into TTRPG shows, this show is sort of like a comedy set in the 80s, small town in Washington, with spooky things happening with the spirit of Halloween, you know. If you know Floopy Minx, she is a streamer in the MTG community. She will be in this episode being played right after the game, and I am going to be in an episode next week, so
yeah, definitely want to tune in for that. So here we're just seeing Covert make his land drops, kind of, doing what he can. And Brad is just going to present a Bone Crusher Giant. The 4/3 is certainly a very powerful body that needs to be accounted for.
Mm-hmm. All right. Oh, okay. What's the turn look like here? You can Skyclave Apparition this Bone Crusher Giant. Play the land for man. I'm sorry. It's really funny technical difficulties happening on the stream. Okay, Vivian coming down. Now that is a great card played by Brad Nelson, although he doesn't know that Elspeth conquers death in the waiting here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's talk about this board state cast. What do you think? With all the information we have here with our very nice caster's vision.
Yeah, this ECD is definitely very welcomed for Covert Go Blue. Of course, we see Brad has a follow-up. Oh wow, he chooses not to run anything out. That is interesting. So he's going to rely on this Sublime Epiphany, it looks like, to do some work here. If this Garrick and Vivian stick, though, like, Covert is just going to be in a world of trouble, I believe.
Okay, so what's going to happen here? Let's see. So Brad can get rid of the Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah, Brad.
Get another 3/3 on board. Applying more pressure. Okay, Vivian's gonna uptick here.
Yeah, Brad definitely smells some type of instant speed interaction, or like a shark or something. So you can tell he's really thinking about this upcoming sequence a lot more than just randomly running things out and hoping that they stick. He's definitely plotting this these upcoming turns as well as he can.
Mm-hmm. Brad thinking passing to attackers this 3/3 elk. It's an elk, right?
I think it's a beast.
Okay. All right, it's a beast.
Just
looking like an elk.
Yeah, it's some type of.
I'm just saying, it's just like Oko memories.
It's some type of scarred by Oko, but this is some type of tiger or deer amalgamation. Not really sure what's going on there.
So 3/3 beast coming in for an attack. Okay, now Brad Nelson chooses to do what here?
I mean, you definitely want to try to run out this Garrick if you're, just hoping that it sticks, like I said before, but Brad is a little too smart for that and just doesn't fall for the bait, basically, which is really impressive.
I mean, that's the thing though, like with this Vivian not being answered, Brad probably identifies that he doesn't really need to do much. Like, he can just wait to see what Covert Go Blue does and then react to that, being sure not to be, too hasty and just, like, run random stuff out.
Yeah, and did you see how fast that Brad snapped that stomp on that apparition? Like, he definitely knew that was a possible line there, and that was probably what that long pause was. He was really thinking about what what Covert could possibly have. Probably looking at the deck list and just narrowing down the options there. So really impressive play there by Brad, because he still has 6 power on board, which is nothing to joke about.
Exactly. 6 power on board. This is insane. Now you could just run out the Garuk here. It resolves. Oh my gosh.
And he's presenting lethal at the moment.
So now you need...
Oh, wow.
Okay. You can't apparate any of these tokens. I mean, okay. Oh my gosh. CGB just had enough mana to not only get Yorion back to hand, but also play Yorion as well. So now you can ECD the exile the Garuk, use Glass Casket on one of these tokens. So now this Shatter Skull Smashing isn't for lethal. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Is it that 4 or 5 lands? I think that's only 4. Okay, they needed... Oh, no. I'm mistaken. Covert Go Blue has the second act of the Elspeth Conqueror's Death out, so that means that Shatter Skull Smashing wouldn't have been lethal even with a land draw anyways, because it's being taxed. Okay, I'm all over the place.
No, that was some heads up thinking there, because Brad does have this Shatter Skull, like you said, and it can present... Oh, the tax. Yeah, good point. So here we're gonna see Covert now try to dig for... I'm not sure what he's looking for. Maybe a Shatter? Ooh, Amiria's Call is not bad.
Keeps both of these.
Okay,
so now you can use Skyclave Apparition to exile the Bone Crusher Giant. You take 2, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're still on the tax. Okay, Primal Might is kind of a draw here.
Yeah, Primal...
So what can you do? You can pump... Oh, it's still taxed, by the way.
Yeah, the Primal Might will be taxed by 2, so I think you can only pump one of these 3/3 tokens by 4. So that's interesting to note, because that's going to force some blocks here from Covert if that's the case.
Well, this is... you're not going to want to do it on the Sky Nomad, because the Elspeth Conqueror's Death will just bring it back. I guess you can do it on the Skyclave Apparition, but... Yeah, Covert Go Blue Brad Nelson here just choosing to pass the turn, being patient. Okay, you can play Amiria's Call here.
Yeah, playing Amiria's Call, giving all of your creatures indestructible, which is, kind of like a hidden mode on the card, is certainly pretty impressive on this board state right now. Lovestruck Beast is the draw for Brad, and I don't know if that's going to help his case that much right now with Essence Scatter in the hand of Covert Go Blue.
So, what can you do here? You can play Primal Might for a negligible amount. So Brad Nelson just opts to play the Lovestruck Beast. Covert Go Blue going to make quick do with that with the Essence Scatter here. So, all right, Primal Might on one of these angels. All right. Yorion,
wow.
Are you kidding me?
There you see Covert, kind of sit up in his chair a little bit, because that was an incredible draw.
So now what you can do is attack in the air with these 2 flyers. That's 8 damage there. Next, you can play the Yorion to... you can blink the Glass Casket here, draw a couple more cards, and just clean up these tokens on the field. Oh, the double blink action.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
This is your favorite play.
It's my favorite play. So what you can do is blink the Yorion to you can use the second Yorion to blink the first Yorion, which allows you to exile your permanents to return them back into the battlefield, but you have a second Yorion, so everything will be blinked again on your opponent's end step. It's a really cool play that I just learned about a few days ago. It's super, super cool. That probably made no sense to you, so you at home watching can see what I mean. Oh, great henge.
Wow, great.
All right. Okay. Are we still in this or what?
No,
we're
I
not.
don't think so. Yeah.
Nothing.
Brad, an incredibly skilled player.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Going to game 3.
Yeah.
This is so. What is happening? Like, I can't believe the games have been so close today. Like, this is so incredible. It just shows you, like, how much the meta's changed over literally the course of one day. Like, we literally just had the MTG League weekend, and now all these different decks well, it's not different decks, but it's these archetypes that we already have, like the blue-white deck, the Dimir control deck, the Gruul deck, just changing up their cards and adapting even more to what is already present. So it's just been really, really interesting to see how Standard has sort of evolved into this metagame where the matchups are just a lot closer than you think.
Yeah, definitely not what you expected with some of these games, and the script is just working out beautifully for our audience right now to just see the best possible games of Magic we could have asked for, I think.
Exactly. Going into the finals match, who is going to win the whole LFM tournament for October, winning the $1,000? Guys, this match is for $500 extra. These two players have already won the tournaments from their group, so they've already begged $500. So this match is all for nothing, another $500, totaling to $1,000 for the player that wins this game. Exactly.
Yeah,
all right, glass casket. Where's it gonna go?
No big deal. Just a big money Magic game on a Monday night. What more can you really ask for to start your week?
Exactly. And after this match, you can tune in to a new episode of Degrees of Madness. It is a TTRPG show. It's got spooky vibes, funny vibes, so definitely more content on this channel after this game. Let's speaking of game, let's just see what happens here. All right, glass casket on this beast.
Yeah, running glass caskets is definitely what you want to see out of Covert Go Blue right now. Just really trying to hit his land drops after this. He's going to find his second white source to turn on the Skyclave apparition as well. So, doing pretty good in terms of keeping up with pace of this Gruul deck, his Covert Go Blue.
Yes, Garruk Unleashed gonna be able to make a 3/3 token. Like you said, Skyclave apparition just at the waiting. Missing the land drops though. Not what you want as a blue-white control player, for sure. Covert Go Blue's gonna be able to deal with this Garruk, but it's just gonna be so awkward. Gonna be attacking with that 1/1 token.
Yeah.
Like, what does that obviously mean, guys? Doesn't play it though.
Wow, Brad with the fake there. I really like that play. Like almost any other player would have just slammed that Embercleave, but Brad definitely having the presence of mind, to hold on to his resources for as long as possible. So really, really great play.
He doesn't need to. There's already so much pressure on board. Brad doesn't really need to reveal that Embercleave until the last minute.
Yeah, and that is just exactly why Brad is one of the best players in the world right now. So
yeah, it's crazy. I would have been a pleb, Cass. I would have been a pleb. I would have played the Embercleave right there.
Yeah, I think I would have too. I think in this high stakes situation though, Brad is just well acquainted with this type of resource management.
All right, Embercleave coming down, gonna get negated though. But still, a lot of pressure on board. Like, it doesn't even matter if it gets negated here. Because the thing is that Covert Go Blue really just needs to shatter the sky or he just loses.
Yeah, this is the classic, the Yorion deck now needs to find Shatter the Sky in 70-something cards or 60-something cards, and it's looking really good for Brad Nelson right now.
Okay, one time for the one-time deck. Show me.
Okay.
Shatter the Sky. CGB saying it as well. Draw it off the top. Let's see.
Oh, I thought that was it.
Oh my god!
I thought that was it.
I thought that was it too.
Oh my goodness.
Dang.
Yeah.
Oh, is it lethal?
Yeah, it's looking pretty bad here. He can block the Lovestruck Beast, take 9. So probably needs a casket. Yeah, that's just not going to do it, unfortunately.
Oh my goodness. It's one time for the one-time deck. Oh gosh.
Yep.
All right, looking like Brad Nelson winning the $500 here. Look how slow these creatures are going in for the attack. Okay. I mean, it's been amazing. Like, this isn't even, it's just been really, really close. Both very well played games from the opponent. Congratulations, Brad Nelson, for coming in and just winning that game. We got an amazing 2 games out of that match. So pretty incredible here.
Yeah, just
all right.
Just some great games all around.
Okay. We're going to try to do a quick interview with Brad Nelson, the winner here of our LFM Streamer Showdown today. Let's see if we can get that started. Hold on, though. While we get that started, we are going to go into a break. We will try to get Brad Nelson here for an grand finalist, grand winners match. Thank you guys all for tuning in. We'll be right back. Don't go away. We'll be back.
We will be back.
Dot will get Omega, though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
You see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
There we go. This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
This is super duper lethal, but
oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this? At the mostly empty bar top, smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined
Hi, my name is Lindy, and I am the keeper of arcane lore and knowledge on LFM's Degrees of Madness show. It's a Pulp Cthulhu show, but we're not focusing super hard on the Lovecraftian side. It's definitely there, but we've also got fun things like, I don't know, werewolves, vampires, maybe a little Celtic mythology, Norse mythology thrown in. You'll have to tune in and see. But if you like comedy, it's basically a comedy with just a nice little dash of horror, definitely check it out because it is disgustingly hilarious and at times horrific. So be sure to tune in to Degrees of Madness to see what mayhem the players unlock next and what horrors they discover.
everybody. My name is Cucumber, and I'm playing Benji on LFM's Degrees of Madness. And Benji is a sweet kid, as is his foray into college is so that he can meet new people and make true connections and really try to continue to bury his deep, dark secrets down into the world. But also he's looking for love. And it seems like everyone else in the universe is also looking for the exact same love that he found. So he's got a lot of stress in his life. So he's kind of on the edge of a knife right now. Go one way or the other.
Hello.
Anyway,
Check.
Benji is really excited about and passionate about art. So
okay,
he tries
perfect.
to communicate through art because when he touches people, weird stuff happens. Make sure you tune in to Degrees of Madness on LFM because we're adorable. Mwah.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the LFM Showdown. I don't have Brad Nelson. I have Covert Go Blue. Covert Go Blue, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can. Sorry about that, chat. So Brad Nelson's mic wasn't working, but we get Covert Go Blue, who is who was the winner of his was the winner of his group for his LFM Showdown. Unfortunately, didn't snag a win from Brad Nelson, but you can tell us how did the tournament go for you? I mean, from your match, we had such amazing games. Literally went from the lower bracket, climbing your way back up to the top, facing Pretty MTG, taking him down into the finals match with Brad Nelson. Explain your day.
I don't remember anymore most of what happened. Let me stress one thing right here. The way that I see it, I'm the one here for the winner's interview. So regardless of what happened in the last match, like Brad can have the money. He may have won the whole thing, but I am here with you. And that is what winning looks like.
I mean, you had such an amazing day. 2-0 against Gabriel Nassif, the Hall of Famer, against the mirror. Covert Go Blue. The mirror! Blue-white control. Nassif's deck just taking him down in that 2-0 match. Can you explain? I mean, you say you don't remember, but try to regain your memory here. Let's talk about that match.
I will never forget that match for as long as I live. Don't worry.
Okay.
So, for the most part, the pieces I remember were finding spots to be aggressive that were very strange. I think my draws were a lot more of the relevant cards in game one. And in game two, I think he missed a land. I saw him digging for a land. He resolved a solemn, but he missed the next land. And I just pushed. I got aggro about it with Skyclaves and some sharks, and it worked out. It was definitely down to the last second, because if I hadn't found an Elspeth Conquers Death or something to tap the Dream Trawler, I would have had to shatter, and then all that work to be aggro would have been gone, because like he had a lot more cards. He would have probably won the game from there if I didn't dig with the omens. I had to scry 2 on end step, 2 on upkeep, find shatter, tap the Dream Trawler, and deal the lethal. Gabriel Nassif, I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something out of character and in character. Out of character. One of my favorite Magic players. I've watched him for I don't know how many years. Just studied so many of his games. So honor to get to battle him. In character. Once upon a time, I rated that guy, and he was rude about the amount of Godzillas my chat was spamming. This is revenge.
Yeah, Godzilla. Oh, you needed to use the Godzilla lands to really push it home. But that's okay. That was an amazing game to cast for me. But let's take it back from the beginning, and then we'll switch it back to the end. Your first match of the day was against Danny T. Law, a friend of yours. Good friend.
Yep.
Beat him, Yorion, Blue-White Yorion versus Esper Doom. Tell us about that match. Easy, hard? How does it feel like to just swipe down a friend's dream?
Thanks. Game one, I have all the counters. He doesn't, so it's not a fair fight. Games 2 and 3 were a lot rougher. Honestly, I don't remember much about it. what I remember is that game 1, I think, got stolen from me by a giant shark out of nowhere, the one of Shark Typhoon.
Yes,
And
6-6
I was like,
for
all right.
lethal.
I was like, okay, that's the way this tournament's going to be. And then I remember, I think the next few games just, I don't know. I don't remember much about it. I will say that Danny T is a friend. We made up a fictional elk trophy because we played a battle over with no bans. So we both had
Okay.
Okos in the deck, but he always had Oko on turn 3. I didn't. So he won the elk trophy. Well, tonight I took it back.
I know. Yeah, I'm gonna need to take it out of his hands and then display it right next to that Godzilla plushie you have there. Okay. Taking it to the end. Yes, exactly. So cute. Now you had to go into Nassif's chat and be like, just hold it up there as well. Like, just a lot of dubs today. Okay, taking it back to the last match of your group against Pretty M2G. How insane was that? You took 2 games away from what we thought was your worst matchup. Like, they always say, oh, Rose has such a great matchup with blue-white, but that was not the case. It just seemed like, Glimpse of Freedom just took control of that game and just like the way you were playing. Do you remember that match? Can you explain to us how you were able to do that?
Well, I played 3 matches with Preddy in this tournament, and
oh, that's true.
yeah. That so, man, I thought it was over in game 2 of the first match of the finals, because he was just so far ahead. He was milling me. I didn't have many cards left. He had resolved 3 into the stories or something like that, and I just felt like there was nothing there.
Oh my gosh, there was this one game where he just like top decks that into the story, and your face was just like, no! It's just so hilarious.
Oh God, I battled so hard to get him on empty. I that's how you have to play the rogue deck. You have to grind out. You just have to go really long and grind out every card, and they're going to draw 4 off into the story, and you have to draw like 1 at a time off Omen and 1 at a time off Tome,
right?
And just try to keep up, and it's so hard. And when we ground him down to nothing, he was on stone cold nothing at last, and he top decked into the story. My heart just broke, and I thought the game was over. But he didn't have enough interaction left, I guess, because with no cards left in the library, Amiria's Call, there literally no cards left in the library. I got to attack for lethal. It was crazy.
Just such a great game. Okay, into the future. The Arena Open is this weekend. Are you going to be taking blue-white this weekend? Is that something you want to reveal right now? Tell us about that.
Sure. So, first of all, I'm the one in best of 1. I am not the in best of 3 or any other catchy thing.
Okay.
I play best of 1 for YouTube. I play best of 1 for Twitch. It is my content. It's what my fans enjoy. It's what I enjoy, quite frankly. So for me, this is a step out of the comfort zone. But blue-white, like any kind of a blue-white control deck, if it's competitive, it's just kind of in my blood. So I don't have much time to prepare. I don't put in a lot of time with sideboarding plans. I just try to let 20-some years of Magic flow through me into the blue-white cards. So yes, if I play the Arena Open, it's going to be blue-white, because while I may not get much practice, it's in me now. It's a part of who I am. So,
yeah, this counts as practice. You played amazing today. I mean, winning your whole group, going up against Brad Nelson. We were praying for you, CGB. We were like, one time for the one time, please be Shatter. And then you just drew the Amiria's Call, and we thought it was the Shatter, just the way the mana icons popped out, and then our heart sunk when it wasn't Shatter. But it was still an amazing game. Any final thoughts on how this day turned out for you? Would you still have brought this deck? Seems like you would. Tell us just some final thoughts here.
The deck is an automatic for me. I would have brought more things for Gruul Adventures, I guess, but I mean, I can't be sad about going up against an awesome end boss like Brad Nelson after the day I've had, and at least putting a game on him, making him sweat just a little bit. I hope he got one gray hair from the experience after getting to sit around all day. I hope so. But to reflect on the day, I don't usually play competitions. I don't usually play tournaments. This was for two things. One, the fans. A lot of people have been telling me they want me to play, so I'm going to try to do more events for them. And two, for the kids. You're on my team after all, Witches of the Coast, for Extra Life. So I pledged before even playing that half the winnings going to charity and continuing to support our team. So doing it for a bigger cause, at least for bigger than myself, because quite frankly, I can't take staying up this late. I can't take the bad draws. I can't take losing. I freaking hate it. But for the right cause, I'll do it. Gives me strength I wouldn't have otherwise.
If it wasn't for the kids, if it wasn't for those darn kids. Nah, thank you so much, Covert Go Blue, for participating today. It was amazing to have you. Amazing to cast your games. I just couldn't snag that last win off Brad Nelson, but you definitely won chat's heart throughout the whole day. It's a pleasure to be on your Extra Life team as well. Thank you so much for coming. Where can chat find you? You know, we have people from the TTRPG scene in the chat. If they want to see more of your content, where do they go?
Twitch.tv/covertgoblue, usually Monday through Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the show. And YouTube, search for Covert Go Blue. 1 word, 2 words, doesn't matter. You'll find me. 91,000 subs. Hopefully 100,000 by Christmas. That's all I'm asking for Christmas. I want the 100,000. And please check it out on YouTube. There's a new deck every single day. I think I'm one of the most watched MTG Arena players on YouTube at this point. So if you don't know, join the nonsense. It's fun.
All right. Thank you so much being in our interview today. And enjoy the rest of your night. Again, thank you so much. I know it is out of your time zone, so I really, really do appreciate you joining the event today. Thank you.
My pleasure. For the kids, for the...
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, that was good. I got the stuff for the kids.
Oh my god, I did not expect CGB just getting sniped, and I thought I was gonna be like wrapping up the show here. Never mind. We
Surprise!
Brad Nelson joining us, winning the whole thing. Thank you so much for staying up past your bedtime. You know, I mean, it was for $500. Maybe that wasn't too bad. How are you doing tonight, Brad Nelson?
I'm good. I'm happy that my mic was working. I had some issues here during my short-lived stream, and I didn't think I was going to be able to do an interview, but I reset the whole system, and that did it. But I'm doing good. No, it was fun. I don't know if anyone noticed it, but in the first grand finals that Covert played, there was a turn where he had like 11 2/2 sharks, and he clicked each one of them individually for lethal. So I was really happy. I was really happy that I just got to repay the favor in the next match. It was just perfect.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be watching the VOD back when he makes his YouTube content, and he'll just be like, wait a minute, that's what I did to Freddie, and now Brad's doing it to me. All right, amazing. Okay, let's go into that match with a Covert Go Blue there. Well, actually, you know, let's take it back. You registered Gruel Adventures for this this tournament coming in. Is it something like what was the reasoning behind that deck choice? What sort of field were you expecting today?
Do you want the straight honest answer or the production answer?
The straight honest answer. Let's do it.
All right.
No
because
BS.
I completely forgot about deck registration on Sunday because I was focused on the MPL matches. And right after my round against Brian Branduin, I immediately left the house with my fiance because we need to buy a couch. And I didn't do it this last week because I was busy testing. So we ran and we were at a furniture store, and I was like, OMG, I have to register for this tournament. And so I just directly messaged you and I was like, Ray Saito's Gruul deck is better than mine. I'll just register this.
Yeah, I do remember that. So now you get the couch and the money for the couch back. Amazing.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Funny how that worked out. Yeah, awesome. All right. Speaking of MPL weekend, I mean, this is sort of off topic, but can you give us a few minutes, like explaining your weekend for that time and, about the Gruul Adventures deck, because this is what you brought into the tournament anyways?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I can talk about that. So what got me on to Gruul Adventures was actually the data points on MTG Melee. So this last week there was a ton of tournaments on the website, and they were all like between 200 and 300 people, and about roughly 12 of them last week. And I identified, now, of course, one tournament is one sample size, but over the course of 12 of them, Gruul Adventures was consistently one of the best performing archetypes. And now each variant was different. Some people played Gem Razor, some people didn't. There was a bunch of different cards, but the archetype consistently was putting up some of the best numbers. So I immediately moved over to that deck, did really well with it on the ladder, and submitted it. Now, I don't think my list was the best because I got to it kind of late, but just looking at those data points made me realize that that's the deck I wanted to play. And now, of course, there's metagaming involved. And I did think that because Yorion was so popular that Dimir decks were going to be over the top and try to prey on them on the weekend. And Gruul is a good answer to having a above 50% matchup against Yorion if built the right way. And then if you have a sideboard, which I boarded all 15 cards in against Dimir, I felt like I had a very good Dimir matchup. And so that was the deck choice. I played Dimir and Yorion all weekend. I went 7-5. I wasn't happy with it, but I did tweet out before that the only reason I wasn't happy with my record was because of my large hubris and and what else did I say? I don't remember. But I mean, 7-5 is good. I wanted more. I definitely think of myself as someone that can, if only 4 people qualify for MPL through the MPL league play, I think of myself as someone that can get in there. And so 7-5 is a fine first showing, but I definitely want to do better next time.
Yeah, all right. Speaking of next time, not totally related, but you mentioned in our finals interview from last week, the meta's always evolving, rotating into like different, like what's in favor and what's not. Now that the Gruul list and the Dimir list seems to be popular, it seems really, really interesting because on the ladder and what pros are playing, now it's just like these Yorion decks are slowly evolving into like black-based Doom Foretold decks, with the Heartless Axe, instant speed removal to fight against these Gruul matchups, these Dimir Rogues matchups. Like, I see on the ladder people playing like this Absan Yorion deck, the Mardu Yorion decks, having access to Doom Foretold, which is really, really good against Gruul, especially past mana 4 and 5, where Gruul's only really like playing one thing a turn. Now, with all this information, like, do you expect the meta to just change? Like, what do you think about these new Yorion decks that are sort of coming up? Like, what are your thoughts about how the meta is changing and how the players at home can maybe prepare for something like the Arena Open for this weekend?
Yeah, that's a lot to unpack, and I'll try to do my best in a short amount of time. It's definitely like, I thought about this. I think I could write like 100,000 words on this current standard metagame, because it's not just that there's a bunch of different archetypes, it's that each archetype has its own spectrum of constructability. Like, even like Crokies was talking about how a lot of Gruul decks didn't have the Great Henge in the main deck, but some people play the Great Henge, some play Ember Cleave, some play a combination. And you can build every deck on a spectrum, whether it be 16 creature rogues down to 8 creatures with sharks. And so the format will continuously evolve, and even the archetypes themselves are going to have this range. And so I think you have to identify what metagame you think is going to show up, and then if you have a deck that you like, what build of it. But if you have to try too hard to make your build fight a bad metagame, you probably want to switch off of that deck. And the best example for that is you don't put 4 Fulminator Mages into Jund to fight Tron. Oh man, that is a boomer statement. That does not apply to Modern at all anymore, does it?
Yeah.
At all.
I
No
mean,
one knows
me
what I'm talking
as an
about.
arena zoomer, I have no idea what the cards you just said. Like, I started playing cards for Magic from Arena, so I'm just like, what the heck did you just say?
Yeah,
Boomer
that is
alert.
cool. That is all. So what I'm saying is,
not a smile.
what I'm saying is, if a counter-based Dimir deck is very popular in the metagame, it is much, instead of trying to make your blue at Yorion deck be able to compete against it, even though it's going to be behind, and you bend over backwards just to try to accomplish that, it's better to pivot to a new archetype. And so, if Gruul Adventures and Dimir Rogues are both like really popular strategies right now, you might want to go back to Rakdos midrange and fight it on that axis, because that actually can apply a lot of damage. And I also agree that the Doom Foretold strategies are very good right now. Also on the back of Elspeth's Nightmare, which is a very strong card against not only Gruul but also Dimir Rogues, because you're gonna you get to whenever you can have 2 of the 3 chapters have an effect on the game, it's going to be a good card. So honestly, you have to keep up with the metagame as the week evolves, and you can't just get stuck on your ideas. And the best piece of advice I could give anyone in the modern day of Magic is learn all the archetypes and tune your strategies in the last couple days. You don't want to focus your whole process on tuning one deck. You want to spend, if you have 5 days to practice, your first 2 or 3 days should be exploring the format and figuring out and learning all the archetypes. Because if you leave one hanging in a month, you're like, fine, I'll have to play Dimir Rogues this weekend, but everyone else has experience. And now you don't want to play it because you don't have experience in the mirrors. And so you just have to try all the decks. And I am not saying that because, hashtag sponsored Arena, buy all the cards. But no, like this is honestly how you have to do it with competitive Magic, because things change within a day or 2. I mean, Crokies could show up with a deck on Friday, and that's going to be 20% of the Arena metagame. So, you have to adapt.
Yeah. Always adapting. Thank you so much, Brad Nelson, for answering all my questions. Congratulations for winning the entire LFM event that we have here for October. And thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. Please enjoy your night. And again, I can't thank you enough.
Oh, I had a blast. It was a wonderful time. And next time, I guess I get to fight again, right? Since I'm the winner. If there's another,
of course, we'll definitely invite you back. You can definitely farm this tournament. Looking for some pocket change whenever you want. All right, thank you so much, Brad. We'll catch you later.
Thank you for inviting me. See ya.
All right.
Are we off?
Nope. No, we are not off. Okay, there we go. Thank you so much, Brad Nelson. And thank you so much for the viewers at home for watching. This is the end of the LFM Streamer Showdown. Please do enjoy your night, but don't go away after this casting here. We have a new episode of Degrees of Madness, who have kindly supported the LFM Streamer Showdown and the Magic scene. If you like TTRPGs, if you like spooky, funny things for this Halloween season, please do stick around, and I will see you guys in the next LFM Showdown. This is Jenna Amari signing out. Thank you so much.
Dot will get Omega though, so at least there's that one.
I can balance it on my head. Looks like the composers just got decomposed. Are you ready for this?
welcome to Degrees of Madness here on LFM. I am Lindy, and I shall be the keeper of arcane lore, knowledge, studies, basically the keeper of everything. Many secrets, a lot of secrets. And I'm very excited for this Pulp Cthulhu game. So let's go around, let's say who everyone is and who they'll be playing. We'll start with Cucumber. I think you're muted.
Muted, bud.
Oh, good call. Thank you. Yes, you're muted. Hi, everybody. I'm Cucumber. I'm playing Benji. He is an art major, occasionally mute, and he really likes hypnosis and stuff. Not really. He hates it. It's an ability he has. That and psychometry, and he's got a little bit of a dark secret he's running from. And he just joined the cult. Okay, bye.
Congratulations. I'm sure your parents would be so proud. Someone else who joined a cult, Chunk, or at least your character did. Hi.
Yeah. Hello, friends. I'm Chunk. I'm playing Doug, and I just joined the cult with a high expectation of getting to play some dragons and dungeons. And I'm Doug. I'm an engineering student with, a bright future up ahead. I hope.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case now that you've joined a cult. Someone who has the potential for a bright future, but doesn't seem to care. Rupert, played by Noir Enigma. How are you, Noir?
I'm doing all right. I also joined the cult more reluctantly than the rest, I would say. And I'm a man on a mission, and that mission is to find the football player Chad and to either ruin or end his life. So that's me.
Yeah. I'm sure killing a member of a werewolf pack will only go well for you. Someone who we have here this week who also joined a cult is one of our lovely guests, Loopy Minx. How are you?
I'm doing well. I am playing Velma. She is a horticulture student. She's usually an outcast, but she's gotten along really well with this group, and she's off on an adventure with Rupert to find Chad with her pistol.
Yeah, that's only gonna go well. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Our other guest for this week is the lovely Susanna Grace, who also joined a cult.
Hi, I'm Susie, and yes, indeed, I joined a cult. One of many cults I have joined in my life. But I play Jessica, who's a photography major who wants nothing more than people to fight to the death for her amusement.
Goals. I mean, really. So I feel like the summary of last session was everyone joined a cult. The purpose of this cult is to unleash a bunch of ghosts that have been trapped at the university for a while, unleash a Bloody Mary, and destroy the wards of protection that have been placed upon each student. That'll only end well. Also, someone has a vendetta against Chad, and I have no idea why. It's crazy. But yeah, everyone's kind of hit it off. They got high together. They've been low together, and they are currently separated. I think we're gonna go off with the group that has the gun at this moment in time. Rupert and Velma. It is, evening time, around sunset and or past sunset. And you guys you're taking Velma to the farmhouse you saw?
Well, we're gonna take a quick pit stop to the hardware store to pick up.
Oh yes, that's right. A quick pit stop to the hardware store. The hardware store / like hunting section and stuff. They're conjoined. It's like one of those outdoorsy stores.
Yep. We gotta
Is this where
pick
we're
up some
getting the
stuff.
silver though? 'Cause I'm pretty sure only silver.
It's called the Trout Pro Shop.
Yeah, we're gonna see if they have any like silver bullets, silver knives, a little spade, just that kind of stuff for
stuff,
reasons.
Typical hardware stuff. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I mean that's
after hours.
That's
It's fine.
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
Okay.
I mean, anything is business hours if you know how to get in.
Exactly.
Just
So,
leave.
y'all are approaching the Trout Pro shop, which is connected to Cold Iron Hardware.
Mhm.
And what do you do? See the
Well,
shop?
first I'd like
All the lights are off.
Do you know how to
first
pick a
I'd like
lock?
to see if do I like he laughs like do I know how to fucking pick yeah. That was like I learned that before I learned my what's it called, the ABCs
Alphabet.
yeah, that one. So so he just is going to kind of head over to the door, and check and see if there are any cameras.
Okay. Well, this is the 80s. So they're not quite as prolific as they are in today's time. You don't give me a spot hidden check.
Dope. 77 and my spot hidden is 90.
All right, you do not see any cameras. You do see a cat inside. Like an orange tabby. A little chonky.
Okay.
Look at
Well,
that chunk.
but it's time to check the door, see if it's open. So I'm just gonna open the door, see if
It's not open.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair enough. I'd like to pick the lock, please.
Give me a locksmithing check.
That is going to be 85, and my locksmith is 90.
All right, so spend a minute. Okay. Hear the lock click?
He's just gonna look over at Velma like, You know what's up. All right. Just opens the door. All right. Get yourself something pretty, I guess.
Door chime goes off.
Wait, what happens
the
now?
tabby kind of rolls over. Goes, meow.
Hey, kitty.
Meow. And it's like that.
I go to give him head scratches.
It seems to appreciate the homage.
All right, let's focus.
Hell yeah. Yeah, well, I'm looking for a shotgun.
All right.
These definitely aren't locked up anywhere.
Also, could you give me a listen check?
Yeah, sure.
A what?
I can do that. A listen check. So that's a 49, and my listen is 80.
All right. That's a regular success.
Did I mention why he went to jail, y'all?
No idea. So bizarre, so strange. You hear small footsteps.
He's just gonna go, fella, shh, somebody's here.
See the room to the back door, the back of the shop open. You don't see anyone. Come out.
He's just gonna hide. He's gonna hide under the cash register.
Give me under the cash register. Give me a stealth check. If you're gonna hide.
That is a 56, and my stealth is 90.
Yeah. Okay. Elma, are you trying to hide?
Yes, I have a. All right, I rolled a 39 and my stealth is 50.
Hell yeah.
All right, so you both kind of hide, like, behind the counter under the cash register drawer area. You know, the little section next to the trash can full of receipts and that kind of thing. And you hear, again, small footsteps. And you hear the cat meow again, and you hear, well, what's that you say then? Meow. Oh, really? 2 of them? Oh, that's interesting. Where are they? Meow. I see. All right. And you hear a and around the corner, you see bright, curly red hair, well-trimmed beard, in pajamas with a shotgun. All right, then, what have we got here?
You fucking talk to the narc ass cat? Oh my He's got his hands up, but he's like, how the fuck did you talk to the dark ass cat?
Oh, Ginger and I have a very special connection. Now, what the fuck are you two doing in my store? After hours.
Look,
Was it after hours?
yeah,
The door
I
was
didn't know.
open.
Yeah, we just walked right in.
Meow. Right, you just walked in, alright. I don't believe that story at all.
But
I know I locked the doors.
fucking
I know,
scratched your
because I
head,
have
you
to drag
piece
a
of shit.
The cat's just, like, rolls over like, it's a cat. Cats aren't loyal. Come on. And he's like, I know I locked the doors because I always have to drag the step stool all the way from behind the counter to the front door to lock it.
Fuck.
Should we just shoot him?
I mean, I'm thinking about it. All right, look, we're hunting werewolves and we needed some stuff.
Now, why are you hunting werewolves?
Why are we hunting werewolves?
Because he came to my house. And he watched
Was he-
Betamax with Mal. And shit's really uncool. And I kind of like Mal, and it's a whole thing, and he's really fucking my shit up, okay? I'm stressed
Were
the
they
fuck out.
invited into the house?
Wait, what?
Were they invited into the house?
I mean, yeah, but I didn't.
Well, then that doesn't go against the treaty, so you can't go hunting them.
Wait, what?
What?
He kind of looks at the cat, and the cat's like, just like jumps off the couch. He's like, "You don't know about the treaty, then?"
He just looks to Velma. Do you know about the fucking treaty?
I didn't even know what we were doing till 5 minutes ago.
You down as fuck. I like that.
Well, then I shouldn't say anything more about the matter. I won't report you to the police if you leave right this instant.
You got any wolfsbane?
No, I don't. It's against the. I don't carry wolfsbane. No.
Fuck you. Tell me about the treaty.
Now, are you trying to intimidate? Are you trying to persuade? What are you trying to do here?
You know, he's being very Rupert right now, so I don't know what he's trying to do, honestly. I don't really fucking know. Jesus Christ. I guess. I mean, he's not charming at all, so intimidating or persuading are gonna fail. Okay, he's gonna try and intimidate. He's
all
got
right.
a 15 in it, so
Good luck.
and I rolled an 82.
All right, you can push the roll, or you can just fail.
All right, Velma steps in
mean-
and pulls her pistol, not intending. It's not loaded. I
Mhm.
tell him, now I'm trying to intimidate him.
Okay.
yeah.
He was holding a shotgun. So you can give an intimidate.
Okay.
Because there are two.
I have a
of
95,
So-
so let's get the roll.
you. Okay. You never know.
50.
Sometimes things get weird. All right, so that is a success. He's like, pipe down there, little lady. All right. You can't go saying anything about it, but it's the treaty. You know about
What fucking
werewolves? I
treaty?
do not know about the treaty. To fucking live here as a
Why don't you
not
want to
human.
tell us about the treaty?
Yeah.
So basically, I'm starting to think you two are humans.
We fucking are humans. What are you?
Fuck. Definitely a human.
Oh, bullshit. You're talking to your cat? Your snitch ass
You rolled a
cat?
93. So, well, you know, human-like.
What the shit? Okay, hold on. What are you? Because I need to put it in my notebook.
What do you mean your notebook?
Well, we've got werewolves, Question mark. We've got aliens? Question mark. We've got no, not ghosts. Demon, no, not demons. Ghost demons. Or nope, demon ghosts. Demon ghosts? And whatever the fuck you are.
I can't believe you. If you know about all these other things, I mean, even demon ghosts. Do you know how rare a demon ghost is? And you don't know what I am. I'm almost insulted.
We've learned about all this like in the last couple hours.
Like, we straight up joined the. Oh, wait, hold on. I wasn't supposed to talk about that.
No, I'm not supposed to talk about the treaty.
Look, how about this? Clearly you fucked up and you don't want us to tell anybody about anything. So you give us some bullets and a shotgun and I'll walk away.
Right, but they're not silver bullets because it's not allowed.
I need at least one silver bullet for myself.
Can't do it. Don't have silver bullets here. Nope, that's against the thing. Starts with T.
Alright, do you have something we can melt silver down with?
We don't have a lot of silver. It's a hardware store. Hardware and hunting. We don't. Does this look like a jewelry shop?
You gotta work with us here. I mean, you broke the and I'm sure that could get you in all sorts of trouble. So, with the non-humans,
give you. He stamps his foot. Right, I can't give you silver, but I can tell you where there might be a pot of gold.
No fucking way! Why did you see? You're the fucking cereal dude!
I am not the cereal dude! That is a terrible representation. Yes, he's very rich because he's put his face all over boxes of cereal, but we all hate him. He's a sellout.
Can I get a pot of silver?
It only works with pots of gold, alright? I don't make the rules.
Very weird, but okay. Alright, so, yeah, I'll take this shotgun here. Couple of these
One
here
shotgun.
bullets.
No, and we don't have silver bullets here.
Okay, no silver bullets. And, some gold.
Bill, tomorrow, when you look outside, look for a rainbow. It'll be at the end.
Nice. That's like not one of those, what do they call it when it's like not a real thing, but it's like a thing like that makes you learn better or
Euphemism?
Meta.
I don't think that's what a euphemism is. Don't know what you're going on about, and I shouldn't say anymore, so could you please leave now that you got the shotgun?
Yes, of course. Awesome. I've got a fucking gun. Yes. You just see him. He's just cacao. Cacao. He's just not cool right now at all.
Escalated.
All right, Velma, high five. We fucking did it. You want to get some gold tomorrow?
Hell yeah, we could like actually buy stuff instead of stealing.
Oh shit, I didn't even think about that.
As you guys are saying, I walk out the door. You hear the door slam behind you, the little ting-ling, the bell, and you hear a stool being dragged, like a step stool. He
So,
locks the door and glares, and then stomps back, patting the cat on the head on the way back.
So, Velma, I need you to shoot it to me straight. Are you human?
Last time I checked.
You sure?
I don't know when that was though.
Yeah, that's not instilling me with confidence. Like, I'm pretty sure I've been human this whole time, and I've never checked.
Not even one.
I mean, no. I mean, I wouldn't know how to check. How did you check?
It's a conversation for another time.
He just puts down Velma question mark.
And where do you guys go from here?
Barn.
Yeah, we're going to the barn. We've got some more trouble to
You
make.
go to the little farmhouse. All right. Before we go to the farmhouse, Benji and Doug escorted Penny to the door, went back to their own dorms. Is there anything you guys do before you guys want to drift off to Dreamland?
Yeah, I'd like to confront Doug.
Okay.
Hey, Doug.
What up?
What the hell was that, man? You shoved me out of the way to get to Penny. You physically assaulted me to get to Penny. I understand, like, healthy competition, but you fucking attacked me, man.
I heard once it was said that all is fair in love and war. So I just, I just thought are you okay, though? Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Did you get hurt?
Oh, I'm not physically injured, Doug. But if all's fair in love and war, then all
I mean, to a
is
certain
fair
extent.
in love
To a certain
and
extent.
war.
I take
You
some of that
want to
back.
declare war, Doug? Good night. And I go to my bunk and I start like making a blaster for Penny in my bed. I ignore Doug for the rest of the evening.
Okay.
Just making
That sounds like a euphemism, but I'll let it slide.
And then I sculpt a toy for
that's
Penny.
what a euphemism is.
Yes.
I climbed to the
Today's
top
word
of my
today
bunk.
is euphemism. Mm-hmm.
I climbed to the top of my bunk and I lean, I put my head over and go, "Hey Benji, yo Benji."
Nope.
I love you, buddy.
Nope.
Okay. Good night. I'll see you in the morning.
Shut the fuck up, Doug. That's me working on a blaster, by the way. Everybody calm down.
I'm sure it is.
Hey Benji, can you stop rocking the bunk bed? I'm trying to go to bed. Trying to go to sleep.
I've got work to do, Doug. I've got work to do.
Okay.
And is there anything Jessica does before going to sleep for the evening?
She counts the $50 she'd made earlier in the day from Benji and has a huge smile on her face because she knows somewhere conflict has arisen at her fault and she's going to have a nice, easy night of listening to Ronnie James Dio and Rainbow as she drifts off to sleep.
Nice. Excellent song choice. So then we cut back to not quite a cabin in the woods, but a farm just past some woods, at the base of the mountain. Rupert, Velma. Actually, Rupert, you've only been here once before, following a werewolf. Can you give me like a, let me look at the checks we got here. Yeah, like a navigate check, please.
I'm kinda okay at navigation. So that
Could
is
be
going
important.
to be a 34, and my navigate is 50.
Nice. So you are able to navigate successfully to this farm. You see that there's like a little bit of smoke coming out of the chimney. Looks like someone's home. The light's pretty low because it's, pretty late at night.
Yeah, this is happening. So I took a few shotgun shells, so I would like to, I would like to see if there's any hay around in the farm area.
Yeah. There's some hay.
All right.
There's
so
like a big. There's like a nice little wooden fence around an area. There's a barn, and you actually see like a pile of hay. And if you approach it, there's a goat munching on some hay.
Look, it's a kid.
Yeah, we should take it. So it doesn't die in a blaze. Also, I forgot to ask you, how do you feel about arson?
Are we doing it or are we receiving it?
I mean, we're doing it.
Gone for it.
Fair question.
he just. Hey, we should go to that nerdy ass Halloween thing together. So anyway, he pops one of the shotgun shells and he starts to make a trail of gunpowder to head towards the hay. And
Okay, from the
once
house?
he does it, huh?
From the
Oh,
house
yeah,
or
from-
just to the hay?
To the hay, which I'm imagining is by the house.
Yeah, it's near the house. Give me a. You have a really good spot here. I'm not gonna even make you check. You're like making the trail from the hay. You're going to the house. You catch a look through one of the windows, and you see a very old lady sitting in a rocking chair, dozing off some knitting.
Fuck!
And we should have brought your friend who beats up old ladies.
Yeah. Fuck. Fuck. You just see Rupert starting to have a meltdown. Shit.
How loud? Down.
Oh, it might be a little loud. Like as soon as he sees the old lady in the window, he's like, "Fuck! You gotta be fucking kidding me!"
And you say that, and you hear the door open, and you see the little old lady kind of blearily blinking her eyes. Kidding is one of the goats. Kidding? I didn't think they were due for another couple of weeks. Oh, hello there, young people. Are you lost? Do you need? It's quite chilly out here. Do you need to come inside?
Is Chad home?
Oh, Chad. No. He did check on me a couple of days ago, though.
I have his
I live here
homework.
by myself. Oh, you can leave
Yeah.
it here. I'm sure he'll be by sometime next week. The boys of the, what do they call it? Beta, Kappa, Alpha, whatever their fraternity is, they check in on me every once in a while. You know, because it's just me and my goats out here. Aren't they precious? It looks like one comes up and she just gives it a little pat. Well, they mean the world to me. I don't know what I'd do without them.
Fuck you,
Ever
Lindsay.
since, you know.
Rupert goes, "Are you the only one in town that has goats?"
I don't know. My joints aren't what they used to be. I can't really get to town anymore. Oh, but it's quite late. You lost. Come inside, please. It's quite chilly, and she kind of adjusts her cardigan, and I could make you some tea, or I think I have some cookie I made earlier.
Hey, old lady, I don't want your goddamn tea or cookies, all right? Oh,
Okay. Oh,
look, Chad left his homework.
sorry, I don't get many people out here ever since, I lost my sons in the war, but...
Oh, fuck! Shit!
Sorry if I'm just concerned about you youngins,
Oh my god!
It's like it's going to be
This meltdown is getting
one
worse.
day you wake up and they're gone, so...
He just goes, "Look, lady."
Oh, but yes, his homework here. I can put that inside for him.
No,
Sure,
you
him
don't
or one of
understand.
The boys will be by.
It's due tomorrow. I thought this is where he lived. I need to know where he lives so I can give it to him. Please.
Most of his met that fraternity. Yes.
I already burnt that down. All right, fine. Fuck it.
What? Come again. I'm sorry. My hearing it seems to be.
Go inside, ma'am. It's cold.
All right. Well, good luck. Be safe here. And she pulls a couple of scarves big bag just full of scarves. Take these with you. It's quite cold out there. You know, winter is coming, and you have to really keep warm. Give you a scarf. Blue scarf.
Thank you.
Myself with it.
I just wrap it up. So he just looks at Velma. So clearly we can't let these fucking goats die now. You know that, right?
Oh, I thought they were supplying the goats.
Yeah, they're probably going to get them from her. That's not cool.
So we have to stop this whole cult now?
I mean, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fuck up some nerds. How do you feel about it?
I'm down.
Fuck yeah.
So we're not going to find Chad.
Wait, what? Yeah, no, fuck Chad. I'll get him another day. You know, and you know, it's not that big a deal that he was over with Mal, I guess. Whatever, I don't care.
So get back to the woods.
Yeah, he's just walking, sulking, fucking mad as hell with this comfy ass scarf.
Yeah,
trying to be mad, but
and you go home, and Elma gets back to the dorms. Actually, you get home, and it's pretty late. It's like 2, 3 in the morning, and Rob's still up, and he's like, "Oh hey, like it's pretty late. Oh hey, Rupert's lady friend. You staying the night? You want coffee? I just made coffee. Hold the coffee cup.
You want to crash here, Velma?
Where am I sleeping?
I mean, like, I don't fucking care. Like, I got a couch or a bed. What's up? All right, cool. Or you know what? Fuck that, Robert.
Yeah.
Fuck you. She's sleeping in your bed tonight.
Hell yeah.
Without you in it, dude.
Yeah, you didn't specify that, so like.
Yeah, you're sleeping on the couch. She's sleeping in your bed.
But why? This is my house.
Are you even alive, dude?
Of course I'm alive. He holds up his cup of coffee, tells it, and that's it.
Look, I don't believe you, but here's the deal. If you let her sleep in your bed, I won't check. Deal?
So it's over this way. And he gestures to the room on the other side of the.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so you're sleeping in his bed. If you like, avoid any like wet spots or whatever. I got some extra blankets. You should probably put one of the blankets down on the mattress.
What is this essence?
It's yeah. There's essence. It is ghost essence. Let's say.
This is the ghost.
And you notice a few drops of coffee hit the floor.
Yeah, you fucking ghost ass ghost.
Said you weren't gonna check.
I'm not checking.
I told you.
Nobody. Go be dead. See, your connection to the material plane is weakening.
and he goes to like sulk off to the room to the couch, but he's so put off that he misjudges the distance and goes.
See, look at you, dude. You're ghosted all over the place. Chill.
You chill. Like what? No one said ghosts. Whatever. Definitely sleeping.
You got your
like I do.
You got your fucking essence all over me, dude.
Look, no,
I'll walk
I haven't
into...
done, like if you wanted to, we could. But like,
no, dude. Like, no, like it's too late. I walked into a cult
Are you
and they're all
sure?
like, "You're covered in ghost goo," and I'm like, "I don't even fucking know any ghosts
No,
because you can't
but
keep your
no.
goddamn goo to yourself."
No, look, if you would know if you got like ectoplasm on you, there's a difference, okay? You're just
Oh
it
yeah,
just
then
must
why am
be
I
like
covered in the shit, Rob? Why am I covered in ghost goo, Robert?
proximity. Oh, like if you're already covered in it, currently, the harm it a little more.
No, I'm not trying to get covered in any ghost goo. I'm pissed off that I got any ghost goo on me in the fucking first place. If I'm gonna be honest with you, Robert, keep that goo to yourself.
Look, I'm not. You must have been in some place you weren't supposed to be, because I keep that very contained. Although sometimes I rub off on things that I touch a lot of things in this.
Wait, what?
You know, just like germs. You know, you touch something, you get germs on it, kind of like that, but without getting sick, because it's not germs.
So I got ghost germs on me, dude?
No, they're not germs. Like if you had a hand covered in peanut butter and you touch all the things in your house, everything's gonna have peanut butter on it.
Stop peanut buttering the fuck out of the house, dude.
It's my house. I can do what I want. Your name isn't on the
Why are
mortgage.
you even inviting people to your house? Like, aren't ghosts supposed to haunt this place? All you do is suck.
Look,
like, is that how you're haunting us? By sucking?
No! Look, this is my house. But the bank says there has to be someone living here able to stay. So, you know, there's university students who need just.
Dude, you're a fucking ghost and you get roughed up by the bank? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
You don't know. You don't know these bankers. Don't want to know.
Apparently not. Fucking nerd! And I want you to know that I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You are a fucking nerd.
You're a jerk. And he collapsed through a wall.
So anyway, there's a bed open for you, though.
Appreciate it.
No problem. And he just goes to bed and he just lights a cigarette while he's laying down like, this fucking neighborhood sucks. Fuck Gabby for sending me here.
You guys pleasant nightly. You guys sleep. Next day happens. Everyone's got their class. They go to classes, or maybe you don't go to classes if you're Rupert, and or maybe Velma. I know Benji and Doug go to their classes because they're good, responsible students.
Oh yeah, and Hal.
Yes.
Jessica also goes to class.
Hopefully. You guys have your classes, and you know, it's like lunchtime, cafeteria time, and you all kind of see each other again. It's the next day.
Oh, Benji, cafeteria time is the best. My favorite time of the day.
Yeah, whatever, Doug.
You know, we can be still be friends. You know, when we don't have to fight all the time.
Well, I don't think we're fighting all the time. I
Are
think
you sure
I just
you're
know
getting mad
what's
at you?
more valuable to you.
You're just giving me a lot of attitude, man. Like Penny's not even around.
Right. But when she is around, you shove me to the ground like a dick. So right. And why don't you go get a big order of the 47 and fuck off, all right? And I go and I start polishing the blaster.
Rupert, can Rupert walk in on this? Nerds.
I walk over and I get some food. Just for me.
I'm gonna walk over to Benji like, the fuck was that, nerd?
Hey, Rupert. So, Doug got a little excited last night, and we saw Penny, and he shoved me out of the way to get to her. Now, I don't really mind us. Like, I get it. We're both interested. That's fine. What happens, happens. But the second we declared war last night, Rupert. That's what's happening. We declared war. And all's fair.
Shit. Yeah, so you gonna fuck him up then?
In my own way, yes, Rupert. I'm going to fuck him up.
I walk back. I sit next
Hey,
to
Chuck. Beachy's talking about fucking you up, dude.
Excuse me. You know what? I'm gonna call peace, dude. And I grab some food I brought over. I put it in front of Benji. Look, I got your food, man. We're cool. We're cool. Everything's fine. No, it's fine. We're cool.
Sure. You know, you're the one who came to me with all's fair in love and war. You know I can't trust this food.
No, that was a euphemism.
I don't think you know what that means.
I sure don't.
Right. So I go order some like curly fries, and I just go sit in a corner for a bit and just eat them. Like dry, no dipping sauce, nothing. Just
Rupert.
I don't even chew. I'm like swallowing them whole.
All right, fuck this, nerds. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna fix this for you. You just see Rupert walk off.
Uh-oh.
I would like to find pity.
Give me a spot hidden check. No, you're super good at it. There's a chance you may miss her.
I rolled an 11. 11. My spot hidden is 90.
You hone in on Penny. She is just coming out from English class. Actually, no. She's coming out from math class. Right behind her is the math class, Professor Bakshi.
Hey, nerd. You know, like, I'm just looking dead at her.
You get a slight glare from Professor Bakshi. She's like, "Oh, hi Rupert. Were you talking? I don't see Benji or Doc anywhere."
Yeah, you got my nerds in a tizzy. Which one do you like?
I'm sorry. What?
You got my nerds in a tizzy. Which one do you like?
Like, what do you like? I like them both. They're very nice. They're very nice nerds. She's totally flustered. Definitely pink.
Let's not do this, Penny.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're the one who came up with me.
Look, you want some gold? I said, do you want some gold?
Oh, good. Bert, I think I'm okay. I got it. My next. I gotta go.
Penny? Like, he's just like kind of standing in front, like.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. My nerds are in a tizzy, and I can't have my nerds in a tizzy. I need to know which way you're swinging on this.
I'm just trying to get to know them better. You know, you just don't jump into things like that.
All right, cool. Date nights, right? That's what we'll do. I'll set you up with a date night. One date night with BG, one date night with Doug. It'll be awesome.
Yeah. I don't feel like I have a lot to say in this. Okay, I've got to go to swim class. Just completely red.
I feel so bad. Okay. So he's gonna come back to the nerds. Good news. Date
What's
night.
up?
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Was there an S at the end of that?
One night with you. She'll see who she likes more, and then we're done. So can you guys be cool now?
Wait, Penny agreed to this?
Sure.
Great confidence, you.
Yeah, you didn't threaten her, did you?
Of course not. I offered
You didn't
gold.
burn anything of hers down? Yeah, all right, man. That sounds about
Jessica,
right. Yeah.
You were witness to this in the hallway. You're walking in behind Rupert. Velma, you're nearby. Watch this. I'll go down.
I'm just saying, if the date nights don't work, I have an excellent pair of dueling gloves that one of you can borrow to slap the other and then fight to the death. We'll try the diplomatic motion first.
Awesome.
Definitely gonna need your camera for that one.
Oh, absolutely. I'm banking on it. Speaking
All
of,
right,
do you
yeah,
mind me tagging along for any of these date nights? Because I'm sure they're going to be a disaster, and I want to document every second.
Oh yeah.
Well,
All
thank
right,
you for
so
your
triple date
confidence.
nights then.
No, I was actually looking forward to the elope time with Penny. But tell you what, Jessica, you're pretty sneaky. So if you're in the bushes or something, I probably won't even know you're there.
Oh, you won't ever see me.
That's
And she doesn't break eye
terrifying. Thank you.
contact.
Right. I need to make new friends.
All right, cool. So it's settled. No more war. No more nerd battles. You guys just do your date night, and then we find out what happens. And if that doesn't work, you just fight to the death like men, and we get this over with.
Truce until date night.
Back to plan A.
Truce until date night.
Perfect.
Love you, nerds.
You're a good friend, Rupert. You're a good friend.
I eat the food that Doug brought for me now.
It was poison. Just kidding.
No, but I did lick my finger and shove my finger in it.
Gross. Do I notice this?
No, you didn't
As I'm
notice it.
eating
I did it back when I got it.
Well, seeing as how it's something you're touching, even though it's the roof of your mouth, you're like, oh yeah, he picked this up for me, and then he did what? You're like mid-chew. Because you know.
You sack of... I throw it at him.
Yes, fight. Click, click, click.
Oh,
We're gonna
also
say
there's
it
like
was
a
plate of spaghetti, and so it just.
Now it's garbage.
And like while that's going on, like Rupert just makes an offhand comment. Also, there's like a treaty with a bunch of non-human creatures here, and they don't want us to know about it.
Wait, what?
Well, now we know about it. Does that put us in trouble?
Probably. I think we met a leprechaun.
Oh. Man,
Yeah,
is
you're
just
really
everything real? This is great.
Why do people keep telling you secrets?
What? Why do people keep telling me secrets?
Yeah, you're terrible at keeping them.
Oh. Well, I mean, nobody's made me do this, and he points to the cut in his hand. I haven't told that one. I was close to, though. Oh, right. We also have to fight the cult.
Wait, what? I thought we were all on board.
Yeah, that we were
What
friends.
changed?
Yeah, I changed my mind.
But
And
we're
it's not
like all
because
like
I'm mad
sworn
at
to
them.
them now.
Yeah, I
They're
changed my
making us
mind on that
rogues,
too.
Rupert.
Yeah, look, fuck your robes, and he like tugs his scarf.
Where'd you get a scarf?
Fuck you and your
How did you
questions.
fight them, though? You dumped out all the gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
I mean, I still got a few other shells. Like I've got like maybe 3 or 4 more shells. And we can always go back to the leprechaun.
Yeah,
Oh wait, we can get the gold.
Looking hand knit scarf.
Oh yeah.
We could go get the gold and then buy bullets that way.
You're gonna.
So now we got to go to the end of this rainbow.
Yeah, we gotta go to the end of the rainbow, get the gold, go back to the store, get some bullets, and then kill the cultists.
Velma, you might need to open a tab for me because I can't handle reality anymore.
I've got something for that.
Thank you.
Velma, seriously, just the most down ass chick. You know what? You might be just a little bit cooler than Mallory. Don't tell her I said that, or I'll fucking murder you.
Oh.
Wow.
What's happened to us?
All right, so after school, we go. Wait, the fuck am I talking about? Fuck school. Let's go get that rainbow.
Wasn't gonna learn anything anyway.
All right, I guess I'll go. I leave myself a note to
Benji,
write a
you
letter
know-
to the teacher.
Yeah, you do know that the last class you have for today, the class that you'd miss if you left now, is art class with Miss Kimura.
Oh, you guys! I don't know if I can miss art class.
Fuck art class.
Yeah, so what use is an art degree anyway?
Yeah.
That's about as useless as my communications degree. Let's go.
Okay. Maybe I can sit it on a different session. Let's get out of here before I change my mind.
Awesome. So we're gonna go chase a rainbow. Before we do that, I'm going to the student parking lot and we're gonna steal a car.
Okay, there's a bunch of cars there. There is one Ferrari.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a couple of us, so we can't all fit in a Ferrari.
In
Yeah, we're gonna need
that sort of thing, but, yeah, there's like a Ferrari. There's like a couple station wagons, cars in the parking lot. There's Mallory's.
No,
red
fuck that.
Corvette.
You guys are gonna lap up. All right, so Cindy just left for taking the Ferrari. So I guess I need to lockpick it.
You need to lockpick it and then you need to drive it.
All right, so that's a 14 on the locksmithing. So that's a 9.
You're able to open the doors and start it with that.
Hell
'Cause
yeah.
That's an extreme for you, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just gonna look to see if I can find whose car this is.
Yeah, you looking around. Give me like a more than just spot hidden. To see what kind of
46.
what you see inside. All right, so inside the car, these are things that might clue you in as to who the owner is. There's no paperwork in the glove box. You do find a calculator on the floorboard.
Okay.
There's a cassette player in the car, so it's super swanky.
Okay.
And there's a bunch of Bollywood musical hits on the cassette tapes.
Fuck is this?
And you also see a red pen next to the calculator on the floorboard as well.
This is probably a teacher's car. Nice.
Yeah, and if you give me a intelligence check, or if you're showing these, if you're trying to like have everyone help you figure out, anyone who's trying to figure out whose car this might be, can make an intelligence check based off these clues, which is basically an idea check.
I look at it too.
Idea?
Okay. Yeah, an idea check is just an intelligence check to see if you can put together the puzzle pieces or not.
I rolled a 26 and my intelligence is 75, even though I play Rupert like a dumbass.
Yeah,
Just
I
a
rolled
lazy
a
smart
35.
person.
I rolled a
Nice.
35 over 95.
I super failed. I'm too busy, like, uncomfortably squishing into Doug's lap as we all cram into this Ferrari, so I'm just really not enjoying
Wonderful.
myself.
All right,
I got a
so Doug
16,
and
6, 7,
Rupert-
18, so success.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah.
Jessica as well. You all figure out that this is probably Professor Bakshi's car, seeing as how he is an Indian math professor here at the school. He's very strict as well. His class is super hard.
Oh, fuck this guy. I'm
And
about to
you're
ride.
pretty sure this Ferrari is way above his pay grade.
I'm about to drive this bitch till the wheels fall off. Well, actually not. I just looked at what my drive auto is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now you can give you the drive auto check.
hold on to your butts, because this is going to be a bumpy ride.
This is where we all die.
Okay, so I rolled a 39, and my drive auto is 20.
Okay.
Great.
Is there anything you'd like to do about that roll?
Well, I'm certainly not going to push it. You know what? Fuck it, I'm going to push it.
And don't worry about
You
us.
never know.
I actually rolled a 15. Wait, I think that's still a miss, though.
Oh no.
That's really close. Drive auto. Yep, you're 5 points over. You're not gonna push the roll. So you're close. So as you're at least close, you start driving at first, and then you realize how fast this thing goes, and you floor it as you're heading down the mountain at Rainier University, and you didn't realize how the downhill plus the flooring it, and I'm gonna need you to make a dexterity check.
Oh, okay.
To avoid hitting a tree.
I rolled a 24. My dexterity is 90.
Okay, so that's a hard success, yes?
Yep.
Yeah, but not an extreme.
Nope, extreme is 18. A hard success is 45.
Okay. So, you hit the tree, but you did manage to slow down by hitting a bunch of bushes first. So you don't slam into it, but you don't. You hit the tree. Go off. Painful, especially because all y'all are doubled up and sitting on each other's. Benji, you have a fleck to it.
I have what?
Maybe a taxi cab wrapping itself around a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. But everyone's okay. Everyone only takes 2 points of damage from the whiplash. But there are cuts, bruises, or anything. Oh, your neck. And out of the university, you're close to town. You're just... This car's not going anywhere now.
Oh, that sucked all the way around, huh, folks?
Rupert,
Yeah,
tell me
we're
this
not gonna
wasn't me.
Yeah.
Rupert, tell me I didn't do this. Tell me I didn't do this, Rupert.
No, Rupert did this.
No, I did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rupert, you're not gonna drive again. We're not gonna let you drive again.
I'm
That's
gonna
it.
stand over there.
Hey, Velvet, Jessica, y'all all right?
We're good,
Yeah.
but we should probably walk the rest of the way.
Mhm.
Yeah, probably, or steal another car. All right, so
Mhm.
all right. When we get out, I would like to rip off my sleeve, put it in the gas tank, and light it on fire, and then walk away. We can't leave any evidence.
Okay.
All right.
That's not a problem for you. They can just
Can't leave
Rupert
it
set on fire this section. Ferrari. Check. All right.
I get Benji and I walk real fast. I'm like, let's go. Come on.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here.
Come on, Jessica, come on.
Yeah.
Jessica's taking pictures as she's walking backwards, like.
Jessica, what the fuck are you doing, you fucking nerd?
Rupert's in every one of them.
Yeah.
Did you take pictures of me committing arson?
No,
Yeah,
darling,
just you,
darling, you can't
apparently.
see your face. They can't move a damn thing. Don't worry about it.
You know, if I go to
That's
kill, I'm taking you down with me.
Oh, try it, darling. Many have, many failed. I'm bulletproof.
Look, when we get the goal, we'll be able to buy all the Ferraris in the world, okay? So it's no big deal. So we're just going to continue following the rainbow.
Okay. So you see the rainbow and you're following it. Give me a navigate.
Okay.
I'm also rolling dice for no reason. Wonderful.
31 and navigate is 50.
All right. So yeah,
so
you're able
you want to
to
roll your navigate.
Yeah. Just to keep the rainbow. They were the end. It's really fine the end of the rainbow. So, I mean, for most people.
All right.
Sometimes
So
you're
yeah, we're just good. So
you're walking through town.
Mhm.
Yeah, following the rainbow, and you hear a beep beep.
I'm gonna stop and look and see who's honking their horn at us.
You see Gabby rolling down her window.
Oh, fuck me!
I drive
God.
into an alley.
Rupert, isn't it time for English class about now? You know, I was going to
No.
stop by the campus, but it looks like you're out here in town. Are you saying my schedule that you gave me is wrong then?
Class was
We're on a field
canceled.
trip.
We're on a field trip.
Give me a fast talk check.
Did I mention that I'm not good at fast talk? I rolled the 77, and my fast talk is 5. So fuck it, I'm gonna push it.
Yes,
there's
this can only
always
go-
that
this can
chance.
only go better.
There's always that chance I can roll a 1.
There is. There's that chance you could roll a 1, or technically you only need like a 2. I'd even let a 3 slide. Because I'm just so benevolent.
I rolled a 72.
That is not. So she just looked. Right, a guild trip. That sounds like a story you should come tell me while we right back up to the. Or should we go
Listen.
down to the station and maybe fill out some paperwork?
Gabby, look, I hate your fucking guts. Let's start there.
Yeah, I do.
I want you to know that.
And that this has been very well, clearly made out to me. I very understand this, yes.
All right. I need to tell you some stuff. And this is going to sound crazy, but I need you to listen to me, okay?
Oh, it better be fucking crazy if you're skipping classes and you're just moseying about downtown. Next thing you're gonna tell me is you, like, stole a Ferrari or something.
Benji audibly gulps from the alley.
Look, this entire town that you sent me to, it's fucked beyond fucked. Like the guy I'm living with, totally a ghost. All right, and there's a fraternity
Ghosts aren't real.
There's a fraternity that's made out of werewolves. All right.
She puts a hand up against your forehead. Are you delusional?
Oh,
you the fever,
fuck it,
right?
forget.
You on drugs, aren't you?
No,
Who's
look.
the drug-
Okay, fuck it. Let's see if the cult nerds are right. Let's figure this out. Let's see what happens. I joined the cult and I'm working with them to free Bloody Mary, and something bad is gonna happen to me because I told you. And he just
Okay, Rupert. Can I please have you make me a power check?
a power check.
Yes.
Okay. I don't see where power is.
It's right. Yeah, it's right under intelligence on the top. It's one of your base.
Oh, okay, I see it. I rolled an 11 and my power is 65. Am I gonna die?
Am I gonna die? No, Rupert, you're not gonna die. But I do. You feel like you're out, and then a little bit of blood comes out with it, and then you take a deep breath in, and it feels like you're drowning. You're gonna take 12 points of damage as your lungs fill with blood.
I am unconscious.
Really?
Oh no!
I have 14. I took the 2 damage from something earlier. I don't remember what it was, and I was at 12. And so what it looks like is he just goes, "Look, Gabby, you're not gonna believe me? Then fuck it. Something bad is about to happen to me when I tell you that I joined the cultist group." He does the whole thing, and then it's just blood spurts.
Oh my gosh, it's because the blood in size is so low. Bless your heart. Everyone's like,
I gotta Beautiful photo though of the arc of blood leaving his mouth and his body like starting to fall. It's just one in a lifetime shots. That's gonna make me famous later on.
I'm wiping blood off of my face.
I run to. Can I run to him? I run to him to see if there's anything I can do to help. Rupert!
Yeah, you can give me a first aid check.
Let's see. There it is. Oh yeah. Hey, bro. Ooh! I rolled a 2 of 60, so that's like a really good one.
Oh wow, that's an extreme success. You're able to like. Someone was drowning from seawater. You get the blood out. We'll say Rupert has 1 HP now, but is still unconscious, and he's not looking great. He looks very
I'm
pale.
holding face down. I'm tapping the back. Okay, I'm like, get it out! Get it out!
I'm like, holy shit, the fuck he is not well. I knew he was sick. He was talking nonsense, and he just had an aneurysm or something, an elk mouth. I don't know. Where did could you kids help me get him to the hospital in the seat in my station wagon? And Joe opens up for you to drag Rupert in.
I pick him up. I can hold him.
So, as we all file into the car, I'd like to use hypnosis on Gabby.
Okay, sure. Give me a power check, please.
Yeah. That's not good. Oh wait, no, well, 91 under 95 isn't bad for that. Oh wait, is it
better than her
hypnosis?
Power check first, because it's like a contested power check.
Okay.
Hypnosis to see how good it is. She rolled a 94 in her power check, and her power is not in the 90s. So it's you're able to get hypnosis. Now give me a hypnosis check to see.
Hypnosis check is 15
well,
under 50.
Nice. So how do you hypnotize her, and what do you say?
So as she's like filing us all in, I stop, I put my hand on her shoulder, I look right into her eyes, and I say, I hear there's a pot of gold on the rainbow. At the end of the rainbow. At the end of the rainbow. At the end of the rainbow. And I say it like just a few more times until I see her eyes gloss over. I was like, take us there now. And then, so it's like, we're gonna keep an eye on Rupert, but we're gonna get that fucking gold.
It's what he would have wanted us to do.
That's what as Rupert's dying. No, you did a really good first aid check, so he's okay. She's like, end of the rainbow. Yeah, rainbow. Fucking the
I'm like, hit the sirens.
My station, I don't have sirens. Okay. She makes siren noises. She didn't have sirens on the car because it's just her station wagon. But she does that the whole way to at the end of the side of town. It's actually behind the little park shrine. You see the rainbow behind.
I missed some of that, not gonna lie.
Oh no, okay.
What'd you say?
So she drives to a park at the edge of town, right on the beginning of the forest, and there's like a little shrine, and the rainbow ends right behind the shrine.
Got it.
I walk over.
Yeah, when we all file out, I tap Gabby again, and I was like, "You're gonna drive home. You dreamt all this." Then we go.
You take Rupert first.
Yeah, I'm holding Rupert over my shoulder.
Okay.
Like a baby.
Okay. Yeah.
Got him.
So she's like, okay, yeah, drive home. I'll forget about all things. Reverse and drives off. Behind this little like shrine, you find a pot. It's just a little cast iron pot, and it's very shiny on the inside. There is gold inside of it.
Well, I'll be damned. Rupert, look, it's real. I give him like a little waking smack on the face.
He is not waking up. That he's going to need medical attention.
I close one in the palm of his hand, so when he wakes up, he'll find gold in his hand.
Wonderful.
But then, I try to pick it up, but I'm not strong, so I ask for help from everybody
Pretty
else.
heavy.
So we gotta walk this out.
It's a small pot, but it's quite heavy. I mean, you're able to. It's like if you were to make a stew, it And inside are 78 gold coins.
Oh, snap. I take off Rupert's scarf while he's unconscious, and I use it to kind of like wrap around the cast iron pot, so it just looks like we're holding a bundle of something instead of a giant pot of gold.
Yeah. It's a very nice scarf. Handmade, you can tell.
Yeah. This was made with love.
Yeah. And you've got that. Do you take Rupert to the hospital?
Yeah, totally. I didn't want to be taken there by a cop, that's all.
Yeah. So you get to the hospital, and it's getting on near evening time by now. A little early, it's dusk. It's dusk. And you go straight through the emergency room. He basically took a lot of blood, coughing up a lot of blood. They're like, "Oh, emergency room," and they have Rupert. Comes in. He's handsome, very tall, and he goes, "Hello, my name is Dr. Kula, and I will be the physician. Please tell me exactly what happened to you. Everything up blood. That's what my new thing."
Dr. What? Sorry, Lindy? What was that?
We missed some of that.
Dr. Kula.
Large guy, Dr. Hula.
Dr. Akula.
A-C-U-L-A.
Jessica finds herself weirdly attracted to this doctor for unbeknown reasons.
Handsome. Tall, dark, and handsome.
Jessica,
Foreign
do
accent.
not invite him to our dorm. You can't
Why
invite
not?
him in.
Why?
Because you can never. It's obvious he's a vampire.
Yes.
Out of everything you've seen.
Yes.
You can't invite a vampire into your place of dwelling.
But why not?
It's not so much you can't, it's that you have to. By all means.
What if I
Because
want to?
Once you
then?
invite them in, they don't have to leave. That's the only way to protect ourselves.
Okay, that's a good point.
Dr. Akula, our friend Rupert here is bleeding out from the mouth. Could you do something?
Oh yeah, he's having trouble.
Oh yeah, that's
But also, here's my number.
Tell me exactly what happened.
I literally cannot, or we're gonna look a lot like him. I don't know if you understand what I mean when I say that, but just trust me.
Hey, wink.
And he picks hand and looks at it and goes, see, do not worry. I can have your in tip-top shape. You'll just have to stay overnight.
Okay.
Okay.
So just pick him up all fresh in the morning?
Yes. Fresh as a daisy. Maybe a little pale still, but feeling much.
Oh, that's good. Well, thank you, Dr. Akula.
Of course.
You have a good night.
See you later. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'm not a fucking doctor. I don't know what to do.
Don't worry, I went to Harvard for my medical. Very good at what I do.
Well, good. All right. You know what? Yep. You got it.
Yeah.
Man, I hope he's got insurance. All right, well.
We're just gonna walk out with this massive pile of gold and hope this guy has insurance.
We gotta put it into the system before we can pay with it. You can't just pay with gold lumps.
You say that.
Gotta circulate it.
And does anyone do anything overnight? Well,
I would like to deliver my blaster or Penny's blaster to her before I go back to my dorm.
Okay. Sure. She's busy doing some help clean up some of the swim area after swim team's done. Today's swim team day. And so you catch her coming back from the swimming pool area. She's like, "Oh, hey, Benji."
Hey, Penny, I finished your blaster for your custom.
Oh, wow, that looks just like the one from the movie. That's so cool.
I worked pretty hard on it. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. I'm looking forward to our date. What would you like to do?
No idea. What What are you wearing for the Halloween costume contest? You're doing the Halloween contest, right?
Well, I'm either gonna stick with my robe idea, but judging by today's
Okay,
events, yeah, like a wizard, you know, like a wizard.
Oh,
but I think it's kind of a
wizard.
wizard. Yeah, but you know, I'm thinking of a backup costume just in case that doesn't work out.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll keep you
I've
posted.
heard that there's gonna be like a prize for whoever wins the costume contest. So.
Well, it's gonna be you, Penny, but I'll still do my
Oh,
best.
I don't think so, but it's gonna be fun no matter what. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll catch you later. Okay. I'm gonna go back
See
to
you
my
at the party.
dorm. See ya.
Thank you again. Bye.
I'm like skipping back to my room.
All right. And the masses. Rupert, I'm unconscious. In a hospital bed. Ivy hooked up to you. And a doctor writing some notes. Oh, good. You.
What?
How are you feeling?
I feel like shit.
You have a massive headache and you feel a little lightheaded, but you're alive.
Yeah, I feel like hot dog shit right now.
That is a new one. Let me write it down. All right, very specific. You must have a lot of experience with that.
Fuck, you from Canada?
Mania.
Mania? Like WrestleMania? Oh.
No, like East.
Is that it? Is that in England?
No. It is not. It's Eastern Europe, next to Hungary. And
No, I'm full.
Turkey. Oh. How are you? Are you feeling well enough to sign out and leave, or do we need to have you here or not?
I feel all right. I'm good. Yeah, yeah, I'm all right. Just need some weed and a beer or two.
Right. Well, we do not have those here at the hospital. But if you sign here, we'll say that you find your service set this free, and we can release you.
All right, let me see this here. He's looking at the paper.
It's just a basic release form.
Yeah, he'll just sign it. All right, yeah, we're good.
All right, my doctor. It was a pleasure, and please have a good day, and try not to get injured so severely in the future.
All right, whatever. Hey, do you have any pain? Yeah, can you prescribe me some painkillers or something, man? Like, my head's throbbing.
With your blood so thin, it may not be a good idea. Here, come this evening. We will have a prescription ready for you. Did you pick up?
All right, cool. Awesome.
No, have a good day. It's time for me to get off shift. And it's on as you're getting out of the hospital. The sun just starting to rise.
Cool. I'm just gonna go in the hospital parking lot and find a car.
There's a few cars there.
Yeah, you know what it is.
I bought it.
37 out of 20.
Is there anything else you'd like to do about that check?
I'm not gonna push it. I will.
You're at 518 now.
Yeah, I'm gonna use 17 more luck to drop that to a 20.
Yeah. All right. You're able to drive wherever you want.
Yeah, I'm going to drive back home.
Okay.
In my brand new car.
All right.
I'll park it on the other
a
side of the block though, so
sedan.
it's not like obvious.
All right. It'll sit there, the other side of the block. Your Volkswagen Bug driveway next to Robert's Rustmobile that is not going anywhere anytime soon because it is still in disrepair from when you broke it the first time.
Yeah.
When you get home.
Nice. I am going to knock on the narc's door.
Claire's door.
Yeah.
She comes out.
Like-
She's dark circles under her eyes. You see like 5 or 6 coffee cups on the floor behind her. Yes.
What you doing, narc?
Writing.
What are you writing?
You know, things about town.
Yeah, I'll tell you mine, you tell me yours.
Come on in. And she opens the door, and you see now that there's red string going to the ceiling, to all 4 walls. It's almost like walking into a spider's web of conspiracy theories boards.
You're wild. Do you know about the treaty?
I've found a treaty. Yes, and some weird fucking stuff, like supernatural things.
So you
Like,
know about the
I saw
leprechaun then?
Night before last. Apparently he's a ghost. I looked him up in the library. Robert Smithson. Used to be a famous artist.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I guess he used up all his cool in life, because as a ghost he sucks.
Sure. Alright,
so he's just gonna tell her everything about everything.
Mm-hmm. She's right.
Except the cult.
Except the cult, okay. She writes it all down.
He's just gonna go, that has got to get me Chad's address.
Look. I'm looking for it. They're... Werewolves are difficult to track. Want to be...
You
Only
killing me here,
human.
Narc.
I'm only human. In a town
Are
full
you
of very
though?
Yes, I am.
Are you sure you're human?
Well, I haven't been anything else that I know of.
Okay, you're cool. Hey, what do you know about Velma?
She paid me money not to tell you.
What the fuck? I just gave you the scoop of a lifetime.
She also has a...
I've got a gun. He goes to his room and pulls out his shotgun.
It's win.
I'm at the leprechaun.
No, that's what
What's your firearm
all right.
for?
Right.
Not good.
Right, well, I'll write up a report and I'll leave it under your pillow or something like the fucking report fairy.
Okay, good. I want to know everything you know about Velma. And Jessica. Right. I don't dig her vibe, but sometimes I do. And she's got dirt on me, and I need dirt on her. Get me all the dirt you got on Jessica.
Right. Basically, Rich here to go. Didn't pick up Steve, spent all our money on other things, and is now...
That's it?
Mostly. She's into photography. I respect that. And you see, every piece of red string, there's a photo. Like a Polaroid or a photo of almost everyone you've met and run into and encountered. And little post-it notes and pieces of paper with notes about them.
Alright, well, I am going to lie down and take a nap because I bled from every orifice that I have today.
Fun!
Go to his room.
Congratulations, you're a woman now. pats you on the head, and then walks around.
He can't even. He doesn't even have the energy to give a quip back. He's just done.
Yep, and he goes to sleep. Everyone else, you wake up. It's a great day. You actually realize that tomorrow is the Halloween All Hallows party, and things are gonna start moving fast. Doug and Benji, you wake up this morning with a list of things that need to be gathered, and for you guys to gather it. On it is a dozen baby goats. Some specific types of herbs. There's also everyone needs to have a silver necklace, and for everyone to wear clean underwear.
Oh boy. I pack 3 pairs just in case.
That's the list of things you guys need to get. But you remember Rupert
Alright.
said you guys weren't gonna do this, but you haven't heard from him since you put him in the hospital.
Yeah, so I feel like Benji, being careful Benji, is gonna try and go through the motions as much as possible until he knows it's time to stop. So, hey Doug, so I think, I know Rupert said we're not gonna go through with this, but I'm kind of afraid to defy the cult people because they've got like our blood on lock or whatever. So I think maybe we should still do these tasks and wait to stop the ritual until it's a little bit closer. What do you think?
Yeah, that's fine. Let's do. I think so. Plus, Rupert doesn't tell me what to do.
Good. Okay. Do you want to get the kids, or do you? No, you take the kids. I'll take the kids. All right, I'll get the herbs and the necklace, and don't forget to pack extra undies.
Got it. I packed my bag.
Jessica, you're also like a list, the same list. Like everyone must have these things. And
We doing
Rupert
this or
is
what?
nowhere to be seen.
Velma, Rupert said we're going to not do the ritual. Are we doing the ritual or we're not doing the ritual? I don't know.
Well, it's pretty on brand for Rupert to tell us that we're going to defy the cult and then not be here. So, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
All
By
right.
the way, while I was asleep, did someone call? I'm just, I did give someone my number yesterday, and
you did give someone your number. Yeah, the number to the dorm. Each level of the dorm has a telephone because cell phones aren't a thing yet. And there's like someone at there's like a little a dorm, like a hall monitor basically for each dorm, and they take messages if you aren't at the phone waiting for a call or making a call out. And if you check in, there is a message for you.
What's my message?
It says, "Was lovely meeting you last night. Your friend has recuperated and I believe has gone home. Perhaps we should meet up for coffee sometime."
Jessica is on cloud freaking 9. She's got a coffee date with a definite vampire, and Rupert isn't dead. So she will convey this to the group. She spends more time talking about her potential coffee date than actual Rupert's status, but you find out that he's not dead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where is...
Right.
Oh, he's at home. It's fine.
You know where that is, Velma. So do Doug and Benji.
But also, why is he there and not here fighting the cult with us? Typical.
Say that, and then you see Claire in the hallway with the camera, like, "Oh, did you need Rupert?"
Yeah.
Like, here's the number to the house, and she just writes it down, hands it to you.
Right,
Velma,
I have
you
to
should
go
call
to
him.
Alright, we're gonna call him. I gotta walk downstairs to the phone room.
Yep. Yep, there's a little stool in the phone. You can sit and chat. It's got a really long cord, though, if you want to, like, pace and walk.
Alright, I'm curled up.
I'm able to call the house. You hear... Hello?
Is Rupert there?
Yeah, I think so. Who is this?
This is Velma.
Oh, okay, Velma. Let me see if he's interested in talking to you. And
Oh, well, we need a
you hear the phone
blood
get set on the
pact,
counter.
so-
Rupert, you're asleep, and you hear a knock on your door.
Huh? What? Who? Huh?
The door opens, and you see Mallory. She's got her hair, like, up in, like, one of those hair dye things. She's like, so, like, there's this bitch Velma who is calling for you.
Oh shit, Velma!
You
And he
know
just like
Velma?
gets up. He just immediately gets up and heads to the phone. Runs right past
You
Mel.
And then you hear the door to her room slam. And you pick up the phone.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? What
Where are you at? This was your idea to fight this cult.
Oh shit, is that today? Yeah.
Also, how are you feeling?
Bleeding from every orifice I have, but
Alright, well, that's no excuse. Let's go.
Alright, yeah, I'll be there.
One of the two guns.
Yeah, I'll bring the other gun. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Don't die.
Also, your roommate's a bitch.
Yeah, she is.
So he just he hangs up and he goes, all right, puts on some pants, gets his shotgun. I'm heading out, Mal.
Later.
Yeah. And he just walks out, gets in his stolen car, and drives to school.
All right. We're gonna say you guys went through the planning phase, which I'm assuming was not a terribly great plan, having seen your previous planning phases for things. And we're gonna say
brave of you to assume there would be a plan.
A plan. Wonderful. So it's the night of Old Hallows Eve party. There is games, fun, festivities, apple bobbing, dancing. There's soul cakes, snack tables, jack-o'-lantern carvings. But you know that while the costume contest is happening, that's when the cult is going to do their thing. And you know how to get into the steam vents underneath the school. What do you guys do?
Can't let them kill any goats, y'all.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I run.
Hey,
to
wait,
find
hold
Penny to
on,
tell her that I
before
can't
you
make it.
leave. Where the fuck is my scarf?
Oh, hey, guess what, Rupert? You were right. Leprechauns are real, and we found the gold. You'll get your cut in a second. I had to use it to cover it so no one would see us walking around with a lot of money.
Smart, but I need that scarf back. It's
Yeah. I'll get it back to you, Rupert. I'll get it back to you.
okay.
You know, one of the threads seemed a little loose. I think I might have nicked
Hey,
it a little bit.
it
I think it'll be fine.
was made perfect. Okay, it's perfect.
Yes, sir.
All right. So yeah, you can see Penny. She's got two little buns on the side of her head. She's wearing a white dress, like a aluminum foil belt. She's got her little blaster pistol. She's looks like she just finished bobbing for apples because she's got all the water in her face. And she's holding an apple, a big bite taken out of it. She's like, "Oh, hi, Benji."
Hey, Penny. I wanted to make sure I saw you. I'm not gonna be able to mess around with the costume contest tonight. I'm all bogged down with homework. But you had the best time.
Really,
Okay?
it sucks.
Yeah. But
maybe if you finish your homework quickly, you can hang out afterwards.
I will do my best. Bye.
Bye. All right. So you're You're outside the steam vent tunnel entrance.
Mhm.
You go in. It's unlocked.
Yeah.
Push the door right in.
And on the back side of your instructions was a little map in the steam tunnel entrance to the ceremony chamber. However, everyone walks in. Benji, Jessica, Elma, and Doug. As soon as Rupert walks in, though, those little ruins that had lit up on the floor, they flash red.
Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck.
And nothing else seems to happen. They're just glowing a faint red now.
Yeah, they know I snitched. Whatever. Just cock the shotgun. Let's fucking do this.
Oh boy. We're really in it now, aren't we, Doug?
Huh? I don't know. Henry jokes.
As I walk down, as I walk down the tunnel, I'm just yelling, "Nerds! Get out of here,
You
nerds!"
yell that. And you haven't gone down this way in the steam tunnels before.
No.
And you come across an area that's full of potted plants. Look like tropical plants.
Man, fuck your plants.
Belma, give me do you have a botany or plant check, or if not, just make me an education check.
All right, I got this. Okay. All right. I rolled a 3 out of 85.
Jesus.
So now that you know, like, werewolves and stuff are real, apparently, or whatever, and ghosts, you looked at these, and you've done some reading, you've read some books. Those are potted mandrakes, and if they are disturbed at all whatsoever, you could fall unconscious and your ears start to bleed.
That's right.
So Rupert's about to be like, "Man, fuck these plants." And you see him get ready to swing.
No!
Huh? What?
If you unpot these, they emit an incredibly high-pitched noise that can knock you unconscious.
Oh. Okay. And he just keeps walking.
That's it.
Yeah, so now that you guys are aware, you're able to carefully maneuver your way through these without disturbing any of them. And you come across a door, but this door doesn't seem to have a knob. Instead, carved into it are some words. It says, 2 stars for horns and a cluster of 7 help you find the creature high in the heavens.
I did not come for dragons and dungeons bullshit. I came to beat up some nerds.
To beat up one nerd, you must think like one nerd. What is this? What is
And
it
you
say
hear
one more
faint
time?
bleating of goats on the other side of the door.
No, the babies!
No, it's only a matter of time. I'll read it again for you guys to the words.
Yes, please.
I think I can also copy paste it because I'm cool like that. Yes, 2 stars for horns and a cluster of 7 help you find. Oh, well, don't read the answer to the riddle that I accidentally copy pasted with it. Way to go, me.
Yeah, we just studied this.
Sounds very
Use the
familiar.
astronomy club.
Class together.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy, right? Anybody know the answer?
Well, you know, I've
Took my
studied some
time.
astrology in my time, and this sounds awfully like the sign for Taurus. The bull.
And as you say that, the words light up, and the door slowly swings open. Crazy.
Whoa, get out of my head.
Really pay attention to the copy paste.
Absolutely crazy. It's like some unknown frost from above gave me both the riddle and the answer in one.
So crazy.
It's
But
like luck from the leprechaun bowl or something.
Something like that. And inside, you see a 12-foot antique mirror in the center of a very intricate rune circle. And standing at 12 points of the circle, you see members in robes with hoods pulled over their heads, and they seem to have sourced the goats themselves. Rupert, you recognize one of them, and was the one that was munching hay when you visited.
Muted.
You were muted, but I knew what you said.
He just goes, "Hey, you fucks, give those goddamn kids back. Kids being goats, just for clarity's sake."
But if you also have kids, probably let them go too.
Yeah,
We only have the four-legged. One of you tattled. We're not sure who, but you're not allowed. Now, please get in the circle so we can complete the ritual.
What part of us storming in here with guns gave you the impression that we're still on your side?
I thought
Fuck
you
your
were
shit,
here to,
dude.
I thought those were to expedite the goat sacrificing.
What the fuck? You want a shotgun goats?
It seemed to be your idea, not mine.
No, this is for you. We're fighting you now.
You need to get in that circle so that our ancestors can possess you when we release all the ghosts and Bloody Mary, so that they can get vengeance from the faculty staff who screwed them over 80 years ago.
Fuck you!
And then
You
can
didn't
all get
say
blamed
anything
for the
about us
crime.
getting possessed.
Where did I say the part about us blaming them for murdering people because of... Oh, fuck, I wasn't supposed to say that part out loud.
Oh, fuck your shit, dude. I knew you guys sucked.
Oh.
I take out my character sheet and I rip it in half. Every time I get them together.
And they look at your shotgun, and they see Velma's pistol, and then they look at their one ritual knife, and they're like, well, we seem to be... And they see that the book of cursing for beginners is all the way on the other side of the room, and they're like, we seem to be outgunned today, you lot, but we'll get back at you.
I shoot the
some
mirror.
point. You shoot the mirror?
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
no.
Uh-oh.
Can you roll
What
me
did
a
you just do?
could you
I
roll me a
don't know.
D100, please?
Okay.
Please, and thank you.
I rolled a 43.
43. Alright, so an odd number. Wonderful. So you shoot the mirror, and you hear... And Benji, you catch a glimpse in some of the shattered shards of that woman you saw in the mirror.
Oh, no.
Like you freed Bloody Mary! Shit!
Oh, shit!
And I mean, none of the other ghosts were bloody.
I don't know how the
Bloody
shit
Mary's
works.
mirror. Yeah. and so immediately they all leave. They all go out like a they all
The
like
fuck
scatter.
they do? I point
and-
the shotgun at him and keep like, hey, this isn't over.
We can't do it. She's loose. You know.
Yeah.
You.
How do we unfuck the thing that I just fucked? How do I unfuck it?
Lots of studying. We don't know. She was the catalyst to make all the. We were going to use her power to draw the ghosts through, and not her. Now she's free.
Well, you were gonna kill
We should all
goats,
run.
and we should keep walking in, and that's how she would have gotten free.
Are the goats at least gonna be safe?
I don't think Bloody Mary cares about goats.
What does Bloody Mary care about?
I punch Rupert in the face and I take the gun away from him.
What the fuck, you fucking nerd? Give me that back.
And as you guys are fighting over the gun, the cultists scatter and flee. You just hear. Thank you, young ones. I'll be seeing you later. But you don't see anyone. You just hear that voice as it travels and echoes down the steam vents.
God damn it, I'm so sick of ghosts.
You think she was spying on us during potty time?
Yes.
Hope not.
Oh shit, she saw me in the shower.
And as you guys realize these things, the goats are safe, and you can faintly hear the celebrations of the Hallows Eve party happening above. And as you guys are standing there, a little flabbergasted that you freed Bloody Mary, but disbanded the cultish ritual and didn't get possessed and murder a bunch of people, that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Bravo, everyone. Great job.
Fantastic. All right, let's go around and let's say who we are, where we can find you, and what your favorite part of tonight's game was. Let's start with Benji, Cucumber. How was that for you?
Super fun. I'm Cucumber. You can find me at Cucumber Lives at Perception Studio, and Percept Studio on other handles and all that stuff. We play lots of tabletop and all that good stuff, and variety, I guess, is the correct term. Anyway, my favorite part was Benji finally just throwing down with Doug. It had to happen. It just happened tonight. Very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Very exciting indeed. Speaking of Doug, Chunk, how are you after all that?
I'm good. I'm alright, and yeah. I'm Chunk, I'm playing Doug, and you guys can find me at Chunkerific everywhere online, and anything Perception Studio, where Cucumber hangs out as well. And when we say variety, we mean variety. It's just we do way too many different things to explain it here. Yeah. Oh, and my favorite part was when Doug decided that he's tired of Rupert shit. So we're gonna see what happens with that.
That was great. Speaking of Rupert's shit.
Hello. Hey, how's it going? Hi, I'm Noir. I guess the trendy term is a variety streamer, so I'm just gonna co-op that. You can find me on Twitch as the Noir Enigma, same with Twitter. You can find me on Instagram, TikTok, and SoundCloud as Noir Enigma. And yeah, my favorite part is one, the fact that we had Velma and Jessica, who were just like so like good at everything that they did, tagging along with this group that's being led by the most perpetual fuck up of all time. Like, I love that Rupert keeps fucking up. It's great.
It's fantastic. I was so happy you shot the mirror. I had in my notes, I'm like, don't destroy mirror. And I was like, yes. So great things. Great things would be our guests. One of which was such a facilitator for this evening, just getting all the trouble stirred up. And that would be Velma. Floopy, how was that for you?
It was a lot of fun being the enabler, being the, not the antagonist, but, you know, antagonizing things along. And my favorite part was probably when Rupert shot the mirror, just because picturing that would have been badass.
It's so true. And where can we find you online?
Oh yeah, you can find me on Twitch at Floopy Minx. I stream Magic the Gathering primarily. You can find me on Twitter at Floopy Minx and on Instagram at Floopy_Minx.
Wonderful. Someone else who's also wonderful would be our other guest, Susanna Grace. How are you?
Oh, Lindy, thank you. I'm real good. This is tons of fun. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Susie. I'm a variety streamer. I do video games. I do art streams. I do tabletop RPGs. And you can find me all over the internet at Susanna Grace. I also work for Black Cats Gaming, who are an indie TTRPG company who've just published The Spy Game, which is a 5-year powered game of international espionage and action. So please do check that out. My favorite bit for tonight is Lindy coming through and hooking me up with a hot coffee date with Dr. Akula. Because Lindy, she's my puzzle piece. She gets me.
I do. I was originally going to have you be in the Super Vampire Ridden episode, but then, you know, schedules changed and you were in the Ghosty Halloween one instead, but I managed to get you a hot vampire doctor, so, you know.
Thanks, Boo.
It was going to turn up eventually anyway. I mean, it was just convenient that Rupert happened to be drowning in blood.
I for sure thought you were going to have him bite me.
Who's to say he didn't? Anyways, I'm Lindy. You can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play and GM a lot of tabletop RPGs and sometimes video games very poorly. My favorite moments were I loved it. I know it wasn't this episode, but Rupert with the goats and just the little old lady and his attachment to the scarf. I have a feeling we're gonna be seeing that little old lady who does have a name and, you know, backstory. In addition to her being very lonely and all her sons dying in the war. You know, a lot more maybe in the future. Who knows? Spooky. Also, I'm dying because I can't breathe properly.
This is what you get for introducing that old lady.
This is what I get. I get to die on my own spit. But yeah, check out LFM. They're great. LFM Network. Look out for us on Twitch, YouTube, and Instagram too. We're on Instagram. It's awesome. There's a lot of other cool shows besides this one. But if you want to follow this one on Twitter, follow degrees_madness because there's a lot of fun things, and the whole Twitter is written in Claire's perspective. So it's like the conspiracy theorist running Twitter. It's great. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Let us know what you think. If you're watching this live, I love to see it. If you're watching this on YouTube, write down what your favorite moments were, what your least favorite moments were. Who's gonna win the date war with Penny? What will Rupert burn down next? Will he get caught for stealing the Ferrari? When's Gabby gonna show up? Who knows? All these things and more. But thank you. We appreciate you. You guys are awesome, and we'll catch you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Dot will get Omega, though, so at least there's that. One of the players on the cross. The entry for the Thermite gets a second and a third. Dot really waking up here, but Rowdy's still there as well.
Damn it, Robert!
Ebo and Dia, you see this as well. It's not painful necessarily, Akasha, but the giant reaches out with a
Have a go. This is lethal, right? 7, yeah, it's just lethal.
Yeah, this is super duper lethal, but
oof. We have ourselves a champion.
Edward, you remember this? At the mostly empty bar top, the smell of stale alcohol was abundant. Curious and sticky bottles lined the